Yeah.
being an independent state. It doesn't have its own government or army or own administrative presence. So it's going to need a bigger brother to help it till it gets back on its feet, right?
Yeah. So it is not up for question about whether, like, of course, if okay, let me just back up a step. So first of all, it is kind
Being
of
an
questionable
independent
whether
state.
Crimea actually does want Russian involvement there or not, because the whole thing is that the voting that happened, the referendum that happened, was while they were under Russian control, which means that it is a questionable decision, or it's not decision. The result is questionable because it might have been influenced by the fact that there was Russian military currently in the country when they voted. Now, that even if that's
Russian
true,
military was scaring people to vote in favor of Russia or something.
The huge majority of
possibly.
Crimeans support Russia.
Now, the percentage. The thing is that that statistic comes from the referendum that happened during Russian control, during the Russian military invasion. That's when that happened. That's why
I'm not
it's
even talking about
questionable.
any sort of referendum or statistic. I'm saying just like, the facts on the ground is that the huge majority of the population support Russia.
Yeah, but those facts
They're
off the
not
ground.
rebelling.
What are
They're
you?
not constantly protesting or something like that. The people.
They are. Some are.
Yeah, I'm sure the small.
But even
I'm sure
then,
the small minority are.
It might be.
The huge majority support Russia.
Hold on, but even then, it is possible that a majority supports Russia, even with this vote being questionable. Let's say that it is true that a majority support Russia. Is it justifiable for this to happen? The whole thing of, okay, enough people move to a region, and in that region they decide, no, we want to switch to a different country, or we want to become independent. Is this a reasonable thing?
Well, I mean,
Because the
if
equivalent
82%
scenario
of people in Crimea want Russian ascension in 2019. So, Crimea got annexed in 2014, but in 2019, there's still 82% of people in Crimea that are happy with it. They don't have an issue with it. That's an overwhelming majority.
But so let's say, for example, the equivalent of, like, okay, let's say that a lot of Mexican immigrants in the US, like so many of them, start moving to southern Texas, and they start populating a bunch of areas around there, and San Antonio and all of those areas down there, and we reach a level where there's like 80% Mexicans there. Is it then okay for those people to be like, okay, we're so many Mexicans here, we want to vote for San Antonio becoming an independent part, and then we're going to ally with Mexico? Is that reasonable simply because there's so many Mexicans there?
It's not fair to America, but to those people living there, if they're the overwhelming majority and that's what they want, it's fair to them. But to the rest of the U.S., it's not fair. Yeah,
and that's the whole thing that's happening in Ukraine. Is Ukraine as a country does not feel it's fair for the people that it previously emigrated to now be taking over parts of their country, while people in that area might be like, no, but we want to be independent, and then Russia might be like, oh, but they want to be independent, and if they want to ally with us, well, then we're going to support them. I'm not saying that any of this is wrong, like on an objective scale. I'm just saying that there is arguments to be made from both sides here. That from the Ukrainian side, they have territory being taken over from them by people they let immigrate into the country, and from the, for example, Donetsk side or the Donbass side, they are people that want to become independent, and Ukraine's not letting them.
Yeah, but you have to keep in mind that they've been rebelling, they've been fighting for almost 10 years, right? Like, if there was a chance that Ukraine could have kept them, or that they could have come to a peaceful solution, or that if Ukraine could have done anything to appease them, they would have. But
I don't believe that anything less than Ukraine completely giving up the territory to Russia would have been an agreeable solution on Russia's side, and it's not agreeable on Ukraine's side. And that's when they get into the stalemate where eventually Russia had to, or quote unquote, had to invade. But and like I said before, I'm not saying that either side is fully justifiable. I'm just saying there is a case to be made from both sides.
Got a question for you, Gummy, right? In regards to how this conversation has been going for the last however long it's been going for. If you, me, and the rest of the people in this room right, represented all the different entities around a round table, trying to negotiate this thing out, for a peaceful resolution. Do you think the way this conversation has been going, do you think we could have?
Kind of, not necessary. I mean, so I believe that if everyone was completely like trusting and objective and everything, then the solution to all of this is to have a referendum in both Crimea and in the Donbas region that is objectively overseen. So it's not overseen by either NATO or Russia, because they both have a hand in the game. So it is objectively overseen. The result is verified for everyone, undoubtedly. And then the result there would be either that the majority of people in Donbas want to become independent, and same thing with Crimea, maybe the majority want to become independent, and then everyone would have to trust and go with those results. I don't believe that we live in. I don't believe that we live in such a world where we can get that to happen. But I think that would be the perfect solution, so to speak.
I don't think so. I don't think you're addressing the crux of the matter at all, because you still have the security issue of NATO on the doorstep.
I don't believe that is a reasonable thing. I believe that the independence of all of these people and their whatever they want to do with their own land is what should be not trusted, is what should be obeyed.
Well, didn't you just say a second ago that didn't you just say a second ago that
I agree with
the
you
Donbas
there,
people have a right to self-determination, but it's not fair to Ukraine? Now, everyone's doing what's right for them. How's that fair to, and Ukraine joins NATO, how's that fair to Russia?
Yeah, but I mean, percentage, he did give a very good example. I mean, just to put it back, imagine you have a house and you have a kid that you adopt, and he comes and lives in your house, and you give him a room, and because he's in that room more than anybody else, he one day decides this room is now my property, and I can sell this room off, do whatever I want with this room. You can't tell me anything just because this room's in your house. Would you find that fair? So I mean, I totally
sell a room.
No, but
it's an example. I mean, we would all kick that kid out. We wouldn't be happy with someone walking into our house and then deciding this room is mine. I can do whatever I want with it.
I agree.
So I totally agree with Gum. But Gum,
I do, but he contradicted himself.
Now on the flip side,
so I'll respond to.
Hang on. Let me finish. I wasn't done though. Yeah. On the flip side though, for Russia to say that, they're invading and taking all of these steps because they see NATO's encroachment as a security threat. Isn't that the same thing the West do as well? Don't the West justify their invasion and taking over of other countries because of the security threats posed by those countries to Western interests?
Yeah.
So for the West or NATO to condemn Putin for what he's doing, isn't that a bit hypocritical when they do it themselves?
Yeah. So what I would say is, when it comes to the security threats, is that okay. So first of all, some of the things when it comes to what America has done in security threat on security threat grounds has mainly not been about someone encroaching on their territory, as much as it's been about essentially human rights violations
they've had some other excuse that they would have made up. Yeah.
But so for example,
they'll make it up. Like, we all know it's not true when they say weapons of mass destructions or this, that, and the third. We know it's a geopolitical thing, because there's an interest they have in the Middle East or wherever in the world that is being threatened by a country or a person they don't have control over.
Yeah, there is a lot of things that the US have done that I do not agree with. That is true. But I can't see that as justification for Russia doing something I also don't agree with. And the thing that I don't agree with is that I believe that if a country themselves decide they want to join NATO, then that is up to that country. It isn't like what Percentage said, that it's not that if Ukraine joins NATO, then that's to Russia's detriment. Even though that is true, It is not up to them to decide what another country does. On top of that, I don't believe that a country joining NATO is a security risk. It is merely a block from them attacking that country. NATO is, and I know Percentage doesn't quite agree with this, but I believe that NATO is a defensive alliance like they say they are, and that if Ukraine...
How can you say NATO's
real quick, Nate? Let me just respond to something you said. So he said, it's, if they want to join NATO, it's the prerogative of that country, right? These countries should be able to do whatever they want to do. But at the other side, you're saying, it's not fair to Ukraine if these people want to become independent. The Donbass region want to be independent. So on one hand, you're saying they have a right to self-determination, but on the other hand, you're saying that they don't. It doesn't make sense.
So what I'm saying is, on one hand, a whole country can join an alliance if a majority in that country want to join that alliance. The questionable thing I'm saying before, which I'm not saying either way because I can see it from both sides, is that is it fair for a small part of a country to take that country from the rest of them because in that part they have a majority, not in the whole area.
You get it. Scale down
if Ukraine,
the determination.
No, what I'm saying is, if Ukraine as a whole want to join NATO, it is up to them. But if the Donbass region as an area has a majority decision to leave Ukraine, does that trump the overall majority of Ukraine wanting them to stay there? So
you're saying that this right to self-determination, it hinges not on the person or the amount of people, but on whether or not there's been some pre-drawn lines, like territories, on the map. If it's already a country, they can determine whatever they want to do. If they have a prerogative to join whatever treaty they want. But if it's not yet a country and it's just the same amount of people, or scaled down version, then they don't have that right because
what I'm saying is,
a new country. How do you think countries started?
So what I'm saying is, you have all of Ukraine, which as a majority want to keep Donbass as Ukrainian. The majority of Ukraine wants to keep it. However, the majority of the Donbass region itself wants to leave. So which majority do we support? The majority of Ukraine or the majority of the region in Ukraine? That is the big question.
That's exactly my point. Like, where does the loyalty lie? Is it with the person, or with just this line drawn on the map of a country, a nation?
A country isn't just a line drawn on a map. It's a sphere of influence. It's a sphere of where the government acts. It's a sphere of where the taxes are used. And
so if you scale down, and in Donbass, if not all the citizens want to create their own country, then don't they have a right of self-determination, just like Ukraine does, to join NATO?
And that's where I'm a bit on the fence, where I'm not sure whether an individual region should have the superior decision over the entire country. But I'm not. I'm really
someone coming into your house and claiming a room percentage.
Yeah.
Would you let someone come in your house and decide this room is mine? And because I sleep here, I'm the person that spends the most time in here. Like, all of my posters are on the wall and things. Like, should that room now just become theirs and they can do whatever they want with it?
No,
and it's not part of the rest of the house.
I'm not going to claim both sides and make it seem like it have a.
Then what's the difference? Because these people in the Donbass area, they are Ukrainians. They used to be a part of Ukraine.
So essentially,
they know the Ukrainian nationality.
They live under the house. They live over the house of Ukraine. They live under the house of Ukraine, but they're saying that their room, the Donbass region, should become independent. Now, does that mean that we need to respect the people in that area, that room, to take that room and to make it independent, or do we respect the owners of the house itself?
Exactly. And that's I'm not making any claim. I'm not saying you have to respect their right to self-determination and not Ukraine's, or you respect the Ukrainians and not them. I'm just saying you can't hold both of those where you respect one and not the other consistently. You either respect someone's rights or you don't, right? I don't think it's that simple. I think it depends on the context and who has kind of control in the specific environment and stuff like that. I'm not going to make any claims blanket in terms of, a country has the right to pursue whatever they want or what have you. There are ramifications to actions. The world isn't fair. You can't just have these things in a vacuum.
That's literally what I'm saying, is that I don't know. That's where I really am on the fence, whether we should take Ukraine's decision as a whole or the Donbas region's decision, and which one trumps the other, because it really is a war between those two opinions, and which
That's
one
fair.
should be the real one.
But I interjected when you said that Ukraine definitely has a right to join NATO, even if it's
no,
at the
they do though
of Russia. I don't think they do. I think
Ukraine have a right to do whatever they want.
Because Ukraine joining NATO as a whole is not the same as a part or like all of it being changed, or like changing ownership. NATO is an alliance, not an ownership. And so let's say that all of Ukraine joins NATO. Well, then, if Donbas decides we don't want to be part of NATO, well, then that's the exact same question as before. Should we respect that region's decision not to join NATO, or should we not? Like, it's the same question again.
Yeah, and exactly. But my point is, it's not as simple as. Go ahead, Nate. You've been trying to get in.
Yeah, because I actually got to go now. But I just want to push back on what Gummy said about NATO being a defensive organization. That's not true. I mean, the only reason NATO didn't commit any or didn't get involved in any fighting up until the 90s, because I think NATO was made in the 1950s. So for about 40 years, they weren't involved in any military action, was because of the Cold War going on, because NATO was basically a band of brothers. It was the U.S. and its friends in Europe and around the world that came together and said, we're going to form this alliance. If any one of us get attacked, we all jump in and protect that person that's attacked. And Russia was smart enough. Hang on though. Russia was smart enough not to attack any NATO members. But once the USSR fell, and the Cold War was gone, and we had a new world order where America was on top, NATO all of a sudden became an offensive military organization. You look at the war they had in Bosnia and Herzegovina, if I'm saying it right, and that was more than 10 years. That was from like 1992 till about 2004. And then look at what they did in Libya. Libya is not a NATO state. Like, what was NATO doing in Libya? That wasn't defensive in any way, So clearly, NATO's role is just a band of brothers. It's countries that have, grouped up together, and they kind of do whatever the fuck they want because nobody can stop them.
Well said.
So the whole thing, I need to look into NATO in Libya. I haven't heard about them actually, so I need to look into that. But the whole,
that was pretty recent. You must have heard about that coming.
I've heard about it, but I don't know about it. You know what I mean?
They basically claim to defend the Libyan people from from Gaddafi killing his own people.
Like, for what reason? Libya is not a NATO state.
The Libyan people are NATO members, but Gaddafi wasn't.
So of course the other sorry.
Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Yeah, I hope I said it right. Is he gone?
No, I'm looking here, just getting a quick look.
Okay.
Because I do know that NATO has done or done some so like you can call them aggressive aggressive military actions, but those were under the guise of human rights. Of course, that is you can say that is a questionable thing, or whether it was or not. But I still believe that is, even though it is an offensive move where you're going from one part to another, it is in defense of human rights. And I don't believe for a second that Russia is going to be like, well, we don't want NATO to aggress on us because we're committing human rights violations. I don't believe that should be a reasonable claim.
It's actually the exact same thing that you said. It's the same exact scenario, because if Ukraine is in NATO, then they're gonna be invaded. Russia's gonna be invaded, whether it's Crimea or Russia
no,
proper.
It's if Russia. So you're saying that Russia is allowed to commit human rights violations because they don't want NATO near them. So they want to keep NATO away from them so that they can commit human rights violations.
They're defending their security, bro.
No, so what I'm saying is the reasons NATO has for attacking or for committing military acts, so to speak, has been twofold. It has been one, to defend a country that is being attacked, a NATO country being attacked, which is Article 5. And the second one is in defense of human rights. So with Gaddafi, with the same with Afghanistan, like these things have been, and there is some questionable things underlying there. I can agree with that, but the overwhelming idea was in support of human rights.
The claim was that, sure.
Yeah, that was the idea of NATO. But like I said, from NATO's inception till about the 1990s, 40 years, NATO never got involved in any fighter or anything of that nature. It's only when Russia fell and the USSR bloc got dismantled that NATO all of a sudden started getting involved in wars it had no business being involved in, because it was wars within countries that are not NATO members, such as Serbia, Bosnia, Libya, Afghanistan. The only time I've seen NATO maybe have some sort of justification to getting involved was the 9/11 attacks, because the idea was it's an attack on American soil by a foreign country. That's the only time I've seen NATO get involved with a bit of justification. Otherwise, it's countries that have no business with NATO that NATO keep on getting involved with.
And I get that, and I agree to some extent, but I don't see how. So, for example, how if you believe that NATO's involvement in Bosnia or Yugoslavia and all of that was justified, do you think that they're going to try and use the same reason to invade Russia? Of course not. Russia isn't in danger of this kind of thing. They're not going to do the same thing they did in Yugoslavia to Russia. That's not something that Russia needs to worry about.
I agree.
So even though I do agree that on that front, NATO can be a bit questionable, but that front isn't where Russia is talking about. Russia isn't scared of some small scale human rights invasion.
So well, at the end of the day, NATO was created to combat Russia.
Yeah, well, USSR.
Right? That's what NATO was made for.
It was made for it.
And if NATO
defending USSR, yeah,
keep on getting certain countries to join them, and they keep on making.
Is he roboting for everyone else?
Yeah, the US.
He's coming back.
If they.
He's gone now.
Might be
back, Nate. No. You back, Nate? Just give him a sec. He'll be back later.
Yeah.
So if NATO just get involved for apparent human right atrocities, Gummy,
yeah,
which is the claim I think you just made, like under the guise of human rights, why does it seem then that they only get involved with countries that really can't defend themselves because there are, reportedly human right atrocities all over the world?
Well, Well, you would only go for the ones. They would only go for the ones that they can actually justify. Or not justify. What's the word? Rectify. Like the human rights violations that they can actually make a difference in, and that will be in the countries they actually have the power to go in and change.
The ones that can't defend themselves.
I wouldn't say can't defend themselves, because they are defending themselves. But they're of course NATO's superior forces are going to win out.
But you don't see them stepping into places maybe like, you know, where human atrocities have been reported, say in places like North Korea or China or
because
other places.
Yeah, and the reason for that is because, okay, let's say they go to North Korea. Well, North Korea does have, albeit small, amounts of nuclear weapons. Do you think it's a smart idea to invade a country that has nuclear weapons? No, so they're not going to do it.
But it's smart just to stand back and do nothing and let it continue.
They're not doing nothing.
See? Well, what are they doing really? What are they really doing to change what's happening in North Korea, for argument's sake? What are they really doing?
They are having political meetings, trying to create treaties. I mean, Trump met with Kim Jong-un too long ago. They are attempting, like, as much as it is a little bit of a joke and a meme, they are attempting to make it better. Whether you believe that their attempts are futile or not, that's a different question. But they definitely are making some sort of attempts to stop that from happening. And because of the fact that North Korea, for example, does have nuclear weapons, it isn't as easy as sending in military action. It has to be a political change. While, for example, in Libya, well, they don't have nuclear weapons, so they don't have the requirement of doing it the political way. Now, whether that's right or wrong.
Okay, so then why didn't they then step in before North Korea had the nuclear weapons? If that's the argument, because North Korea haven't had nuclear weapons all the time. So if that's the argument, we don't step in because they have really, really big bombs now. Why didn't we step in when they only had really, really little bombs?
I genuinely do not know.
Yeah, I know you don't, but I was just kind of making a point.
No, yeah.
At the end of the day.
No, and that is a fair point. That is definitely a fair point. I'm not as informed on. I feel like I'm more informed on 90s plus, and I know that right around the 2000 shift is when North Korea started getting too nuclear happy, and so I really don't know why, like whether it was whether World War II was taking up too much attention, or like what happened in between World War II and like the 90s, like to stop them from carrying. I really don't know. That is a good question to figure out, but
well, it's unfortunate because at the end of the day, it's only the innocent people that always suffer.
Oh yeah,
unfortunately, in all these things. While we sit back in the luxury of our countries, debating all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But thank goodness, too.
Yeah, of course. We are the lucky ones that we can sit and debate and get angry at others for debating rather than being in war.
True that. And think that we have all the answers.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Like, even though, like, I do sometimes, and I know everyone does sometimes, but I do sometimes say things as if they are a matter of fact. I do also, in the back of my mind, realize that a lot of things are like subject to like hiding information and like only getting information from certain sources, you miss out on some very important facts and all of these things. And that's why I wouldn't ever say, for example, that like Russia is 100% in the wrong, or ever give like the blame 100% to one side, because I never have a 100% of the objective information, so I could never give that, like make that claim. And I think that anyone that does make that claim is doing so foolishly.
Well, that's why I posed the question to you before, Gummy. Like, if you, me, and the rest of us sitting around a round table trying to come up with a solution, do you think we could do it in any quicker a time than the, say, the 14 years that this has been trying to be negotiated in? We can't even agree on what level is, let alone anything else.
Yeah.
So,
but the one thing that I do believe we can do is at least try and figure out what parts seem to be misinformation and what aren't. Because if I get my sources from one side, you get your sources from another, not that I'm saying that we are, but just like in the hypothetical, if I get my sources from the left, you get your sources from the right, if we both state all our information, then we will meet somewhere in the middle. It still won't be 100% correct, but it's a bit better than if I just looked at the left and you just looked at the right. So we are at least getting a little bit more informed, the both of us. But of course, that's not the same as saying we are informed, but we're getting more informed.
Yeah, true that, Gummy.
And that's also like the same with the flat Earth stuff. It's like, I wouldn't say that we're coming to a conclusion necessarily, but we're definitely both more informed on the opposite's opinion.
Talking about flat Earth, did you hear the test that Riding and I and some others were discussing earlier? Were you here for that?
With the triangle, or which one were you?
No, a new one, a totally new one, right?
No, I think I missed out.
So apparently, Riding was saying that there's some smartphone, some Samsung's smartphone that has some gadget in it that can register different locations and altitudes and whatnot within I think it's a 2 centimeter accuracy, 1 to 2 centimeter accuracy. So you can hold your mobile phone here, get a reading on it, and it's accurate to 1 or 2 centimeters. Right, so it's pretty damn accurate. So what we were proposing, not that it'll probably ever get done, but anyway, here's a thought experiment anyway. We're always saying the water is level. You guys say it curves, we say it's level. Okay. So doing this over a dam, okay, and shooting a laser beam that is about 100 meters above the surface of the water. So it has the least amount of refraction. Yeah, there'll be a slight little bit of divergence in the beam, but over say a 2 kilometer run, it should be not too great whatsoever. And then running a drone, right, at different intervals. So you have this drone on a boat, okay, then, and say every 50 meters, every 100 meters. So you set this laser up horizontally from point A. So it's perfectly horizontal and shoots out across the water. So from point A, it's perfectly horizontal, okay? And from that point, everything should be dropping away from that point. Okay, then. So then you get this drone, right, which has this tracking device in it. You put it in a boat and you fly it up to the laser beam. Okay, then, and you take a measurement. Not only do you have the tracking device on it, you also to hang a plumb bob off it, which is exactly 100 meters or whatever the distance is of the laser beam, right? that will give you a physical measurement down to the surface of the water. And you do this periodically every 50 meters, every 100 meters, all the way down the length of this laser to see if there is any measurable curvature in the tops of water, on the surface of water. What do you think about that? Do you understand?
I think I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
There would be two things that I'm thinking right away.
Okay.
One thing would be, of course, I don't know what technology or what kind of thing this you're talking about that does this measurement. That would be like important. Like, how does it do it, and what is it dependent on? That would, of course, be the one big question. And the other would be, what is the point of the plumb? Because you're saying you're hanging the plumb from the drone.
Yeah, it's just a physical. It's a physical. It's not to measure plumb per se, because it'll be moving around just a little bit, right? But it's just to get a physical measurement instead of hanging a tape measure off it. Just so that plumb is exactly 100 meters long, so the same height off the surface of the water as what the laser beam first starts. So you've got a reference point, a physical reference point, so you can actually physically see it. Okay, that's the only reason.
Is it so? It's not to measure plumb; it's to know the 100-meter distance.
Exactly right. It's only to measure the 100-meter distance.
I get it.
It's not to measure. It's not because it won't stay perfectly plumb.
Exactly. That was my.
Exactly right. Yeah. No. It's not to measure plumb. It's just to have some sort of physical reference as well as the electronical reference as well. It's kind of doubling up a bit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. Then that sounds good. I'd of course still wonder what the actual software is that determines the or that does the measurement. But if that's all in order, then yeah, that would be a interesting test. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I don't know the software. It's something Kosho, when actually writing, was speaking about as far as the phone is concerned. I don't really know about that sort of stuff. But anyway, when they were talking about that sort of stuff, and then Geo came up with shooting these laser beams up vertically and doing a similar sort of thing to register the divergence. Anyway, when he said that, this idea just kind of popped into my mind. So there's kind of two ideas going around at the moment to measure the divergence of two plumb laser beams pointing up in the air, and also to measuring it with this drone that has this technology on it. And anyway, yeah, I just threw in the idea about the horizontal one over water. So then we have a physical reference point, being the water itself, to compare things against. Not that it'll ever probably get done, but anyway, it was just an idea. Yeah.
All right. I think it's time to go and breakfast. So I might be back later today, but we'll see.
Okay.
So have a good one, everyone.
you get used to it, I guess, in a way. But this is a very strange experience, isn't it?
What's that, Merle?
Well, you're sort of going along in your life, and then one day you sort of find out that, you know, where you thought you were, you might not be, and it's like, fuck. Like sometimes it just hits me. You know, I'll be, after all these years and all the conversations and the debates, you know. So,
why does it hit you that hard, Merle? You know,
I think I just wasn't expecting it, Bansor. Like, lying's one thing, right? Like, saying you've got like a cool car, or how did you get to school? Oh, I flew a helicopter. You know, my mum just dropped me. You know, but lying about, say, the whole entire world and what that is, I just didn't realize that potentially could even be lied about. I guess that was my.
Okay, well, I'll put it to you this way: like before this realization, did you have faith in the government or any governments, like around the world? Like, yeah, did you
in Bob Hawke and a lot of them, like Malcolm Fraser, Paul Keating, like they were all capable people. I guess I did have more trust in the Australian ways and us as a country. I knew there was corruption, especially with Joh Bjelke-Petersen and people like that. But I and Alan Bond. It's what, you know, I was a bit young to really get my head around what was going on, but I could kind of see that some of the Aussies had got into the bigger stakes.
Yeah.
So,
see, me myself, I've had more faith in the say the Australian people per se, the Australian way of life, but the Australian government, right, or any government, I've never had time for any of them, even though I think we have had some excellent political characters in Bob Hawke, like I actually quite like Gough Whitlam. I actually really like Paul Keating myself because he was very quick-witted, right? These and even to a certain degree, people like Sir Joh, right? Because these were characters, you know what I mean? But that's all I saw them as, like just a character. But the actual government themselves, like yes, the government itself, as far as our basic infrastructure and stuff, your schools and roads and blah blah blah, all that sort of stuff. No real dramas there. But like in the bigger scheme of things, always had absolutely zero trust in them, either side. And I was brought up in a very staunch Labor household, great grandparents, parents, and stuff. So technically speaking, I probably should be Labor. But I've seen many different governments, Merle, both Liberal and Labor, and when you look at it, when these governments get voted in, your life doesn't get any better, doesn't get any easier for whatever particular reason. It just seems to like meander along the same kind of path that it meanders along with. So, to me, it was like, oh man, damn, it can be flat, rah rah rah, but it hasn't like knocked me on my ass like say perhaps you, like it hasn't taken me off guard at all. it was just like another realization, I suppose, about things. It's just like, okay, then cool. Well, they've lied to me about everything else, so this is just another one to add to the list.
I guess
so to speak.
Some of my friends too, like that aren't here anymore. I kind of think sometimes, like they spent their whole lives, not knowing.
Mm-hmm.
And that to me is just amazing. And so the fact that some of us, sort of know at least an alternative, even as an idea, yeah, to me that's kind of quite incredible, really. And I think it's such a big, yeah.
Yeah, when you say, friends that aren't here, I presume now passed on. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
so do you think that they're in a worse place because they didn't actually know? But there you go.
No.
There you go. So, because wherever you are, what the shape is, wherever you are, like, and wherever you go, I don't think what we're living on is really going to be determination of where you get. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Philosophically, though, every decision you make has something to do with your philosophy.
Yeah, I look at people very differently now. Like I can see it. It's not me reading into things. It's like there's just this obliviousness. Like it wouldn't even dawn on some people. But for real,
you don't recognize the obliviousness until you realize what they don't realize.
But do you think that a monk sitting on the top of Mount Tibet doing his monkey things, right, and he's in his own
monkey things.
His monkey things, exactly right. And he too was brought up thinking that he was.
I pictured a monk doing like an ape impression.
Yeah, well, we came from apes, didn't we?
Yeah, that's right. He doesn't believe that, I don't think. He probably just believes he becomes an ape in another life.
Yeah. Do you think his self-realization is any less because he actually thought that he was on a globe?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do too.
Well, less is relative, but I think that there's a certain amount of awareness that the stillness that you're feeling while you're meditating isn't just, an illusion. Knowing that the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not spinning.
Well,
it's a settling of the mind.
Yeah.
And I think if you're really trying to get into the deepest state of meditation, and you think that, I must be going 1,000 miles per hour and then another 66,000 miles or whatever, 1,000 miles per hour this way, that way, it's like an unconscious contradiction that you don't realize you were living with until you realize it wasn't true.
Yeah, but see, I never really, because we were all brought up that way. I never really myself, even though I was hanging upside down on a ball when I was thinking this, ever thought to myself that I was spinning, moving, gyrating, bobbling and wobbling.
That's what I thought that as soon as you gave your answer that it didn't affect you, and I said, well, that's probably because he didn't ever believe it to begin with, in a literal way.
Yeah, possibly, but maybe I was too caught up in my own bullshit or whatever. But I never really thought about it, too much, and that's kind of why I related it back to Mr. Monkey doing his thing. Him getting to where he needs to be because he's going to believe in what he's going to believe in.
Right, but I think that there's something that about his meditation that connects him with things in a more literal way.
Possibly.
And if it's not just a belief that he's meditating about, maybe a literal connection to the solitude and stableness that he feels or whatever. But I was going to say, I think most people, if not all, to some degree at least, intuitively know we're not spinning. I never thought about it literally my whole life, you know, and it's not like I didn't really. If I was asked, I guess I would answer that we are, but I never really thought it was true in a more literal sense at all.
I guess too, Ben.
Maybe it doesn't affect.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't affect you as much as that. Go ahead.
Well, I guess I was caught in a lot of the make believe, if I'm being honest too. So now I know that there's like a true story almost. Out of all the stories, there's this true one, but I don't know what that is. And that to me, well, it's like there's all these philosophies and all these conversations and ideas, but out of all of it, if I knew that, say, next summer or something, the truth, you know, it's like a movie about the truth. It's the all-encompassing truth about everything. That's a movie I'd go see.
But if you and I went to a party, if the movie was about you and I going to a party and we stayed next to each other the whole time at the party and left together, and our interpretation or, you know, whatever we are going to tell about that party, each of our stories are going to be different, even though we're both there to witness it.
Yeah.
So you're never going to have one true story.
Well, I guess I figure we're all going to die anyway, right? So wouldn't it be good to find out the actual truth before we die, if we could find it?
What would that do for you?
I don't know. That's for there to be that many lies, to me, it must be kind of significant.
What would it take for you to know that it's the truth?
I think somehow you'd know. I think almost you'd hear the words and it would just almost awaken it. You know, you'd know. Somehow.
Kind of like the reason you're not spinning is because the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not spinning. The way that resonates.
Mm-hmm.
You just know that's the case when you realize that. Well, you know, you've looked into the
I've
lie
had that
enough to
moment
know
too.
That rings true. It resonates.
Yeah, I've had that moment, Dave.
Do you believe in a biblical existence and creation, Mel?
No, not really. But I think it's like metaphorical and analogous and all those like it's a story, another story.
Okay.
But there's some deep things about us, and if you want to say the realm itself, but still breadcrumbs in the big scheme of things.
Yeah. So, do you think we were created by a creator?
Yeah, some kind of supreme intelligence. Yeah, and
whatever name you want to attribute to that, I don't really. It's neither really here nor
there.
But a creator. You actually believe that? Okay.
There's too many things about the Earth for it to be just a random accident that just don't make sense at all.
True. Yeah. I agree, Mel. So that creator, right, gave us the gift of free will. Yeah, you'd agree with that? Okay, then. So unfortunately, with that free will, right, you're always going to have deception.
Yeah.
So you'll never know the truth about anything. Well, you know, some things you will, but you know what I mean. There is always going to be deception in your life. So you'll never know the answers to all things because we as a species have this free will, right? And we make decisions all the time. Okay, and some people are going to pick good, some people are going to pick evil, right? And you know, we've got to navigate our way through these paths of deception. But you are always going to have people that want more, that strive for more, and they're going to do that through deception, and you'll never know the reasons why or the truth behind these things. You just have to accept that these things happen. So you'll never know all truths. You'll never know them all.
And that's the true story.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Or fortunately, because if you were told everything, shout out to Issa, I see him in here. What's up, Issa? If you you were never deceived, what would you have to wake up from?
Yeah, what up, brother? I'm listening, and I'll be in like 15, 20.
I just stole your line. That's why I was shouting you out.
Yo, do it. Do the whole fucking routine, bro.
I probably do have it down by now. Yeah, I couldn't do it as good. That's
run it. Oh yeah, I'll be right. I'm listening. I'll come in and
no worries.
I won't shut the fuck up in about 15 minutes.
All right.
Oh, good.
I've got the mute button ready, Isa.
I'm gonna mute myself and just say all the words along with you.
Fucking
practice.
Yeah, if I was a devious fuck, man. If I was a devious fuck, we'd have a cult, dude. You know.
If you were what as fuck?
If I was what? So if I was devious.
Devious as fuck? Oh, you are though, a little bit. I heard you actually being pretty devious on here just yesterday or the day before. You were pretty devious. You were actually raging.
You know, I'd have to kick Bandsaw out of the cult because he'd be calling me out.
That would be devious.
But you know, like deep down, these I'm on your side with the way you think about those things that happen anyway. So, but anyway, it is what it is.
You know, Bandsaw, I hear it when you talk about any of these topics. You're so 100% fire, dude. I'll be right back.
Yeah, and maybe other people don't know Issa as well as I do, maybe, or heard him as much as I have. But yeah, like that's not his attitude typically. It's like he was acting out because it's the opposite of what the demeanor he usually keeps.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. And so it was like when you keep yourself boxed up like that, or you know, and not boxed up necessarily. When you keep yourself so calm for too long, when you actually get rage, you rage even harder.
Oh yeah, it's get the fuck out of my house. Stop.
No, actually, that's not true. He rages all the time, but you know, not in the way he was the other day. Too many peaceful hippie songs are gonna make you rage out sometimes. Have you heard his song "Not Spinning"?
I've heard a few of them actually. Yeah, I've clicked on a few of them.
Not spinning. I love that one because it's just like how many times do I have to tell you I'm not fucking spinning?
Not fucking spinning. Bloody hell.
And it's a true story. That's the true story, Merle. That's all you need. It's a true story. That everything Bandsaw just said about you're not going to always get the truth. That's the true story. And the only thing you can rely on is those things that ring true. Like the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not spinning.
Well, I don't want to be controversial, but I think if some of us want to lift the veil and move forward, we should be allowed to.
Well, who's asking? You don't have to ask permission. We already have moved forward.
Just
Just go into and with like a sledgehammer.
Well then,
don't depend on them to tell you what you can do and can't do. That's the freedom you already have.
If that's what you want to do, Mel, go and do it. I don't know what it's going to achieve, but
do the Adolf. It's like, you know how you can go on a ghost tour. You could do like an Adolf rerun because he tried to get all the occult, like the Ark of the Covenant, all the scepters. You know, trying to unlock the portal.
Yeah. But you are more entitled, and you do have the freedom to do what you want and say what you want. Now, unfortunately, these things come with consequences. right?
Yeah.
They do, because everything has consequences. Like, freedom of speech. Everyone has the freedom of speech. Anyone can say whatever they want, but you don't have freedom of consequences. That's what you don't have, right? Because there's consequences for all your actions and all your speech. Okay. But
and the reason that you're talking about the narrative of Adolf and portholes is because of free speech, and it's probably not a true story.
Mm.
But if you feel that you want to do something, don't bottle it up. Do it. But obviously, too, you got to think your way through it and how you're going to do it, and what's the best way to go and to achieve that what you want to do. Going to Parliament House with the sledgehammer banging down the door. I probably wouldn't recommend doing that if I'm being completely honest. But
and what's it going to do anyway? You're not going to force them to tell you.
Well, that's it. I sussed it out a little bit at first. I mentioned it to the police and a counsellor, and the police.
That when you were in your underwear in the front yard?
No, that was another time.
Okay.
But yeah, like I have sussed it out, and a lot of people. See, this is what I heard early on, and I have tested this. So what was said was, no one knows what's going on. Basically, that's what Dell said to me.
Yeah.
He goes, after going to the street and talking to people, he could just see that no one really knew where we were, right?
Mm-hmm.
So who knows what's going on? And then you go up, like, does the president know? Do the heads of the military know? Like, and when you really start to break it down, like, it has been compartmentalized, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I think if all the civilians of the Earth knew that for real, that it's not what we've been told, I think people would be surprised at their heart reaction. I think it would stop people. They'd almost have to sit down.
Mm-hmm.
But once it sinks
don't you think a lot of those people might act out in a way that wouldn't necessarily be beneficial for the whole?
Well, that's what I mean, because it could hit so many different people in so many different ways. And I think they road tested it with us in a way we're doing their dirty work. I've always kind of felt that. It's like, because they didn't step forward, right, and come clean. They waited for the honest people, in air quotes, to step forward and kind of address it non-violently. And I mean, the point of the exercise was to get, sharpen up your swords. So when it comes down to it, we can articulate ourselves. And I think we've done really well. Like, I'm proud of us, the ones that have gone the distance, because you've got to be strong.
Mm.
It really takes some stamina, this.
I'd say more so for the ballers.
Yeah, I actually think
they got to stick around trying to defend the ball. That's got to be hard. I couldn't do it. Go ahead.
I actually think it's really easy to do myself.
Yeah.
I don't see it as a task. I don't see it that way.
Yeah.
But how would you? If you had to defend the 8 pants off, you had to defend the ball. Wouldn't you see it as a task?
Oh yeah, doing what they've got to do, putting all that gobbledygook in my head, trying to make sense.
But if you had to defend it, now that it's not true, it would seem like laboring, wouldn't it?
Exactly right. It'd be a task. It'd be a chore. It'd be something I'd dread almost. But
right.
Yeah, but just to live it and just to breathe it and realize it and just get on with life. You know, you want to jump on my boat, fantastic. But you know what? If you don't want to jump on my boat, well, there's room for more. You're not the only one. You know, it's got
yeah.
to
How do you
really.
fight? How do you fight the unbeatable? Like another line actually, something you said the other day was, and I agreed with that. So I remember what he was saying about when you realize that you're. I mean, the argument that the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not spinning, and that not only that, but everything looks flat, and
Mm-hmm.
it's just what you observe. You cannot beat that. You could try to convince someone that that's not the case, but when someone feels like they've realized that's the case, you can just there's no way to argue against that.
Yeah. No. True that. But, and you know, you shouldn't look at it, I don't think, Merle, as a task.
Really. I don't look at it as a task.
Okay. Cool.
The stamina part is like for me anyway.
Jim Panda, that's what makes it feel like
oh my
going in
god.
there.
Yeah.
Well,
anyway.
for me, it's been more about a mind expansion, right? But sometimes when you're dealing with, again, mainstream normies, sometimes, right? To me, they're kind of stuck on like a hamster wheel.
Mm-hmm.
And for me personally, I got off. So what's a chore for me is listening to somebody in that mind frame.
And you know what? We've talked about this, probably maybe 80, at least maybe 50 to at least to 80% of those people probably know it's flat, and they're just there to argue that side for whatever reason. I mean, even if it's just cognitive dissonance that they're still thinking it might, but the fact that they're even here talking to us about it means that, hey, they either know it already, they think we might be right, or there's some ulterior motive like agents or whatever. And so that's what makes it laboring, because they're there as a job for whatever reason. They see it as a task to and you thinking that you could convince them, especially if they're hired, that's never going to happen. Or if they're, decided to that extent, they're there for reasons that aren't going to make them come to, be convinced by you. And even if you could get to the government or whoever you're going to put the sledgehammer on, you're never going to convince them to tell us the truth and keep that as a promise. So if that's your goal, that's got to be frustrating.
I mean, I'd keep a lot of it simple, really, in retrospect. But the explanations I've heard and the reasoning to refute what I'm saying sometimes has been hilarious. It's so I don't laugh out loud, but inside I'm just like, especially when it comes to water. Like I've argued for water for years. Like honestly,
Merle in a fish tank.
It's just so simple, but.
Well, you can take the extreme, like the thing that a lot of flat earthers say is like, unicorns are pulling me down, keeping me to the ground. That's gravity to me, or whatever. But if you put it in a literal sense where they're arguing, you might as well just substitute that, and they're just yelling at you like, yes, unicorns do keep us put to the ground. Science says so. It's a fact, and that's how ridiculous that the claim sounds when you realize that's just ridiculous. Thinking that you're upside down and right side up every day.
They don't want to really get into it though. Like, if you really think about it, like how gravity could even do something like that on that scale.
Yeah, exactly. It's silly. Especially when it's only a pseudo force, not a real force. Right? It just because the weight, gravity just means weight. Another line Issa says all the time. It's all. I mean, it is what it is, though. I've heard other people say it too. That's all it means is weight. Gravity just means weight, and that's the density of something. And the acceleration is a real thing, but you know, that's debatable. It's just the rate at which things find their equilibrium or some kind of force.
Yeah, it's trying to explain that, you know, this thing we call relative density. I mean, we had someone in here yesterday saying it's not relative density, it's the ether. I think he said.
Yeah.
So were you here for that, Mel?
Yes, Steve.
Steve, yeah. And I actually pushed back on him a little bit, only because, right, you know, the ether to me is just as magical as what gravity is. Right, you're just replacing, you know, gravity with another word, ether. In a roundabout way, and I was trying
just as unprovable, maybe just as unprovable.
Yeah, exactly right, Dave. Exactly right. And you know, and I think deservedly so. You know, give him a little bit of pushback, because you're not just going to, you know, throw out words and saying, you know, this is it, and not expect someone to question you on those words and have something to back it up.
He had like heat, volts, current, and something else.
Frequency.
Frequency, yeah.
Yeah. The heat. Sorry, not frequency. Magnetism. Magnetism. Yeah.
Electrostatic.
And that's the ether.
And he'd worked with electricity like his whole life, pretty much.
Yeah,
like he knew
all about it. It was a Sparky. That was his trading. You know, he's a Sparky, and yeah, you know, there's evidence of all these things everywhere, all the time. But just saying that the ether is responsible for these things, well, show me how it's responsible. Let's see if we can manipulate this magical word called ether, you know, and isolate it. You know, just like we tell the ballers, okay, and let's isolate gravity. Right, so now gravity is no longer a factor. You know, if you're going to call it gravity, well, let's isolate it. You know, when they talk about the Cavendish experiment, and, you know, it's due, you know, because mass is attracting mass. Well, okay, then now, you know, the Cavendish experiment is because of ether. Okay, well, let's isolate ether. You know, prove to me that, you know, something I can't see, that we can manipulate it and maneuver it and isolate it and these sorts of things. You know, some things you just ain't gonna know. You know, you just have to be happy with whatever explanation kind of makes best sense, I suppose, in your own head.
Yeah. And as long as you're, I mean, yeah, claiming ether is just as good as claiming gravity. So that's the way you can at least, you know, put it out there as such. You know, well, if you're going to claim gravity, I could say ether just the same way.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and then we have things like the ether band. You know, Travis's ether band for, you know, his photos, and it's like this. It's okay then. Well, you know, let's.
Travis's ether band. I didn't hear about that.
Oh, you haven't heard about his ether band?
No, that's all right. I'll let Travis say it sometime.
Yeah.
But unless you want to try to sum it up. But yeah.
Oh no, basically that what we see on the with long distance optical, you know, photography, the miraging, the Fata Morganas, the refraction, and all that sort of stuff. It's because of the ether band. We are looking through an ether band. So that atmosphere that we're looking through now, he kind of recoined it, calling it the ether band.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's an interesting point there, maybe as far as light goes and magnetism, because have you ever watched Dan Dimensions, that channel, his stuff at all?
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Dan Dimensions, he does some good stuff on light, and one of the things that made a lot of sense that he's brought up is that the sun may be working to pull, you know, it's activating the gases, you know, the different gases, the different layers of gases in the atmosphere, you know, and that's why we see all those colors with the sunset, pulling.
Yep.
The sun's pulling away, and we're seeing that. We're seeing it all condensed in the distance. All the layers and the different colors start to come out. And how could those? And that's consistent, and that makes sense why the sky is blue. Like, now you can answer that question if that's the case. The sky is blue because of the argon gas, or I think it's the argon, right? It's in that that's being held in the sky, and it's being excited by the sun, and so that's why when the sun goes away, it's not being excited any longer. So Dan Dimensions does a really good job with a magnet, and uses neon lights and neon and argon. He has all the different neon light tubes. He's pulling the light with the magnet.
Yeah.
But so how could it? That's another good claim for said dome or firmament, because how would the gases be so consistently same color, or at least close to that color every day, if they weren't being held in? They were just dissipated. Wouldn't we get a lot of different tones to it, or fade? Wouldn't we see a fading effect if that was the case? If it was just being slowly pulled out into space, how would it always be the same color if it wasn't being trapped in by something?
Yeah, well, there's got to be some sort of encapsulation of sorts, whatever that is.
Yep, and the double rainbow is a pretty good proof for that. It's the other good one I've heard for the dome.
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah, definitely heard that one too.
So the spacing between it, the thickness of the dome, and they're always consistently the same spacing apart, and the colors are reversed. The colors being reversed, and the fading of the second rainbow can be reproduced with a curved glass that has a certain thickness, and you're getting the reflection off the inside of the glass and the outside of the glass, the two surfaces. And the outside surface is causing the second rainbow to be separated by the thickness of the glass, and also reversing the colors and fading the light because it goes through the glass. Not that it's saying it's glass necessarily, but something of that sort seems it would indicate that would be one explanation at least. But what a dome that would be, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus.
Yeah. What do you think about some sort of superfluid being up there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You would think though that you would see rippling or some kind of watery, more of a consistent watery effect. Maybe you would think maybe seems more solid.
Well, maybe, but if it's fairly undisturbed, you know what I mean?
I guess, but wouldn't you think it would be? How could it be a fluid and be fairly undisturbed? And curved. They would have to curve over the whole area as a fluid, which we already know from our flat Earth logic that water doesn't bend.
Well, yeah. So I think what was his Steve, who was in here yesterday, said it wasn't a dome; it was a flat ceiling. I think he said flat ceiling, didn't he, Merle? A flat ceiling. Yeah.
Why did he think that? Why did he think that?
Oh, actually, I didn't get to question him about it, because when I questioned him a little bit, he kind of got his nose out of joint a little bit because I was questioning him.
So flat ceiling and ether. Fox Earth, huh?
Yeah,
or box dome or whatever. Flat dome.
Yeah.
He's a flat domer, huh?
A flat domer, exactly. 4 walls and a ceiling. be interesting. That'd be interesting. So, so it's funny. I do. It's funny when you sent me that message. I think it was yesterday, Dave.
Yeah.
When I'm listening to someone, yeah, put a whole different perspective on things.
Right.
Yeah.
You just gotta pretend it's crypto trolling you, and it's hilarious.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's like it's the most brilliant scattergun of nonsense I've ever heard.
I know he covers like 300 topics in 2 seconds. He's a bit like Witsit in that way, actually. He's a little bit like
if
Witsit.
Witsit was Rain Man and Rumpus combined. Yeah, I've gotten to enjoy it. I've stopped trying to figure it out. It's just much better just sit in awe of it. Just sit in awe of it and just like wait for other people's reactions. I heard him on the other day with who was it? I start scanning for him now because he was on with, I think it was Paid Nasa Shill or somebody like that just wasn't. I just knew wasn't going to have it. You know, I think it was maybe a mailman or whatever. Mailman was trying to convince Mailman there was an eclipse every month, and
was it Mailman or Moyoc? Oh yeah.
Moyoc,
That's right. Yeah. No, he wasn't having a bar of it at all. Yeah,
right. I'm like, oh, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. I'm gonna listen to this.
I fell into the trap of asking him some questions once, and I went,
I heard that too. That was good. That was really good. You drove him away. In fact, you were forcing him to admit that the nonsense was nonsense, and wouldn't let it just continue with the rant of numbers and references of historical irrelevance.
Yeah, that's right.
I gotta go. Okay, see you later. Yeah, we're gonna continue. And you're like, we're gonna continue this. Okay, well, next time we're gonna leave right off where I left off. Okay, we're gonna start right off where I left off, with the logical conclusion of these things. Some kind of sense.
I want something practical. Mate.
Right?
Something practical. Yeah, exactly.
You put it to Nate the same way. I think I heard you do it twice. You put Nate down with. They put it down to Nate the same way that Isu was trying to do, in a way that he could understand, or a way he could, like, you're walking him through it. That was good. Yeah. It's amazing, because that's what becomes so interesting for us. The psychology of it, and for them, they're studying us, wondering how it is we could stop believing something that they still think is matter of fact, and we're interested in how they could still believe what we used to think was matter of fact.
See, I get lost, Dave, with all the gobbledygook. You know what I mean? Like, it just goes way over my head. It's just like, back the truck up a bit here. Let's get back down here on Earth. I want some practicality. Show me this practically, right? What you're talking about, I like to be able to understand things on a simplistic level, and I don't think that's too much to ask for, because if you're going to throw in all this gobbledygook, right? Well, firstly, you don't even understand the gobbledygook. It's just something you've read somewhere anyway. It's not even your field. So you're talking about something without any expertise to start off with. You're just regurgitating some rubbish. So let's see if you understand that rubbish. All right, break it down for me very, very simply.
Yeah, and not even that it needs to be maybe simple as something they would jump on and say, see, he's so simple, he doesn't get it. But common sense is the better word maybe to use. Or practical.
Yeah.
That's what I've always said, that this is a war between common sense and consensus.
He was talking about, was it Nate? Or I think it was Nate, talking about spectroscopy. All right, and they point this little this little tool at a star, all right? And with the light that goes into it, they can now tell me what the star is made up of.
Right.
Okay, then, like how?
Methane.
Yeah,
Right.
like how? How
They
did
can tell
explain
you.
to me
They can
how
even
does that
tell
happen?
that thing. That thing will tell them that Uranus smells like farts.
Exactly right. So,
Yeah.
so we capture these photons, right, that have been hurtling for billions and billions of light years for starters, right? Apparently, and then we can capture them in this little machine, and we can register what they're made up of. And I asked him a very simple question. I say, so does is it influenced by the medium? And he goes, well, yes. And I said, okay, then. So these things that the star is made up of, hydrogen, helium, oxygen, or whatever, all these different gases, right, are actually, these photons are passing through all these gases, right, before they hit your little machine. Well, not in outer space. I said they've got to go through, if nothing else, they've got to go through our atmosphere before they even get to the machine, right? So they are traveling through these different layers of gases. So they're going to be affected somehow. So how have you isolated, right, the influence of our atmosphere and space, right, to guarantee that you're getting the reading from the star? I said, you can't do it. It doesn't make logical
From the
sense.
star that's trillions of light years away.
Exactly right. Well, there's nothing in space. I said, rubbish, there's nothing in space. I said, there's something in space, and that something is going for 1 billion light years. So even if it's only one little bit every 1 light year, it's still hitting something every single time before it gets to us, and then it goes through our atmosphere before it gets to that machine. And you're now telling me, voila, stars are made up of unicorn farts. Like, come on, give me a break. Come on.
Well, you just don't understand. If you understood
Exactly.
spectroscopy, we could have this conversation. But obviously you don't.
Yeah, exactly. So it goes, oh, but we've tested it here on Earth. I said, how did you do that? Well, we pass the light through medium of different gases. Okay, then. So for how long? Oh, maybe in a fish tank. We fill up a fish tank with say argon or helium or hydrogen or whatever the case may be, and we can get this. I said, but these things are all in our atmosphere, Nate. These things are all in our atmosphere, so you haven't isolated anything whatsoever. Or you're telling me that it's guaranteed that the light is going to be passing through this medium that's mixed up of all these different things. You haven't isolated a damn thing at all. But anyway.
Right. It's the epitome of the sorcery that the whole thing is based on. It's like, well, at some point it seems like what must have happened is, they realized that there's always been stories about the stars in the sky and the myths and the connections of the stars and the astrology and the things that people believed that the sky was what meant or what it was doing for what reasons and how. And to own the sky, to own what space or whatever that is up there, at some point they decided that they were going to make a true religion. And the true religion would be based on science, and that's where scientism becomes a faith. And you can then have these special instruments that are too expensive for anyone to buy, and too complicated of whatever the reasons are that they say certain things happen, the jargon that they attach to it. Whether they're even seeing anything or reading anything is a mystery sometimes. And so you could just create it from scratch and then tell them it's not just a theory, but it's true. And then that's a religion. That's why it is the one world religion.
Yeah. And I think I said to him as well, Dave, that show me where this has been tested over a long distance, say of 2 or 3 kilometers, right, in pitch blackness in the middle of nowhere, and 3 kilometers away you light a fire just using pure oxygen, or pure helium, whatever it is. So you can see this little globe, this little itsy bitsy glow on the horizon, and you point this machine at this little itsy bitsy glow on the horizon and tell me it's made up of pure hydrogen or helium or oxygen or whatever the case may
Would you
be.
believe it? Would you believe it, right? You wouldn't even believe it if someone told you they could do that on Earth, is your point, right?
Exactly.
But you think because it's space, it's totally true. It has to be, right?
Yeah. You guys got me thinking started about the spectroscopy. It's like, back in the day, it's like people used to go to the astrologer and like, the information was like, and it still is like, you get a certain swath of people that want to hear about how, their dead brother's cousin is trying to tell them to do something, you know what I mean? And then you've got the other side of it where it's like, now it's become, well, no, we know that this color means that this proton means that this whatever. But if you think about it, and that got me thinking, like, about the argument about gas pressure, how they use the atmosphere as their argument of gas pressure, right? Like it's the same thing as like, well, we knew she was a witch because she didn't drown or she drowned. You know what I mean? Or we knew she was in it. We knew she was innocent because she drowned. You know what I mean? Like, these people have always had that, like, like case in point example of like they have no microcosm, so they just go ahead with like it's good enough to drown the witch. Oh well, she wasn't a witch because she's dead. Like they've always had that. Like that's their logic. That's their formula.
Like if your heart is if what is it? Your heart's heavier than a feather or something like that, which is like it's always going to be heavier than a feather. But if it's lighter than a feather, then that means you're going to heaven or something like that, right?
Or just that idea of like if you throw the witch in the water and she drowns, she was innocent. And if she and if she floats, you have to burn her.
Right.
That's how we know she's a witch.
Right.
It's like, wait, what? It's perfectly reasonable for them. It's perfectly reasonable.
Two bad choices. That's usually the case with a lot of things. They're giving us two stories, two narratives with all these psyops and everything else, and they're both lies. One's acting like they're calling the other one out, and so you get two choices of what to believe, and then there's all these sub choices of what could actually be the case. Like with 9/11, like you might say it's Bush or all these other things, but if you start saying there was no airplanes and nobody died or anything like that, too far. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was going to say a quote from Ezra Pound. I was reading it the other day. The technique of infamy is to start two lies at once and get people arguing heatedly over which is the truth.
That's great. Who was that again?
Ezra Pound.
Ezra Pound. Pound.
Yeah. Have you ever read Ezra Pound, dude? Do you even know him?
No, I haven't. Nope.
Oh, dude, he was like, dude, they put him in like crazy bins and fucking all kinds of shit because he was it's kind of an interesting story because like he's meant to be this great anti-Semitic figure, you know what I mean, like and like there's just controversial shit surrounding him, but you look to his shit and it's like he's straight up spitting facts and he's just getting lambasted for it. And he had a guy, I forget what the guy's name was, who wrote a book about him. Oh man! But there's a famous picture of him because this one guy did a biography on him, and at the very end of the biography, he's taking a picture of him as he tells him that the author's Jewish, and he's all like yuck, and like and it's just like that's his famous, like they did him so dirty. Ezra Pound, man, check him out.
I think I might have found that picture already. I'm going to post it. Tell me if this is the picture. Go ahead. Bandsaw.
No. I'm just looking at him now on Wiki, actually. Oh, look at that
picture. Is that the picture you're talking about?
I don't think that's the pic. I don't know if that's the picture, but that is Ezra Pound. I don't think that's the picture for some. But there's a famous picture where he's like grim.
So he was like an Eric Dubé telling the truth about the Jews, huh?
That's a tough
I'm
correlation.
not saying that he knows the truth about the Jews. I'm just saying he was kind of, you know what I'm saying? He was for his time. He was seen that way.
Yeah, very misaligned. Yeah, in that, yeah, you know, and big up Eric Dubé wherever he is. I haven't fucking big up that dude, but yeah, Ezra Pound is his thing though, for sure.
Are you talking?
Cool.
Oh yeah, Eustace Mullins. That's the guy I was thinking of. Eustace Mullins was the guy that went and studied from Ezra Pound, and like he vindicated a lot of Ezra Pound. A guy named Eustace Mullins. Pretty interesting dude.
Okay.
Was it the picture of him with the Heil Hitler salute?
Which one?
Oh, hold on.
No, he wouldn't have done that at the end of the interview. Or maybe, unless if you wanted to piss off the Jew or something.
Well, he's definitely pictured doing that. If this is the same guy, let me
see.
Let me post it. Hold on, give me 2 seconds. I'll just post it.
But yeah, that's interesting though. The more interesting part, maybe than the picture, at least, is that with the quote. That's exactly what the strategy they've been using forever.
But I wonder, because he could be looking out into the future. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know those pictures, man. It's like, you know, he could be waving to a friend across the fucking shore. Like, I really don't know.
Oh, that one there. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying is these bastards did him so dirty. He got put in isolation. He was in prison for half of his life. They did him so dirty.
Yeah.
You know, he's waving to some little kid in a stroller, and they're like, "He's a Nazi."
Yeah. Just like they're saying with the what was the latest one? The honking is
right. Honking.
Yeah.
If you go honk honk, that's code for Heil Hitler, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Really?
Same thing.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Dude, chick was on the Canadian, like she was in the Canadian Parliament, and she said that.
That's crazy.
Shameless.
Yeah. Right. Like this kid's over, you know what I mean? Like I said, like Ezra Pound's probably waving at a little boy in a stroller, and like, you know, fucking,
right, exactly.
Get rid of that.
Well, was he a supporter of? Was he a Nazi supporter, or what was his whole deal?
I think not. From what I garnered, he was just not political. He was pissed. Like he was just like, "What the fuck?" Like, you know, it was again. He's the guy who said that they create two lies and get everyone fighting over it. So he knew exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Says he was a major figure in the early modernist poetry movement and a fascist collaborator in Italy during World War II.
Yeah, well, if he's a fascist collaborator, then so's fucking George Soros.
There you go. Well, that actually is true about George Soros.
The debate right there, and that fucking debate.
Well, I mean, but it's true about George Soros, isn't it?
Yeah, he was like a young kid that the guy he was staying with was rounding up Jewish people's properties, and he would go with them.
Yeah, and it's amazing that these things are, you know, public knowledge, but not acknowledged. Kind of like you were talking about with Fauci the other day with the Beagles. I couldn't believe that.
Oh, dude, and Jimmy Dore is exposing the shit like nobody else, man. Like, dude, like the Ukrainian army just like the government just they're going all in on this slogan that was used by the Nazis in Ukraine. Like the Nazis, this video that Dore puts up, it's got a clip from these guys who are hardliners for the Ukrainian military, and they're like, "Look, we're Nazis. They fucking know it. And we're the badasses, and you're all fucked because you're a bunch of, you know, lames." He even goes, "We've been in a war for fucking like 10 years while you guys are over there fucking getting in the metaverse. You know what I mean? Like, you know, we're going to kick the shit out of you. And like, you know, you guys, it's like, you know, they're trying to have Ukraine be a major force in the world. Just like, because then that's the puppet of fucking Soros. You know, he's already bought off. This is why I think, yo, have you seen this Q? Like the Q shit is still interesting. The Russian, so like the biolabs in Ukraine just got found out, right? And now everyone's fine. Now everyone's admitting that there's biolabs, U.S. biolabs. Well, like it's interesting. There's some Russian something that just posted that Friday, this Friday, will be a good day for the world. And in one of the Q drops, it says like 11/3 will be the first marker. So it's March 11th is going to be this Friday. And it's kind of interesting how that this shit, because what I think's happened is, I mean, I'm on some way deep end hopium shit, but like, you know, the idea that like, you know, Trump is still the president. The military knows it. They just let it look like Biden is the president because China paid so much fucking money that they were going to, like an FBI sting, they were going to let these people go and hang themselves by their deeds. And they're just going to catch them in the act. And think about it. The only cost we're really having to deal with is higher gas prices. Which, God willing, if that's all we have to deal with, that's not bad. If in the end these bastards get caught.
I think the script does call for him to be back in 2024, and you know we're gonna have to go through some shit for people to, you know, not that they I think they really.
The lefties have to want Trump. It's only when the lefties want Trump back. It's only when these dipshits are like, "Oh my God." You know what I mean? Like
that's why it's got to get a lot worse before he comes back.
Right, because they're now just realizing like I mean shit, look for anybody to defend this clown right now. There's nobody that can defend this guy. You know?
Oh yeah.
I haven't met one person, and they're all realizing like, damn, I guess some mean tweets weren't so bad. But the point is that this is an information war. So the people need to come on board with the fact that you know, like either you're down for independent, you know, individual liberty or you're not. And if you're not for it, then this is the fight, you know, because fuck you if you're not for individual liberty. That's why my argument with the flat earthers was like, hey, you got to let ballers be ballers, because what we're asking for is the ballers to just let us be flat earthers. Like initially, anyway, right? Like initially, it was.
Well, we don't have to ask for permission, though. We just are.
Well, right. Well, no, we didn't. But I'm saying, like the hard work of those of us out here, like you gentlemen, for the last 5 years, has been making this conversation so that all of a sudden it's like, wow, it's not just a bunch of fucking cult member Christian nut jobs. It's some thinking motherfuckers that are out here with some manners that are actually know what the fuck they're talking about. And they're pro-American. You know, we're pro individual nationalistic liberty, right? You're pro you being an individual. You know what I mean? Like, you know,
right.
And
you were such a key factor for that being the case. You
all
really
of us were.
You know,
all of us were.
Yeah, but there's some key people like you and some other ones that I really appreciate, because I was a listener for a long time before I started talking.
Well, yeah, because this shit was controlled early on in a certain way, like anything. And then a bunch of us got our hands on it, and we were like, no. I think anyway, it's like, you know, it's just like, no. You're not going to divide us further. You know what I mean? Like, you know, we're not going to let that happen. Because, like, you know, and that's what I think the trick is to realize that these bastards want to divide and rule you. So once you realize that, you kind of got to be the antithesis to that, which is to make friends. But then also you have to have principles enough to kick out the dickbags. Like, you know what I mean? As much of a pacifist as I am, I'm all for putting the hammer through some fucking pedophile's head.
Right. Yeah. There's got to be lines drawn for sure. And I really do hope that you know, not that I hope that that any of that's more true than we're being told, but I hope that they're actually going after the people, and it's not just another put on that we feel like we busted this one guy. You got, you know, whoever it is, Epstein's either, you know, alive, out of jail, or dead, you know, was killed in jail or whatever, but he's taken out. But then what I heard was Richard Branson has the A-list island, and that's still going on. And it was just like, okay, we'll give you Epstein, but it's still going on.
That's crazy. I actually bumped into him once at an airport, and like a friend of mine actually gave him this book about the heart and everything anyway. But he was getting on a plane with some people from In Excess and I think Demi Hines' daughter, but they were off to his island. But you know what I mean? Like I actually like saw him getting on the plane, like, and going. So it is happening. Like he does have an island, And celebrities do go, and they go in a fucking private jet and everything.
Richard Branson now, or are you talking about ST?
Yeah, Richard Branson.
Yeah.
Bumped into him once.
I heard he's got the A-list island where like the the people we saw that were on that list, the people that have the real money have been going to Branson's Island doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I made a funny meme. Did you see the meme I put in? Speaking of Branson and sex, I'll put the meme I made up of Branson. It's kind of fitting. But yeah, there's some bullshit going on. But yeah, the other thing that I worry about too. I mean, not that Trump wouldn't be a better option than what we got. Not that I really think he would make all his own decisions. You know what I think? And you agree. A lot of it's theater, but I suspect if there's any kind of nefariousness that might come of him coming back into office and him also coming out with this truth app, and being the arbiter of what's true and what's not true is also a dangerous thing. You're calling out the fake news and then coming back and then putting a military guard on fake news, and the reaction of that is giving us less freedom of speech because
but you're dealing, you know what it is though?
It's true.
I look at it like an FBI sting. It's like it's like everybody agrees that they don't want heroin in their neighborhood. So in order to do that, they got to pose as the heroin addict. They got to buy the heroin. They got to fucking watch the heroin addict sell more heroin. Fucking, you know what I mean? Like they have to fucking just teeter along to get the fucking juice. And I think like that's what you're looking at. And I think even with Trump, it's just an archetype, because modern man needs to have an archetype. Psychologically, we have archetypes. People give them to themselves.
You see the meme I put in the live stream?
Yeah.
Aren't these virgin sex chairs awesome? Aren't these virgin chairs sexy? It's too much. I mean, that was just that whole thing with them, that whole space, billionaire space, whatever contest they were having, it's so fucking the epitome of where we're at. Those guys are the overly phallic spaceships and crazy. I mean, look at those chairs. I mean, what kind of spaceship chair is that? Really? Look at that little recliner. Like, there's no seatbelt. There's nothing. It's just like, but it's so fake. It's got to be real. Really, really fake is what I mean. It's so bad, and it was purposely bad. I think they've been totally. I think the whole space industry was built to spill, and they probably are going to reveal the truth, or just gaslight us forever. It's probably better if they gaslight us forever, because then we'll just be the cool kids at the party that know how ridiculous it is, and everybody else can just keep believing it. Because if the truth, if what we know is ever the majority, then we won't be the cool kids anymore. It'll just be they'll make something of it that'll disgust us. We'll have flat Earth taco stands and flat Earth burger places and shit. You know what I'm saying? Taco Bell owns the website already from a long time ago. Do you remember that? You said somebody looked into it. I think it's actually changed hands to one of their bigger owners now, but I think it's Nabisco or something. But at one point, Taco Bell in like 2016 or 2017 owned flatearth.com.
No way, really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, like it's the perfect, like if you were trying to divide the nation, specifically America, you know what I mean? Like, it's a great topic, because it just, they're trying to destroy the moon landing. That's why, like I've said, if I'm around a bunch of, like, Chinese communists, like you're damn sure we landed on the fucking moon. You know what I mean? But if you're like an intellectual and we're gonna have a conversation, well, we can question it and talk about it. You know what I mean? But otherwise, politically, we fucking went to the moon. That's why we're the greatest motherfucking planet on, nation on earth, bitch.
That's kind of the epitome of false pride, isn't it?
Well, no, because the point is, it's like I understand. It's like you're walking into the game. You know what I mean? Like, you
no,
know,
I know. Yeah.
if you're walking into the game,
deeper
if you're walking
understanding
into
of the
the
game.
game,
I understand that.
you got to have a jersey on. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and you can't, like, you know, and if you're just going to be a critic, you know, that's what I like about the Team America, if you will, is that it gives you the opportunity to shape it. Whereas it's not just some fucking, you know, some like, you know, monolith. It's like, you know, the American shit is that it's adaptable. It moves, it changes. That's why we have the best economy, et cetera. But we
Well,
also
you know what? You know what? An even better way of being proud of that fact is to say, yeah, they faked it. That was the achievement. The fact that people believed it was the achievement.
Right. Think of the value. Like that. Yeah, it's a great point. You know? Yeah. For 50 years, you fuckheads have bought it.
Right. Exactly. So you don't have to even try to be proud of something that was fake. You say, yeah, we did it. We did it first.
Well, here's what I find interesting too.
We continued on. And now everyone else has followed suit.
You might have the best economy, but we've got the best country.
Well, like look at right now, even too, you got also Space Force. You know, that's an interesting thing in it too, is it's like this, you know, extra branch of the military that the deep state maybe doesn't control. You know what I mean? And if that's the case, then, you know, let's go to Mars, boys. Get ready for Mars. I'm in, dude. I don't give a fuck.
Sign me up.
I think it's going to be the Outer Pounder Brigade. I think that's what they're going to need to fight the Outer Pounders or pretend to fight the Outer Pounders that they're psyoping us with. You know, or the other idea about the way, if they call it Space Force, and if you think about it, it could be like, you know, like you could interpret it as like forcing space away, like you're like, you know, like you're opposing space, you know, almost like it's the end of space, forcing it out of the picture.
Do you ever hear from Justin, Dave?
Yeah.
Jaws?
Yeah. We still message on DMs.
Yeah.
He's out here near me. Yeah. We're going to hang out at some point. I saw him when I was out here. We played some pool together. He's working all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, you say what's up?
I like
hang out.
Got all these random channels, like sometimes like not many subscribers, but you know, he'll put he's literally got about 10. He's making music as well.
GM?
Yeah.
He's making music?
Yeah.
No. Oh yeah, he was doing the beats. He was doing that with the sample stuff, yeah. He's not a singer-songwriter kind of guy, though. That's for sure. I sent him some music, because I say that because I sent him some music one time, and he's like, I don't like singing or instruments or something like, oh, okay, sorry, I didn't know you don't like singing with people singing with instruments. That's quite a standard to keep.
He's great. Yeah. He's had so many weird things happen to him. Fuck. Yeah, it's like whenever I hear your voice, Dave, it just makes me realize, because we were kind of like part of a, you know, like Poncho kind of evolved out of 3chan, right? And then it sort of became like a cult around him. And like the vigil on the couch. And we've all kind of been through something like an internet cult. And then it, you know, the Jez and Poncho moment. But then how it disbanded and then kept going with the PPC. That to me is the most interesting part, psychologically, what happened. Almost like Survivor or Squid Games before Squid Games. Don't you reckon?
I think Pete was always kind of this more the spectacle than the guru, though. It wasn't like we were a cult of people chanting what he was saying. It was more like he had the open channel for us to talk to each other and you know, laugh at his laugh more than anything. His laugh was the funniest thing about the whole thing.
Yeah, it's almost like a little bit like
laugh.
It's almost like a little bit like Gem Pandas, but it's a place where people, you know, can gather if need be.
Uh-huh.
But at one stage, especially with all the jet fuel hoax, I just noticed there are a lot of people there. Because we were going along like that for years, right? But once Jez and Poncho started looking into that jet fuel hoax, I swear to this day something happened. They were over the target, I reckon. Because the whole thing changed.
Yeah, well, at least he saw it. He saw it as it did seem like there was some kind of weirdness. You're right. Like people were jumping on him, and I think it was hard to tell if people were really just sick of him talking about it, or if they were trying to stop him from talking about it.
Yeah.
And then he took it as the latter, obviously, and started kicking out anybody to begin with that was opposing his stance on that. And I did the math for it too. I figured it out that it would have taken 3 swimming pools, the 3 average swimming pools of gas in each fill up for that to be possible. What they're saying. So I was on board with what he was talking about. But then I went into the whole tranny thing, and that's when he kicked us all out. We didn't agree with him about Bruce Lee or whatever.
Yeah.
So I thought of that as like that was like, again, sophisticated drama club op.
Mm-hmm.
How to divide people at every anytime those cats destroyed Free Chan, then they destroyed Poncho's shit. It's like, and then all they did was fucking attack people, make it fucking, and again, Flat Earth was like this divisive tool. And in my eyes, like the one, thing I'm proud of, I think, and I don't know how it's really going with anything other than what I'm involved in, but like, it's not as divisive as it once was. And they wanted to use it to completely divide the people. So like you had 2 camps, ballers and flat earthers, and you know what I mean? And that you just like, it was war. And like now I think all the flat earthers are just intellectually destroying ballers with the Socratic method and making nothing of it. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Whereas that's what
and we're at the point now where we should really have some sympathy for them.
Well, it's not even that. I mean, it's like, I think any point of it, you have some sympathy because, like you kind of said earlier about how, like, who are you to deprive anyone of that waking up process? And do you really want to associate with people who've gone through that waking up process without it being their own? Like, you know what I mean? Like, because then you've got a fake revolutionist. You know what I mean? And like, and that's a lot of problems because they're just argumentative.
Bugger the sympathy, self-inflicted pain.
We had like a Russian operative come in as well, in this guy called Nick, and then we implemented some of that Socratic method on each other. It got nasty, really nasty. Like slam-free poetry, and sometimes we wouldn't let each other talk. We literally, like, someone would join and we'd all join, and FaZe would make like monkey sounds so you couldn't hear what Slam was saying. Like actually censoring each other.
Yeah, I mean, I miss Zern, man. Big up Zern. He has a good music too. He does Flat Earth Hero is something to be. Great cover.
I Built a Robot's one of my favorites.
Yeah, he's cool, man. And it's just, I think, like, I mean, I don't know. He was a very also opinionated cat in his own right. And
he could go off. He was almost bipolar. He would.
Yeah, he attacked me heavy on the law shit early on, and then but we came to peace. But then, like, you look at just how, like, just look at how toxic those cats are to each other, even, like, and like, and that's where, like, I mean, all you can do is just observe it, because inevitably it's easy to destroy something. It's difficult to create something, but people marvel at what was created, not what was destroyed.
There you go.
And so, like, to associate with, like, crabs in a bucket, basically, that just want to bring each other down and talk about and black pill each other every day. You know what I mean? I think that's hilarious to me. You know what I mean? Like, where's the poor chick you're dating? I'll rescue. Where is she? Let me get her.
And yeah, what sucked is those guys would be like, one day they'd be like a joy to have a conversation with on an intellectual level, and the next day it's like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Now you're trying to call me out for some small opinion I have about something that has nothing to do with what we're talking about,
or a word.
Yeah, a word.
Well, again, it's like I've always felt like it's like, you know, even still, like there's some black-pilled cool motherfuckers out there, and like, you know, and I respect all those cats in their own right, but at the same time, like, you know, I've just seen them destroy too much to be like, you know, they're like barnacles on a boat. You know, they're just like, what are you here for? You know what I mean? And like, you know, and that's where, you know, again, even with like I think, you know, the two things I've resonated with recently are like the whole ball science, you know, and any extrapolation outside of what you see is 100% useless. Like, you know, just stupid. Like, oh wow, you use spectroscopy to know the weight of Polaris. Cool. Can you change an oil filter? You dumb fuck. You know, like, you know, so like, and then there's the other side of like, hey, we're over here doing something, and these people are trying to attach themselves to it, and like, you're lucky to be here, kid. You know, I don't know.
Hey, but like you said, also without them, there would be no spectacle. This wouldn't be a thing without them. You know,
some of the memes like Snack and stuff, and I think Hitch made one of like Dan the Waterman with like sharks circling around him, and some of us like on the boat, like looking. But the PPC was literally like a pirate ship, right? And it sunk. So it was kind of. I think for a little while we were really tapped in or tuned in somehow to the internet, and it brought something out of us that was a little bit dark, if I'm being honest.
Well, I think
well, those guys, those, like Issa was saying, they're the barnacles. They're the you know, toxic element that you know, you get yourself wrapped up in, and you find yourself thinking about it when you're trying to have just your regular lifetime, and then at some point you just realize, what the fuck? Why would I care what this person thinks about me? And why am I talking to this person on a regular basis any longer? There was never a bond amongst the PPC or any of these groups that are, you know, that are like, we're all thinking on the same level, or you know, there's some kind of pact or anything. It's just like we've all realized the same thing, so we can relate to each other, you know, from there on, as far as that, you know, part of it goes. But, you know, Flat Earth is not a movement. It's just one person at a time realizing that, you know, and it's not a cult or any of that, because it's, you know, all about free thinking, you know. So, and we're all people that were probably never wanted to be a part of a club, but now we're all stuck together. So it's not really the most coherent, no matter what, most coherent group ever, for sure.
Well, yeah, these ideas are all luxurious things anyway. You know, like, they're just a luxury of life. And like, you know, if you're going to like let it wreck you, you know, that's the other side of it too. Like, you know, if you're not having fun, you know, you're not flat earthing right.
Yeah, you're not doing it right.
Yeah, you're not doing it right. You know, like, if you're over there like arguing about, like, or I don't know, there's a time and a place, but you know, there's also like.
Well, the only reason I felt comfortable, even, you know, coming out and you know, talking about it publicly, is that I realized that it's been put on the table for whatever reason, whether it was a rollout or not. It's like, it was obvious at one point there's certain topics that are okay to talk about, certain ones that you can't talk about. And even if they censor Flat Earth, or you know, sometimes, you know, put the channels, you know, down the list that you have to scroll for, it's one of those they put on the table and was allowed to be discussed in this way, and not in a way that you feel like at first, you know, there was a time there, especially maybe earlier on for like Issa and some of the people that were in the game before me. Like you were saying, in fact, at one point, Issa, that there was a time where it kind of like, you know, people started not to talk about it because it felt like maybe there was some risk involved, some real risk earlier on, right?
Yeah, oh, definitely. I mean, I think like, especially all us conspiratards, we're like, all like, the government's listening to us. Oh God, you know, they're like,
right. Like, FEMA camp. That's the whole thing. That was the whole idea behind FEMA camp.
Right.
We were all thinking maybe we might be put in a FEMA camp where all that shit was going down, and that's why FEMA, Flat Earth Music and Arts, was the perfect name that you came up with.
bandsaw. Do you know about FEMA camp, dude? Do you remember it at all? It was so great. Flat Earth Music and Arts. It was round up your friends and come to FEMA camp.
Yeah, no. FEMA camps, man. Yeah, no, exactly.
Well, that was our event. We did it in Colorado. I was like scared to go. You know, I'm like the only one. I was like,
yeah,
oh God.
yeah. Antonio Superad scared you, didn't he?
Everyone scared me, dude. I was like, oh my God.
I remember he was like, Isa, call me Isa. Yeah, and he was like, showing emails that Tim Osman had put out where he's talking about cutting someone's head off and shitting down his throat or whatever, some crazy email. And then there, the whole idea that the place might get bombed, and it's called FEMA camp. Wait. Is there some irony here? Now we're calling it FEMA camp, and are we going to be putting FEMA camp?
Yeah, I know. It was almost like, it was a little too too much of like, what do you call it? When you're putting it all together, like
almost.
What's the word? Like manifesting your reality. Like they're gonna fucking
right. Yeah,
like we're all gonna actually go to a
FEMA literal camp. Manifest destiny, right?
Yeah, but that's it
and
too.
The funniest part was when we were coming up with the idea. I was still listening at the time. I wasn't a part of the conversation, but I just remember laughing my ass off when you were talking about having like the little booth set up, and like you'd have this one point where you could like take a picture of yourself in the guillotine. Like one of the attractions would be take a picture of yourself in the guillotine.
Oh, yeah.
Guillotine?
Yeah. Get your picture taken in the guillotine.
Really scared. Because think of how scary it was at the time. Like I'm glad that I went. You know what I mean? Because it was like I had to fucking be like, all right, here we fucking go. Am I going to meet my CIA agent today?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
you came the next day though. You were like, fuck it. After you saw it was all cool.
Well, no, I came. I had to get a flight. I flew out from the city.
Did you get a flight that day? Did it cost you a ton of money?
Like I got a flight, like because I was like, I don't know, and then I fucking
right. I know. I remember.
That was the time of the flight, so I wound up there late. Yep.
I think there's still one recording available of you performing at that, as far as I know. Or you probably have it.
I think there might be a couple around. But yeah, I think I like the me and Snack got together and jammed in some guy's studio that was there.
Yeah, and he had to take it down. It's not public anymore because he was on camera, I think.
Really?
Right?
I don't know. Yeah, I think.
No, I think he asked you. He asked you to.
He asked the guy filming.
Or something.
Yeah, he asked the guy filming not to put him on. And see, that was the thing.
I thought it was on. I thought it actually was a recording. Maybe it wasn't you that he was asking. But he asked somebody to put that video as private, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I wasn't filming. I gave the guy, I was like, it was funny because I told the guy, I was like, look, we're going to start this live broadcast. You're going to see everyone's comments come up. And as soon as we started, it went nuts. And fucking, he didn't know what the fuck to do. He had never seen it before.
That was a great jam, though, with you guys. That was sweet.
Yeah, it was fun, man. But yeah, Snack was never really wanting to be on camera.
Yeah. But he's hung out here. He stayed at my house for a week out here.
Nice.
Yeah, there's a funny story I'll tell you sometime about that.
Yeah, Snack's an odd bird, man. But
he's great. He's a great dude.
Yeah, but yeah, he's fucking genius when it comes to the saxophone. That's for sure.
Oh and,
yeah, man, what good times. And that's I don't know. That's what kind of drew me in when I found fucking Homeboy and I found like some musicians to, shoot the shit with. That's what we were about. Flat Earth was kind of like we were already flat earthers. We're over it, dude. You know what I mean? You guys lost, as far as we're concerned. And now we're on some other shit. And that's when even that whole the whole weird Pizzagate shit, all that stuff was happening too. And that's what was creeping everybody out, was the idea that these fucking bastards were in full control. And we were talking.
Well, that was crazy.
Yeah. And the implications of that, these people are in power. And that's what's interesting, even seeing when the Q shit came out for some of us, it was like, whoa, you mean there's some kind of pushback to this? That's kind of interesting. You know what I mean? Because it was initially it was all doom and gloom,
Yeah, I think that, not to say that it's all a psyop or scripted, but that could be in the script at least, that they have to have that. Without that, they don't have anything to build on, because they can only build on our inspiration, not our desperation. And whether it's natural or not, it's a good thing that there is some hopium, because otherwise we're really fucked.
Well, right, and I think I mean, even still, I just found all that Q shit to be weird. I think it's still on point. I think we just don't necessarily understand it all. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to take out like a 5,000-year-old death cult, like, in a matter of minutes. You know what I mean? Or like, but the fact that like they arrested, like, like when Trump was in office, they arrested one of the guys who was a head guy at the UN who ran a program called Street Kids, and he was fucking total pedo. You know what I mean? Like, so many people got wiped out, and I think are continuing to get wiped out. We're just not hearing about it.
Good. I hope that's all.
Yeah, I think so too. Because I think of all the people that never knew about it, and then now they know about it. Like, take for instance, like that newscaster that was like, so these QAnon people to Trump, that was like, they think there's a satanic pedophile cult, and you're the hero, and he's like, well, is that a bad thing?
Right.
He was like, we're not a pedophile.
Yeah, but just the fact that she's saying the words, whether it's crazy or not, that she's aware that some people are taking it seriously.
Well, right, and there are people that are taking it seriously. You know what I mean? Especially in light of what they've just done to our children over the last 2 years in schools.
Well, that's the crime of the century. That's the crime of the fucking
right, and that's what's going to
be. I can't even believe that happened.
That's what I think is going to be the vindication of the Jubilee in the mind of the public. Is going to be this. They're going to, like, Trump has even said that he's going to sue China for what they've done.
Right.
So when that happens, it'll absolve our national debt in the mind.
Which wasn't really was never a debt to begin with. I was just telling somebody about that earlier.
It's a debt, but it's owed to you. That's my thing. It's like, it's a debt, but it's owed to you. The problem is you think you owe it.
Right.
Because you're operating in the capacity of the thing that does owe it. And as soon
as
also
we don't owe to China. Like, that was what I was getting at. We don't owe China.
Oh, right. Well, it's a big, remember, it's everything's under the IMF.
Yeah.
So it's all just digital controlled shit. I think. Anyway, because hyperinflation should have happened a long time ago.
Right. Yep.
That's what tells you that there's something up.
Oh yeah, that is fuck yeah. I've been talking about the dollar falling forever. Like, what the fuck? Is that part of the psyop too? Then, to make people think the dollar's going to fall, so they.
Well, I think it's gonna. I think we're gonna have a hard time in a little bit. I do. I just think that it's going to be used like, unfortunately, it's actually it's a tactic from Lenin. Lenin wrote about how, like, they used to stop the ambulances from going into the poor areas to go save people because they wanted to piss off the people so much that they would join the revolution.
Because, well, if you can't beat them, join them.
Well, because they're outraged, and the only way to get through was to join. You know what I mean? Like, then come fight with us. It's like it was a total tactic.
Oh, okay, yeah, kind of like we're blaming Russia for the gas prices.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Which, like, it's like, but also in another sense, it's also like by having us go all through this, we're now going to be like, upset, and all these people are going to be willing to join the archetype of Trump to overthrow these assholes, and that's what we need. So it's not like anything. Like, these things are tools. And the tool itself is neither good or bad. It's what it's used for, right? That kind of principle of, like, this notion of getting the people to be upset enough to come fight and join. And, like, if the only thing that you're getting upset about is gas prices, that's not a bad thing. It's better than getting your home shelled.
Oh, it won't be just gas prices; it'll flow down to
everything. Right, but it's better. Right, but it's better than them dropping bombs on your infrastructure.
Oh yeah, no, exactly right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly right. But today, because our petrol's around $2, and they're predicting it in 3 to 6 months it's going to be up around $3. But that's just petrol. Then you got food, you got all your goods, everything that's affected by the transport company.
Wheat's up like 60%.
Yeah, it's insane.
Oh yeah,
absolutely insane.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to do something a little bit more. Here's the question: are they going to call this World War III?
No, we won't get that far. We won't step in like that, I don't think.
And if they do call it World War III, don't you think there have to be some kind of, even whether it's fake or real,
some kind of seeming attack on all shores?
Well, what I think, Dave, it could be a tool to be used for a new financial reset, like in World War
Right.
II. You know what I mean? You know, and this could be the catalyst. This could be the tool. You know, just to break the economy and start again.
Well, do you think that includes the changing over of the U.S. dollar from being the world currency?
Yeah, well, if you look at the BRICS alliance, you know, with Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, you got Venezuela, Iran, these countries on board, Turkey looking to join it as well, making one huge trading alliance to dominate, and it's happening very, very quickly now. It's gaining a lot of momentum. You know, you got countries like India now that you know, with all the sanctions that are going on with Russia, India has decided to trade in the ruble, no longer the greenback.
Oh man,
and China are doing the same sort of thing. So now, if they're making direct agreements with Russia to trade from underneath the greenback, right? You know, these are kind of warning signs for
yeah.
a crash.
Yeah, when I heard the whole thing about banning Russian oil, I was like, okay, here we go. Now the next step is going to be everyone breaking off and having their own currency. And
exactly right. And you know, it could be the catalyst to introduce a worldwide crypto currency of some sort. You know, get rid of you know, the paper money altogether. And once it goes crypto, once it's all digital, you know, one world currency and all that sort of stuff, total control, because they can cut you down at any particular second. You know, you link that with social credit scores and all this sort of stuff. You know, they watch your Facebook, they watch your Instagram, they watch all these sort of things. They give you a credit score, which is what they do over in China at the moment to restrict you from traveling, going to certain shops, all this sort of thing. This sort of stuff is already in place now. You know, we already have social credit scores in our countries. It's just not blatantly made aware of, but it happens right now underneath our own faces. Like, you know, the face recognition technology that China has at the moment, where they can identify up to 1 billion faces every second with a 98.7% degree accuracy. We already have that here in Australia. It's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Hey, yo, never mind all the like 23andMe genetic sequencing sites all goes to China. All that data. And check it out, all the DNA from the PCR tests went to China. And China doesn't give out any of their fucking genetic information. How stupid are motherfuckers, really?
Yeah. It's crazy. And stuff seems to be gathering so much momentum too in the last couple of years. All this stuff, you can see the wheels just spinning faster and faster and faster.
Yeah, and to make it even worse, here's another dystopia idea to add on to that. All those possibilities coming to fruition, and not having Trump save the day like we hope, and keep our national sovereignty, or keep, you know, nationalism somehow still alive, and not just, you know, a QAnon psyop. But what if they do absorb flat Earth, like I was saying, and they tell us, yeah, okay, yeah, you're right, the Earth is flat, but we're trapped inside a dome. And now the air is contaminated. So now you have to get in all these little smart cities, these other little smaller domes, protect yourself from the air that's trapped in the bigger dome that we told you the truth about. So now you have to believe us.
Yeah, just one thing after another, Dave. Just one thing after another.
Come on, Issa, get us out of this hole, man. Give us some hopium. This is all bullshit.
I was just thinking how funny it is that like there's somebody out there that like gave up all their DNA just to get just to get written by some Chinese fucking company like, oh, you may be related to Captain Cook.
Right. And what do you think they're going to do with it, Issa? What do you think the plan is with that DNA?
No, I mean, they're already doing. I mean, they've already I think of it like this: there's just as many stupid people as there are here. There's just as many stupid people as the Chinese army's filled up with. Never forget. People are stupid.
Right, but what are they? What's the threat with them having our DNA?
Well, no, they just. I mean, biological weapons, etc., is the threat. But like I think. I also just don't think that they're going to destroy what they've worked so hard to build.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? Like the system that we have, like why would they want to destroy all of it when they've come this far and people are this stupid already? Like, I just think like that. And so like, that's
Or
why
could they slowly augment it
here's
still?
the thing. Here's the thing. Can flat earthers accept that at the end of the day, in order to keep Americana, keep nationalism and the rest of it, we've all just got to wink at each other and go, wow, I'm sure glad Neil Armstrong landed on the moon.
Right.
Like, can you do that? You know what I mean? Like,
No way. No way.
Well, right, but Jim, right. But Jim, do you see how like that's their victory is to go full in on what they want you to go in on is actually handing these bastards their victory. So it's almost better to wink and nod and go, "You're damn right, we went to the fucking moon. Can't wait till fucking Tesla gets to Mars."
Right.
Might as well, because because all these idiots over there think it's real. So we might as well just keep up with it because they're going to be like, I want to go to Mars. And they're going to be like, fuck the Chinese government. I want to go to Mars with Tesla. So
I'm still in amazement
that
that many people believe it still. I just can't believe it.
Yeah,
I can't believe that
how many people
still believe it.
Be surprised.
It's the actual litmus test if you want to talk to anyone about anything conspiratorial. Did we go to the moon? Bang. Depending on what their answer is, you know where you can go. It's okay. Now we're talking about the weather, all right? Because we ain't going to be talking about anything else.
Exactly. How about them fucking Mets?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's
right.
My partner always kicks me under the table when we go out for dinner with friends and whatnot, and we're talking about whatever, and I'll bring up something, and she'll just kick me under the table and look at me, roll her eyes, and go, "Please."
Yeah.
My sister.
I know the feeling.
My sister used to always go, that's second date material.
You know who Musicians for Truth is, right?
Yeah.
Dread. You know Dread. Issa. There was something he was saying the other night. He jumped on a hangout at TNT, the one you jumped on, but he jumped on afterwards, and we're talking. He was talking about how he I don't know if he did if this is something he did or just an idea, but he was talking about when he was having sex with his new girlfriend that was had no idea about any of these conspiracies. That he just waited till she's about to come, and then he whispered in her ear, "The Earth is flat."
Her eyes roll back in her head.
Well, I think you got to use it like hey girl, you ever been with a flat earther?
Right.
I mean, like
or like afterwards, be like, "You just fucked a flat earther."
Yeah, how does it feel?
That's brilliant, man. That is cool. That is cool. To drop it like that, that is cool.
Just to see the look on her face when she's like trying to enjoy herself, but in shock at the same time.
That's what you call rocking the world right there,
Yeah. Just rock the world. Did the earth move for you, darling?
What's up, Jen? What's up, brother? I haven't talked to you for a while.
Yeah, I haven't talked to you for a while as well. I was talking to Kenny yesterday. Flat Earth dude yesterday.
Oh, did you?
On the 24/7, yeah.
Ah, right on.
He was up to his usual hilarious jokes and that. Nice.
Cool. Yeah, I hear you on both channels now. Yeah, I listen in when you're talking for sure. You're putting it down, brother.
We just had an earthquake. We just had an earth tremor right now as we're speaking.
A tremor? An earthquake?
Yeah.
Wow.
And this was quite sudden. It's it's still happening, by the way. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Enough to make a bottle tip over, or?
Nope.
Okay.
Not at all. We've got kind of like a seesaw kind of device that we've used when we built the house. Okay, so it's really good for absorbing the shocks, up and down and lateral. So vertical and lateral, you can absorb some of it, which is nice. Steel frame, fireproof steel frame. It won't go down like the Twin Towers, eh?
Hey, Skeptical's got his camera on. I'm wondering, that looks like, is that Egypt or somewhere in the Middle East, or is that?
Skeptical, yeah. Nice.
What up? Where you at?
Where you at, Skeptical?
Doesn't matter, maybe. You don't want to say.
You know, you can't hear. Maybe his mic's not on, perhaps.
Maybe he didn't realize he had his camera on.
Yeah. No. Hey guys, how are you, Jay?
I was guessing cool. Egypt.
Looking
is it
cool
Egypt
there,
you're in?
Skeptical, looking cool, man.
Sorry?
I said you were looking.
Are you
cool
in Egypt?
There. No, I'm in Europe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I could tell it wasn't America, at least.
No. Probably I was on camera, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, your camera was on, yeah.
Yeah, your camera's on. I was trying to guess from the architecture.
Were you in, where are you in Europe? Spain? Italy?
No, France. Let me just like let me show you around. Let me show you the stationary water level. Hold on, just let me.
Yes, show me the stationary Earth.
It's around, yeah.
Oh, wow,
Look
beautiful.
at
Can
that.
you see now?
Look at that. Oh, it's gone upside down now. Hang on.
Upside down.
That's because he's on the side of the ball.
Yeah, it's because you're down under, right?
Yeah, I'm above. No, yeah, I'm up, but it's just almost like I'm in the mountain.
Oh,
See?
right.
Oh, I'm almost like 30, let's say 20, like 15 meters above the sea level. Right.
Okay, 15 meters. That's all right.
Let me show you the view. Hold on, because give me a moment. I'll show you even around. Hold on. You
Yeah, I
can
wanted to
solve
say
like
they were talking
Nice,
about
nice
force the line.
fingerprint there.
People were talking about force the line. I'm like, hey, how about, you know what? The best thing you should do is just get a big body of water and just use the body of water as a level, and then you'll know if the Earth is flat.
Yeah. See, this is the point, right? You can see, guys,
Great
right?
view, that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful.
But how can this be bent? How can this freaking like curve? How? See, it's level, stationary. Just it's ridiculous. How it can be like?
Yeah, especially looking flat. How could it curve and look flat at the same time? Even if it was able to curve.
Curve is level. Curve is level, mate.
Fucking hell, explain to me. Just look at you, man. Look around you. Just how all these large bodies of oceans, like.
Yeah. Curve
you can't argue with that.
Level, man.
Fucking hell, man.
Well, you can argue with it, but you'd be looking stupid.
Have you pitched this to anyone you're hanging out with there, or anyone that is near where the water you're at?
See, we're gonna test the boulders. See, we're gonna put the boulders here. But you can see that they're wrong above here. All these. Oh man, is that a nice view, right? Yeah, this is a car.
That's beautiful.
This is a beautiful car. Yeah.
Great view, that.
Oh yeah, man.
Is that where you live, or are you just nearby, or?
Yeah, I live here. I live around. Yeah, I live around. Yeah, I live around. Yeah. Almost.
Wow, that's
I live
amazing.
like.
That's your cat.
You know.
Oh, okay.
I
thought that might be your cat
Middle East.
chilling at your pad. I was jealous
No,
for a
it's
minute
not.
there.
It's not. No, it's not my car.
See, it looks like Saudi Arabia.
No, it's not. See here.
Middle East.
See above. See all these buildings here, right? All the big. My home. It's almost like there. It's like 5 miles.
Okay.
Yeah, beyond this, the front of building, this particular one, yeah.
Right on.
You have to go straight, yeah,
Close enough.
close, really close, yeah.
Right on. I haven't seen you on here before. It's good. Thanks for showing us that. It's cool. I got to get to sleep, guys. Good night. Good morning. Good night.
All right.
Good night. Good morning. Good day.
Jane.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
Yeah, nice, man. I'm just relaxing. I'm just sewing up my cycling shorts. I went cycling today, and I noticed it had a hole in the thigh, on the inner side of the thigh. There's a hole there. I thought, hang on a second. I'm feeling a bit of a cold frame of the bike on my leg. What's going on? Oh, it's 20 years old, you see, so I've just repaired it. Needle and thread. 20 years old.
Get another 20 years out of it. June.
I'm going to get another 20 years. You know me. I'll squeeze every year out of this thing. Yeah, I'm the man who can. Squeeze the most out of it. Squeeze it. But yeah, man.
You've been over the road spruiking your wares, June?
What do you mean?
Over at Gems. Spruiking your wares today?
I went over there twice today. I didn't say much. I was just listening because they were talking about the Ukraine war and that. I just don't want to chime in on that, really. I just listened and then went off cycling.
It's a very emotive subject, actually. We were talking about it here earlier on, actually.
Yeah. And everyone's blaming Russia for the prices going up, but it's not Russia, it's everyone. It's not just Putin, it's all the bloody G20s playing their stupid game of soldiers. That's all they're doing.
Well, it was the the world that decided to sanction Russia from the products, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, it was all planned. I'm sure they gave him the money beforehand. Don't worry, we'll pay you now, and then you don't have to worry about it. Who knows? Who knows if that's all real? Yeah. God. What's real is that we're feeling the pinch. Yeah. Again. So I just want to see what bastards are going to go and vote after all this shit's going on. That's all.
Oh, they'll vote. They'll vote, Jin. Don't you worry.
Fucking lunatics. They're going to go and vote for more of the same.
Of course.
And then they'll go to the pubs and complain about it.
Yeah.
And I'll be the one saying, don't you get it? Like, don't you get it? See? You're undermining the human race with all your actions.
Same head of a different beast. All that sort of voting rubbish.
Yeah, I'm surprised to hear you got those technology already in place in Australia. Wow.
Oh yeah, it's been here for a while, actually.
Hey, what the fuck was wrong with those people over there?
Well, it's used, but people don't know it's being used. Jim.
You see that boat? It's already there, right? Can you see like a boat is coming forward?
Oh, hang on a minute.
Small.
Let's have a look. Yeah. It's mooring up, yeah.
pretty close, but where's the horizon? Oh God! See, you see the horizon is over
gorgeous
here.
view you got there.
Yeah, yeah. See, the horizon, the horizon is already there. Here. See that line?
Ah.
No, man.
Nice day. What's the temperature?
Almost like 20, 21 now.
2021. That's good. It's really nice, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Are you in?
Around
Are you in the
20.
south of France? Are you on the south coast?
Southeast.
Southeast. Okay, yeah. I thought.
Yeah.
You'd have to. You'd have that kind of weather. See, southeast, putting you towards Spain and that.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've been there loads of times, you see. So.
Let's see.
I know. Cycling and motorcycling.
Evening, fellas.
How you doing?
Hey, up, Dawn.
Hello, Dawn. How you doing?
I'm good. My internet went down yesterday.
The dawn of man.
Someone with heavy hands stuck their hand in the internet box on the street, and my internet went down last night, so I had to wait till just now for it to be fixed.
Oh, really? Why'd they do that then?
Well, we've got little green boxes on the street because we're on a housing estate, and it's just a big tangle of wires. So the new 5G guys and the new wireless companies, Wi-Fi companies, have to stick their hands in these boxes, but they're not as trained as the rest. They often make a mistake and cut someone else's internet off.
Oh, yeah, that's fucking annoying.
I'm all good now. I've been flying my drone in the sun. I'm painting some tanks. I'm watching Dune, the new Dune.
Yeah.
I had a quandary. So I had really bad toothache. I've got bad tooth. Because one night I ate honey and cheese in the middle of the night. A bit too much of it. Woke up with a throbbing head, and it stayed for about a week. So anyway, during that week, I booked a referral to a sedation clinic where they put a little needle in your hand, sedate you, and then pull your tooth out. But it's come round to the appointment, and now because my tooth's not hurting, I cancelled it. But
yeah, well done. Yeah, that's it.
I couldn't decide whether to cancel it or not, because the paradox is, I know it will start hurting again at some point in my life, and it might be quicker, and I might save myself pain to pull it out now. But also, you don't want to be in a rush to pull your own teeth out, do you?
No, you don't.
By that logic, you would just pull them all out immediately to save pain later on. So I cancelled it, and I hope that I can book another one if it hurts again in the future.
And sometimes it may never hurt again. That's the other thing. You know that?
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, it could repair itself.
Yeah, so you don't want to be in a rush, do you? Pull teeth out.
No. I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that. Yeah.
But my mum freaked out. My girlfriend freaked out and said, "Oh no, you shouldn't cancel."
Oh yeah, did you sort out your relationship with your girlfriend in the end? You know, and what was the final outcome of that? Because I remember you were talking about.
We talked a lot in text messages, and then I bought her some flowers, and then now I'm doing 2 school runs a week instead of 1.
Oh, that's cool.
So she can go to work an extra shift. And I'm just going to keep trying to not be lazy.
Yeah, that's it. Because she wanted a bit more commitment out of you, and now she's got it. Well done. There you go. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? You see,
we're just about to get to 3-year anniversary as well.
Yeah, brilliant. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? You know the track I'm talking about, the Bee Gees? I really want to know.
You can't go past a good Bee
I think I remember like a house cover version.
Yeah.
Calvin Harris or something. How deep is your love?
Staying Alive was my favourite.
Oh.
Did you used to do the dance in the pub or something?
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
Dance class?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have done that dance a few times.
That's a good track.
Lord.
You can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a woman, man, woman. Yeah, great track. It's a great track, though, isn't it? I mean, that was a really good track back in the day.
Back in the day was so good. It was so good going to the clubs and whatnot.
Yeah.
And busting a move, you know what I mean? Strutting your stuff.
Pop music used to be good, didn't it?
It was fucking good.
Yeah.
You know, the spin was the one, though. It was the spin, wasn't it? The spin.
Yeah.
Getting the spin out, man. If you could get a spin out, then you were the
You get
dude,
your
man.
shiny shoes and you spin on at the toe of one shoe.
Look, I used to go out to these clubs, right? With skin tight jeans on because they're the only ones I could get. I couldn't get in the baggy ones because they wouldn't fit me. So I got nice skin tight shoes, jeans, green shoes, green and white t-shirt, and I was the business on that floor. Green shoes, man. Green shoes, leather soles. Now you don't see them, right? Only the dancers will be wearing them. If you're a confident dancer, that's how you be dressing, man.
I had watermelon coloured shoes, Gene. Watermelon colour.
Watermelon. That's a nice colour.
Watermelon. Yeah.
Watermelon dancing shoes.
Yeah, I thought my shit didn't stink. I tell you what, I'd put those on.
Yeah.
Bust the move.
Watermelon colour shoes. Yeah, man.
I'm googling watermelon dancing
I used to
shoes
look at the
now.
business.
Oh, really?
And what else? I used to wear the leather suede boots up to me. Let's have a look. Just like the length of the football socks, same length. Suede boots. Suede boots. I used to wear them like the musketeers. I used to be like a musketeer. Double-breasted shirts, right? Tight jeans, and I'd be down at the Lyceum on the Strand, spinning, splitting. Yeah, I've got records for dancing. I mean, I won records for being a good dancer. I used to, if you go to the Lyceum in the Strand, if you're a good dancer, they'd get you up on stage with others, and then they'd pick the best ones to get records.
Have you got a picture of you in the boots doing the splits?
Do the splits?
No, because that was back in the 80s. No, I haven't got those pictures, man. I wish I did. But yeah, I used to love it, man. Livestream in the Strand, Greg Edwards on a Saturday night. It used to go out live, you see.
That's
great.
great.
I used to go out with my mates. And go on, get him up there. He should shove me to the front and get up on stage. And yeah, man, I used to love it. You win a record, 12-inch. You win a 12-inch.
I used to be quite shy of dancing, but when I put roller skates, that's when I turned into a superhero.
Yeah, that was cool.
Roller lights to come on and smoke machine, and I was like, away.
Yeah, I used to do that. Roller skating with my radio cassette, Hitachi 50 watts.
Oh,
biggest one you could get on the market. I had the biggest one. You needed to have the muscles to carry it, man. 10 batteries in the back.
Oh, a big ghetto blast on roller skates.
Yeah, ghetto blaster with the roller skates, and I had 10 batteries. You needed to be the Hulk to carry the fucker. Honestly, but I used to carry it, no problem. And then we used to go to the park, get the Carlsberg Special Brews, spliffs, and just play hacky sack and music. And it was fucking, I used to live the life then with my mates. That was brilliant. Regent's Park. That's where we used to go a lot. Regent's Park. The Royal Parks. But we weren't, we weren't really terrorizing anywhere. We were just enjoying the moment. Weren't rude to anyone. If anyone got into trouble, we'd help them out. We weren't into being a nuisance, as it were. We were just having fun, clean fun.
Just living in the moment, that's what it was.
Yeah, literally, yeah. Great. I was the music man because I had the boogie box here, so I used to have all the tapes and everything, and
the boogie box, the boogie box,
the boogie box, boy, massive. Ghetto Blaster, the boogie box. Let's go, boys. Yeah, I even done a party with it. One of my mates, he was planning to do his birthday party, and he got it set up the night before it was working. On the night, would it work? No. Yeah. Amplifier blown and everything. Massive speakers as big as your house. But my one was just a portable Hitachi 50 watts Mega Blaster. And from outside, you thought it was a massive system being played. When they came in and saw it, is that it? That is it. Robert's bloody amplifier. And I did the party with tapes. Can you imagine that? DJ on tapes. The DJ on tapes. And I was getting requests. Man. Yeah, that was a great day. I rescued the party, yeah? It would have been a flop. But the touch. And then you know what? I lost it. It got stolen at a hotel that I stayed at in King's Cross. Yeah. I was with my girlfriend and she was in the process of getting a council flat. And the routine is they put you into a hotel for about 6 months and then they move you into the council flat, okay? So I was staying with her and then one night we thought, okay, let's go out for a meal. So I locked the door with a key, locked it. I wasn't worried. The window was open because there's no way any thief was going to come in. Couldn't climb. It was just impossible to rob us. I came back. The door wasn't locked. Inside job. Look, it wasn't there. I went ballistic. I went downstairs, banged on the fucking manager's door. I said, it's an inside job. I've been robbed. My ready cassette's gone. Right? And he looked at me and I said, yeah, it's gone. It was an inside job because I locked the door. I locked it. And then I said to him, I'm not going to give you any money until I've got the money back for my radio cassette. Okay? So I didn't pay him for like 3 months and I got the money up. Went straight down to Edgware Road and bought a brand new Sony HF7 Ghetto Blaster. Yes.
Did you ever find out who did this inside job?
The funny thing is that when I was leaving, the cleaners were there. Okay, that's all I got to say. The cleaners were cleaning the room. Yeah. And this was in the evening, by the way. When I say evening, about 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock-ish, we went out for a meal. King's Cross, fucking notorious for drugs and thieves. But never mind, I just said to the man, I'm not going to give you any money, to the manager, not giving you any money at all until I get the money back from my radio cassette.
Is that where the Scousers, the Scousers are there?
Yeah, the Scousers, the Scots, everyone's there, mate. Drunkens, bums, homeless, everyone's there. King's Cross. Fuck.
I've been there.
Kids Row.
Yep. I smoked hash in King's Cross.
Yeah.
An Indian guy on a bike. There was a Jewish lady. We were so stoned we couldn't talk. She goes, never been this stoned in front of people
it's nice
before.
When you're stoned, man.
I thought she couldn't talk, Mel. I thought she couldn't talk. She goes, oh, God.
Your story's not adding up, Merle.
Exactly.
Fucking jukebox, Merle.
I reckon I had a shift of consciousness in London. It was like there were more people there than like I've ever been around before. Grew up in Australia. So many people.
Very lively in King's Cross, very lively. Yeah, so you would have enjoyed that. And it just gets livelier as you move towards the West End. So you must have enjoyed it.
How did the Pommy King Cross compared to the Australian King's Cross, Merle? Have you been there?
Yeah. it's it's a bit more fancy in England.
Yeah.
You know, it's a bit sleazy. Sydney.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Prostitutes are right there in what's it? Argyle Street. Argyle Street. That's where the prostitutes hang out. They're right there. King's Cross, Argyle Street. You walk around there, and they're just, they're waiting. You see the cars pull up, they go in, and they drive off. And then you hear, woo! There we go. In their plain
Girls
clothes.
got to make a living. At the end of the day.
Yeah. I never slacked up a prostitute up. No. In fact, I broke up a few fights. Where the men were beating up on the women. I used to help them out, and I used to go to the striptease bars as well. I used to with my friend in Islington, just up the road from King's Cross. You got the striptease bars and pubs. Yeah, they're stripping down, man, in front of you. Wicked. I took my brother, and he was just disgusted. I thought he was going to be enjoying it, but he was totally disgusted. I had to get around and take him out. He was fucking pissed off with me. Why'd you bring me here? He said. Because I didn't tell him what was going to happen, I didn't tell him. And he's drinking his shandy and that, and I'm drinking my shandy, and we're just waiting. When he saw this woman stripping down, he said, "Why did you bring me here?" I said, "I thought you might enjoy it." No, I'm leaving. I can finish a drink first. Finish a drink, man. And I never took him back there again. Once only.
I'm not big on strippers. I feel like if a girl's taking her clothes off, I want it to be because she wants to fuck around, not because I'm throwing dollar bills at her.
Yeah, I didn't throw any money. I asked her why she was doing the job, and she had a child, one parent mother. She had to do something. I said, "Yeah, I understand." I was about 18, 19 then when I went to the striptease. My mate used to go every day because his work was right on that pub, so it was right there. You couldn't miss it. So I said, "Jim, do you want to go to one of my striptease pubs?" Striptease pub? Yeah. I've never been. Let's have a look, see what goes on in there. Yeah, it was good. She put the knickers on this geezer's head. I cracked up. He looked like Spider-Man. I'm cracking up. Yeah. Yeah, if you sit round the bar, that's when you're going to... She was dancing on the bar. If you're at the bar, you're going to get the best views.
Robbie Williams came out to Melbourne, like where I was, and he went to this ladies club. I think it's called the Spearmint and the Rhino, and like I'd never been anywhere like that, and because he went there, I was like, might as well check it out, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I went there, and I was working for the Herald Sun, so like I kind of pretended I was a reporter. Anyway, like got the full kind of like treatment.
Yeah.
But they had like they sat me down on this leather chair. I didn't have a suit on or anything. I kind of felt like I needed to have like a pinstripe suit on or something. But they brought out like cigars, cognac. Cognac. I was just.
Oh, it was a connoisseur's gap you went to there.
Yeah, it was just, and the level of the girl, like I've seen models or like swim.
No, they're classy. They're classy.
Like on another level, and women from all around the world. I freaked out. I was like, I felt like I was in a good way.
Yeah.
I felt like I was in another world. It was just like, whoa.
The Spearmint Rhino Club, the Gentleman's Club as it was known.
No wonder.
The Gentleman's Club. And
you're talking
they
top dollar.
they were absolutely smashing. Absolutely smashing.
Yeah, but you're paying a lot of money for it, though. You're paying for the fucking
that's
nuts.
like almost like the elites. That's how it felt. It really did.
And I tell you what, they deserve every penny of it too.
I don't know. But the Working Man's Club.
What's that?
We used to have one like that called the Working Man's Club.
Did they give you any adrenochrome?
Tottenham Court Road.
Adrenochrome.
It was a gentleman's club, but they called it the Working Man's Club. But it was a gentleman's club, yeah.
Oh no, it was a gentleman's club, and with all the trimmings, as Mel said, all the trimmings.
But when you look at it from the outside, it doesn't look like anything until you go in, and it's like you said, it's just another world. Yeah, but from the outside, it's like a dive. It looks like a dive from the outside, man. And then they open that door, and then the inside of the door, it's all leather padding and everything. From the outside, it looks like shit. They really disguised it well, but you go in there, luxury all the way.
Oh, this one was in a nice Spearmint Club's in a nice building, the old Bluestone building.
Yeah,
it's actually not that bad.
Yeah,
but inside it's like marble and
marble, leather upholstery, Chesterfield chairs, Chesterfield seats, chairs, and all that. Yeah, top class bar. But from the outside, the wall looked disgusting. I think they were trying to keep it obviously on the low, keeping it quite hush hush. All right, because it was called the Working Man's Club. Well, there's a strange name for a gentleman's club, but it was a gentleman's club, yeah. And I went in there with my mates, and man, whoa. We only stayed for an hour, didn't have the money to carry on. Run out of funds quickly. Yeah. When you run out of money, you look at cunt because you're not spending, are you? You know what I mean? So you're standing out. I'm already standing out as a black guy, but with no money, that doesn't look good. So we and then not just down the road from there's a place called the Astoria Theatre on the Charing Cross Road. Okay, I'm with my mates. It's a transvestite night, but we haven't clocked it. Okay, we haven't clocked it. Okay, so we're queuing up and that, and we're going in. We've gone in now, paid the ticket. Gone to the bar, bought the drinks. Looking around, there's a lot of birds in there. We're saying, yeah, okay, now look at them. Okay, have a drink, and then suddenly. One of my mates has clocked it. He said, Jim, they're transvestite. No, you're joking. They are. Look. Fucking hell, they are. Oh, no, what have we gone and done, Quickly drank the drinks and got out. What a waste of money that was. Transvestite night, and we didn't even know. Then I went, again, on another day, I went to lesbians night.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been. They're awesome. They can be great.
They're brilliant. That was brilliant. The Horseshoe, it's called, again on Charing Cross Road, just like 3 minutes walk from the Astoria. It's actually on the Tottenham Court Road where Charing Cross Road finishes. New Oxford Street, across the road. There it is. The Horseshoe, right? In there, the women were stunning, but every single one of them was a lesbian. But I went in there, man. Started talking to him. I said, why are you a lesbian, man? Why? She goes, I don't like men. I goes, well, why don't you like men? What's wrong?
Oh, no.
Yeah. But I was like 19. They could see I was young, man. So they were talking to me, and I was talking to them and dancing with them and that, but that was it. They couldn't take them home. They weren't interested. Lesbians night.
Yep.
At the Horseshoe. Yeah. And then there was the Roundhouse, Chalk Farm, not a million miles away from where you sleep. And that was a gays night during the day. Fucking hell. I just wanted to have a drink, you know what I mean? It was a gay pub. Didn't realise. So, yeah, I experienced it all. Hot and sweaty men, they are disgusting. Oh. Quickly had the drink and got out. You got to buy a drink, you know what I mean? I bought a drink and then I stepped out of there. One drink was enough. I wanted to see what they were up to. Yeah, the gay scene seemed to earn a lot of money for these security firms because the gay guys didn't have anywhere to go. So I ended up doing a few gay raves. They were a good earner.
Yeah. Yeah, we had like underground clubs, like a lot of the hetero clubs play house music, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I found a couple of just smaller clubs in Carlton, it's called Fitzroy, Collingwood sort of area. But they'd have a lesbian night, like say Skinhead, bouncer, but it'd be a woman and she could handle herself kind of thing. And like Magda Sabansky went there one night, and a few people from Neighbours would be there. But
wow,
a lot of there's kind of usually like a dominant and a submissive in a lesbian relationship, but a lot
that's
of the
right. Yeah, who's the man? Yeah,
they dress like men, and they kind of it's like the fashion, but they don't like men, but they kind of become men in a weird way in that situation. So, which is interesting.
It is kind of weird to see that, isn't it? With the lesbians, you always see one that is masculine and one that is feminine.
Yeah,
it is surprising. I've never really understood that, to be quite
it's
honest
confusing,
with you.
isn't it? Because why don't you just not get a man?
Like, what are you? Like.
I used to like it. I used to like being around that, and there'd be like electro music playing, so it felt like
that's right. They're into the electro music and that.
Mysterious. Yeah, Berlin and all this kind of weird electronic music. I was like, yeah, cool.
Synthesized music, Pet Shop Boys and things like that.
They can really dance. Some of those chicks, like they get down,
Oh no, they were good dancers. I'll give them that. The ones that I met, anyway, they were good dancers.
You remember the Hippodrome?
I remember the Hippodrome in London. Yeah.
No, that sounds really good.
Man, that's where when my brother got his first gig as a DJ.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like a three level club. It was crazy back in the day, and it was like where all the celebrities went too. It was huge, and the top level was like all behind glass, and it was all for the VIPs, all the
Is this the Hippodrome in London or the one in Australia?
In Australia.
Yeah, because we had a similar situation in London. You see,
okay then.
I'm sure you copied us again.
That place used to absolutely rock. Absolutely rock. I told you the story about my brother getting a gig there, Mel, years ago.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. He rocked the house out.
Yeah. We used to like the Hippodrome in London. It was brilliant.
That would have been amazing.
Brilliant.
It was, man. It was. Yeah, his first gig, his very first gig, working there, just rocking the place. He had his set. It was from 12 to 2.
Yeah. Did they used to advertise it on the radio at all?
Prime
Would they be
time.
advertising on the radio?
No. It was just the place to be back in the day.
Yeah.
Anyway, he got a gig there as a DJ. His very first one, which was, man, what a massive feather in his cap. Absolutely tore the roof off the place, and unfortunately was tragically killed the same night on his way home.
Really? What happened?
Car accident. Yeah.
What,
But
he was
went out
knocked
on a
down?
high. Huh?
What, he was knocked down by a car?
No. He was involved in a car accident. His friend was driving and he lost control of the car and crashed the car. But man, he went out on a massive high. Always dreamed of being a DJ, and he got the ultimate job for his very first gig. Man, it was cool. His funeral
was huge. He died after his first gig. Yeah.
Yeah, very first gig.
That's a shame.
Yep.
Sorry to hear that. Your brother, yeah. How old was he?
Sorry.
Your brother was this?
Yeah, my brother. 21 he was.
21.
3 months after his 21st birthday, this happened. Yeah, it was crazy. But anyway, it is what it is. But it's good because he worked so hard to get where he got to and finally reached the pinnacle. He was actually discovered working in the studio, mixing his own record and laying that down. And the owners of the Hippodrome happened to go into the producing studio and heard him doing his stuff and offered him a job.
Yeah, that's it. He was organised. He was well and truly organised then. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was just it was just fate. It was meant to be, really.
He had a natural flair for it. You see, with us in London now, the Hippodrome that we had, it was always broadcasted on Capital Radio. For those who couldn't go, you'd get to listen to it on the radio. Yeah.
Okay then. Yep.
Yeah. So you listen to it on the radio, and then you go to the Hippodrome, man. South London, brilliant. Hippodrome, that was the place to be, the place to be. Yeah, I went there a few times with my pals. We used to wear the old Farah slacks and nice shoes, belts, Pierre Cardin belt, Pierre Cardin shirt, Farah slacks with the creases sewn in, so you're always looking spiffed up, yeah. And I used to go there, dance the place out. I wore out a pair of shoes in one night. Such was my busy with my feet. I wore out a pair of shoes. I had to have them healed the following weekend. So I had it done during the week, so I could be there for the next weekend. Yeah, I wore out a pair of shoes. I couldn't believe it, because in those days, shoes were expensive, but you didn't get much. You didn't get much of a heel, not much meat on it when you buy expensive shoes. But you buy the cheap shoes, you got untold fucking heel, yeah. You buy the expensive one, and then suddenly you're looking and you think, I wonder how far can I go with these before I wear them out, literally. And I wore them out dancing. Everyone was laughing. I said, "Yeah, I'm gonna have to put them in the shoe. Look. Yeah. I used to go to the club, right? I used to have 3 shirts, right? Because I'd sweat buckets, literally. I had my bag with my aftershave, t-shirts, and a shirt to put on top. So I wear a t-shirt and a shirt on top of that. 3 sets. I used to sweat like a pig, man. Honestly. But the music was like high tempo. If you're keeping up with that, if you knew I'd been working out. Yeah, you're dropping some go to the toilet, clean up, freshen up, then not dance for like 10 minutes, but you can't resist. I'm back out there. Okay, I'll take it easy. I'll only do 1 or 2 dances. I'll only dance to 1 or 2 tracks. You end up dancing like 5 tracks, and I'm back out on a sweat again. Oh shit! Here we go. Silk shirts. 3 silk shirts a night.
Damn.
Yeah. Honestly, that's what it was like for me. And they used to call me the spit and polish kid, because I was always shiny, man. Everything silk, shiny silk shirts, shoes polished up, slick. Because I was in the army, but at this time as well, right? So they used to call me spit and polish kid. Yeah, the spit and polish kid, they used to call me. What a name.
What do you got planned for the weekend, Merle? Anything exciting?
Sorry, I'm eating a crunchy. That's why I'm not talking.
Oh, okay.
You're in a crunchy. Crunchy,
yeah.
Long time. I haven't had that in years. Fucking hell. Was that made by Roundtree's Macintosh, was it? Or who else was the other one? Yeah, Roundtree's Macintosh, crunchy. I used to love them. Honeycomb Centre.
Yeah.
Chocolate all wrapped. Yeah, man. Back in the day, it used to be in an orange wrapper.
Yeah, it's like a gold wrapper.
It's a gold wrapper now, yeah. Gold wrapper with the crunchy on it, yeah. It used to be orange with the crunchy on it back in the day. I used to love them. And when you opened it, the inside was silver.
Mm-hmm.
Silver.
Yep,
Silver.
still silver.
Inside.
Still
Yeah,
silver.
yeah. Same, yeah. There you go. As soon as you said crunchy, well, I ain't had that in years.
You'll get in there, Bill.
I think I'm catch up with like some old friends.
Oh, nice.
I've been meaning to for a while, but I think his girlfriend, I think she might have got the minestrone.
Oh, really?
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was saying she wasn't well, so yeah.
Well, if you're going to go for dinner or something, or just go over to their place.
Yeah, probably just go to theirs.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd rather do.
What about you, Bansor? What you got planned?
My grandkids are coming over on the weekend, Gin.
Oh, yeah. That's lovely, that, isn't it?
Can't wait. I come
Gonna be
excited.
all action.
We have got projects planned. We're going to build a little plane. We'll probably build a little box. We'll go down to the beach.
Yeah.
We'll
build
Lego cities. We'll destroy Lego cities. We'll pull the cat's tail probably, or I'll tell him off for pulling the cat's tail. One of the two. Yeah. It was so funny. He was asking me to buy a PlayStation 5 for him. Gin.
Fucking hell, really?
Yeah. Cheeky little sod he is.
You know what I mean? He's got big eyes, doesn't he?
Anyway, I said to him, right, look, I'll look into it, but I'll probably get you something even better than a PlayStation 5 for next time you're over here. Anyway, it was about a month or so, and while he was gone, I feverishly looked around where to get one, and then he comes over, and first thing he says to me, Grandpa, have you got the PlayStation 5? And I go, no, Connor, I don't have the PlayStation 5 for you, but here, I've got something even better. So I went over to the drawer and I pulled out a yo-yo. I bought him a yo-yo, right? And he's just
what a calm down.
He just looked at me with these big sad eyes, going, "What is that?" Anyway, so I pulled the yo-yo out of the packet and whatnot, and I showed him how to use it, and I knew a couple of tricks. I'll walk the dog, and the Leaning Tower of Pisa and whatnot, and around the world I did with him as well. And we're outside, and I put it on his little finger and whatnot, and I didn't see Oliver. Right, he'd come outside too. And anyway, next thing, Connor's spinning this yo-yo around, like not yo-yoing it, just like whizzing it around his head. And next thing, the yo-yo goes thud right into the side of Oliver's head, just as my daughter comes out, just about knocks him out clean cold. Oh, it was the funniest thing to look at. Oliver was screaming and howling and whatnot. He had this mouse on the side of his head as big as a tennis ball, he did. Oh, Lordy Lord, poor little thing. But anyway, I got him a yo-yo. That was it.
What a calm down. Nowhere near. Not even to get him in a control, like the control console or something, a yo-yo. Still a good game though. Still a good toy.
Oh, yeah.
Still a good toy, active toy, interactive. It's okay. But yeah, I know the feeling. See, with me, one day, right, I was always dead against games. I like board games, right? So I said to my wife, I'm not going to buy them any electric games now. They're boring. So now my wife has gone out and bought my eldest son a Nintendo, right? Nintendo,
64, Nintendo 64, Nintendo Game Boy.
The one after the Game Boy.
Okay, yeah, don't know.
Yeah, it was the one after the Game Boy. Okay, but it was Nintendo anyway, right? So now, I'm trying to do a lesson here, right? Upstairs, it's like murders, bang, smash, bang, bang, bang. You know when when someone's being chased around the room. I thought, hang on a second, let me get this sorted out. I can't do a lesson. Bloody hell, I'm trying to teach you. So I run upstairs, only to find my second youngest son crying his eyeballs out because his brother won't let him play with the Nintendo. So I looked at my wife. I said, "Why did you only buy one? Why did you only buy one? If you're going to buy, you've got to look at this. The second son he's fast. Yeah, he just wants whatever his brother's got. I go, he's not going to have that, is he? You can't do that." I said, "Don't worry, son. I'm going to buy you a better one than Nintendo because I wanted to get into the PSP. You see, Sony PSP. So I took him to the shop. As soon as I finished work, I goes, "Come on, we're going to." But I didn't buy him brand new ones, second hand. Didn't buy brand new. Fuck that. The second hand ones are good enough, right? So we went out and we bought 2 second-hand PSP players and Ridge Racers, right? And we had some fun. But he kept eyeing his brother up with the Nintendo, though. Do you know what I mean? And he kept eyeing him up. So the next weekend, I had to go to the shop and get a bloody Nintendo as well. And then now his brother wants a PSP. So I ended up fucking buying games and bloody PSPs now, all because my wife started off. Yeah, all second-hand, mind you. And then we had one more child, and then a couple of years later, he's eyeing it up. Yeah, so I had to buy a brand new one then.
Crazy.
Yeah, so we got 4 PSPs with mine. That makes 5, and then they've got 4 Nintendos. Yeah, they don't really use them now. They got mobile phones, so yeah. But I occasionally use mine. I've got Ridge Racers 1, Ridge Racer 2, Colin McRae Rally, best game ever made for motor racing game, Colin McRae Rally, because it's really real, literally. Your tires get fucked. You smash the car up. You leaking it, radiator fluid, the whole thing, man. It's really real, and the torches are great. Yeah, real damage, and you've got like a time. You've got a time limit to repair your car. Each repair comes under a certain timeline. So most of the time, your car's cosmetically looking bad, but mechanically it's sound. You know what I mean? Because you couldn't afford it. You run out of time, yeah? But yeah, loved the game, right? That was real. And then I've got MotoGP, and then the piece de resistance, Gran Turismo, all on PSP. Love them all.
There you go.
Yeah.
Cool. Hey, Witsit, how you going, man?
How you doing, Wisbit? Wisfit, which one is it? How you doing? He went to get his teeth capped. Did you succeed in that?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
$1 million smile.
Yeah.
Ka-ching.
Ka-ching. Yeah. The Colgate smile, they used to call it in America. All that fluoride, all your teeth falling out.
Mrs. Marsh.
No fluoride for me. Tank water, thank you very much. Beautiful.
Now, all the time they had fluoride in the toothpaste, right? Do you know the recommended amount you're supposed to put on your toothbrush, is the size of a pea, a green pea size. That's how much. But when you see it on TV, when you see it on TV, they cake it on, don't they? The whole length of the brush, don't they? Yeah.
They put about 16 ounces of the whole tube gets squeezed out.
Especially if it's Crest with all the stripes on it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
And that fancy little flick at the end to give it the little tail.
Yeah, that's right. But you're supposed to put the size of a green pea. That's it.
There you go.
Okay, now I thought, really? They didn't tell us that on TV. We never knew that. Also, it says that if you swallow it, you have to seek medical help. If you swallow the toothpaste.
There you go.
Written on the box. I never knew that until I watched the Richard Bryson's The Fluoride Deception, 2004. That's when I actually learned that fluoride was dangerous. But lucky for me, I hadn't used toothpaste since I was 18, 19, independent life. Couldn't afford to do the mouthwash and the toothpaste. So I thought, well, the toothpaste is a bit messy. I'll go for the mouthwash instead. So I dropped it at the age of 19 and never looked back. You know, right, we're in Japan now, and 2004, I'm looking at the fluoride deception whilst I was looking at other things, moon landings and that, and it was recommended, fluoride deception. I thought, fluoride deception? Whoa, what do you mean the fluoride? Let me check this one. It was only 30 minutes, I thought I'd check it. And I learned that the fluoride was used in the atom bomb. It was the chemical of most concern because it was unstable when they put it together. Yeah. You want to watch it? Yeah. It's called the fluoride deception. So the bomb they dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima was really a fluoride bomb. And it was made in the Manhattan Project, yeah, you know? Yeah. So I learned a lot there from the fluoride deception. So I said to my wife, okay, don't give the kids any toothpaste at all because it's no good. Mouthwash only. And I told all my students.
Hey, you guys want to hear something pretty cool?
How you doing? Hey. Is that Travis?
No. This is what's it. I'm following a motion to dismiss. I filed one, but I'm following another one for that free speech case. It's really cool though because I get to explain biblical cosmology inside the federal motion.
So what happened? What happened? Please, I missed the beginning.
Oh, I have that case going on for free speech. One of the motions I'm filing is a violation of the First Amendment, which reads, of course, like Congress shall make no law regarding free exercise of religion, free speech, or of the press, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm explaining that when I'm telling someone about how actually the Earth's not a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics, it's actually a topographical plane that's contained and it's movable and fixed. That's what the scriptures say. That's my cosmological interpretation, and it's what the scriptures say. And I'm allowed to say that and tell people that based on my protected, expression of religion.
Constitutional right, yeah.
Even though I hate the word religion, I mean, I'm obviously going to use it for this purpose.
Yeah, good move. Good move. Good move. Got them on a technicality. Lovely.
Yeah, so I get to integrate like some of the specifics of the Earth. Like,
brilliant.
Yeah, it's legally valid. It's legally relevant.
As long as you don't lose that case, that's going to be fucking 1-0 to you, mate. Lovely. It's what they deserve as well. You know what I mean? For them to arrest you for talking about flat Earth is just bloody ridiculous.
Well, they also I got arrested because I was telling people to stop wearing masks. So I explained that part under my freedom of religious expression as well, and how the mask is normalizing people, or basically conditioning people to normalize wearing like a physical identifier to be able to partake in commerce, which is what the scriptural prophecy says will happen. And they started scanning your wrist and forehead when they take your temperature to get you ready to have your mark scanned, because the scriptures say it'll be on your wrist and forehead. And it gave us lockdowns because the scriptural prophecy says that there will be like an international one world order. And if you don't take the mark, you can't partake in society. And of course, the shots being a physical injection into the body that they're now requiring a passport system for. So I get to explain all these truth bombs in my paperwork, and I'm not reaching to do it. It's legally relevant to the argument, so it's actually pretty epic.
Yeah, it's actually prophecy. So good.
Cool.
Scriptures say a lot of things, don't they?
They do. They do. Yeah.
But I mean, he doesn't believe the scripture. He's just using it to his advantage, which is fine, right?
You got to use what you got at the end of the day.
Wait.
Yeah, I mean, flat Earth or globe, whatever. If someone's going up against the government, like I'm all for it.
Wait, I don't believe in the scriptures?
Looking at
That's
them.
crazy. I didn't know that. I could have swore I did.
Do you believe in, like, you're a practicing Christian? What's it? I've heard you say you don't believe in the Bible.
I've never said that. That's the most historically accurate compilation that exists.
So you're a practicing
I don't
Christian.
believe in modern. I don't believe in the religion of modern Christianity, where they have all kinds of man-made doctrines and dogmas and made-up stories about the Bible.
Uh-huh.
That doesn't mean that I can't understand the scriptures are the most historically accurate compilation that exists and know the Creator's role.
So you believe, like, you read your Bible every day. You're a Christian?
I don't think a prerequisite to having a relationship with the Creator is any certain amounts or daily reading, but yeah, I read the scriptures all the time and I talk to the Creator all the time. Yeah.
Well, that's what I had no idea. It's coming out of left field right now. Okay.
Well, hey, what do you think would motivate
So you
me to
are
put my
religious.
business on? Hey, what do you think would motivate me to put my business on pause and travel the United States, spending tens of thousands of dollars of my own money while I also have bills, just so people could ridicule me to tell them that the Earth is lied about and the Creator loves them? What would motivate me to do that?
You said a lot, bro. So this is a bit difficult for me to answer that. That was a long ass question.
You see the point?
But if you believe in the Creator and you worship and practice, that's pretty cool. I didn't know that, Whitson. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, man. I get ridiculed in public for it all the time, bro. But it's all good. Like, I don't like the word religion, and I don't like modern religious takes on the scriptures. Oftentimes, some books have been removed. It's really dogmatic. Most people don't read it; they just believe what someone else's interpretation of it is. But I don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
I just
I understand. I mean, you read your Bible, but you don't partake in the religious controlled ceremonies and whatnot. You don't go to church and stuff, which is fine.
Yeah,
I just didn't know you was one to read the Bible.
Yeah, the word circus actually comes from a pagan belief that you would get naked in a circle and worship the sun god. I don't care about circuses or i.e. churches, circa. But like the Messiah always talked in nature. So whenever they got together and read the scriptures, they did it in nature. So.
What about things like Easter and Christmas and Lent? Do you practice those? Or?
No, they're all pagan holidays, dude. Easter, the pagan goddess of fertility, is a fertility ritual.
All of a sudden.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful saying the word pagan. I'm just trying to use it for intents and purposes.
Oh, no. I mean, why don't you like pagan holidays? What's wrong with it?
Yeah, Dawn's offended.
Yeah, I'm not. Why don't I like it? I mean, I don't necessarily just dislike. I don't dislike pagan as a whole or something. I think there's a lot of enlightening principles in all kinds of philosophies. But yeah, I'm just saying I don't believe that it's some Christian day. It's not. It's not about that at all.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, maybe it is technically Christian because that word is created by the Roman Catholic Church. So.
Well, they took the holidays and made it their own. But
what about things like Passover?
Like, not Christian enough is a good enough reason for me.
Yeah, but what about Passover, Whitson? Would you ever do Passover?
Yeah, based on the scriptural timeline. Yeah, like the Moadim based on the scriptural calendar, not the Easter Passover that they do.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's called Moadim. Moadim in Hebrew, which means appointments. Some people call them feasts. And so that's what the holidays did. They covered those up and made new days.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if the creator of all things created a certain time he wants to come and meet with you, if that was the case, I mean, it seems like something we would want to know about, huh?
Yeah. When are you gonna get banned so to become a believer?
Of what? No,
Say again?
for what?
Moadib.
Moadib, man. So
The
we're
sleeper
gonna do
has.
Passover with us.
I didn't catch
Am I
that.
not?
It's from
No.
June. The sleeper has awakened.
Okay.
Moadib.
Am I not awake for you enough for you one night? Am I too asleep?
You wait for it, you need to be woke, man. So you need to
I
start
gotta be
praying and talking to the Creator, man.
Damn.
I think a good
Read the
question
scripture.
as to whether or not you're awake, it would be like, I don't know, like, do you have AIDS?
Me?
Anyone that has AIDS right now, anyone that has AIDS right now, as up to this point, they have been asleep. Yeah.
No
AIDS?
way.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. AIDS.
Do you have AIDS?
Yeah.
I'm AIDS free. Thank goodness.
AIDS
I'm AIDS free.
Do you
Yeah,
have
I'm
Well,
AIDS?
did you get genetically modified?
Not a chance. What the hell?
Because if you got genetically modified, then you might need to go take a test to know.
No, not a
You've
chance.
never been vaccinated before, Bianso?
No. Why the hell?
Even as a kid?
As a kid, but not recently. Not a chance. Recently.
So the modifications have been like washed out. Man.
Yeah, yeah. My modifications weren't my choice when I was a kid. But any modifications as an adult, I have not taken part in.
I'm talking about the recent, injections. They've come out and admitted that they actually do affect your DNA now, even though everyone was so stupid for saying that, and we're all conspiracy. They've come out and admitted that it does alter your DNA now.
You're dumb. It doesn't. You're dumb.
Well, they just said it does. So when they came out and said it does, I guess they're wrong, even though you're defending them.
Vaccines don't alter your DNA. You're dumb.
The synthetic mRNA has just been announced to actually been discovered to alter DNA. So I'm sorry that you're ignorant on the subject.
You're just dumb.
Okay, so that's a very intellectual argument, but they showed that actually based on the process of the synthetic mRNA, it can actually alter the DNA.
Don't worry, she's gone. She's gone with it. Don't worry about it.
Okay, yeah, but I'm just saying it's pretty crazy, right? Because we were all saying, dude, they're trying to mess with your DNA. And they're like, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist. That's so stupid. And I actually went into Jim Panda's one time and I linked like 20 medical journals showing the process of RNA changing to DNA and how it's been scientifically proven in like 4 different ways. Everyone said I was stupid, just like she just did. And then now look where we're at. They're now in mainstream articles saying that it actually can change your DNA.
Yeah, but now they're trying to sell it to you as a good thing, aren't they? This is what they do. They deny, and then when it comes out, they go, "Oh yeah, that's good. You should be glad." And it's like, fuck off. I shouldn't be glad.
Yeah,
exactly. Superpowers, man. Wait for my superpowers.
Yeah, and then what will happen is there'll be like another evolution to the propaganda, and then there'll be another evolution, and predictably, all of the same idiots will believe all of the propaganda and will be warning them, and they won't listen to us, and then when it changes and we were right, they won't admit it ad nauseum.
Yeah. Crazy.
The superpowers.
They have AIDS now and they still won't admit it, bro. I'm not even trying to like talk down or anything. I think half the world has AIDS.
Yeah.
I think you can overcome it, though. I think you can overcome it. I'm not one of those people that think you're gonna die automatically. Like, I don't think this is the mark. I think they're conditioning you to take the mark. It's coming. It'll tell you that it'll reverse your aging. People said I was crazy for that too. Another mainstream article just dropped, and they showed that they can actually make mice get genetically younger. So yeah, that is coming. I told everyone that it was coming. It's very odd. So anyway, my point is, your immune system's weak if you've taken those things. Depending on how much you've taken, it's weaker and weaker proportionately. but you can strengthen your immune system. There isn't some magical virus that it gave you called HIV. Like your immune system's just weak. You have to strengthen it. Maybe fast and drink a lot of water and help it reset. After 3 days of fasting, your immune system can reset. So I just think awareness is what's important, right? I'm not trying to talk down or whatever. I'm trying to bring some comedic relief to a very serious subject, but still bring awareness.
Yeah, I hear you, man. But I'm gonna get superpowers, so.
You will.
Okay.
You're gonna be
flying
transhuman
shit.
too.
Yeah,
Transhuman.
you're gonna be hella jealous.
Did you guys? You
We're
saw
all
that,
gonna be
that article?
jealous.
There's an article where in Australia there was like they stopped the rollout because they had of a vaccine because it had the HIV like a sequence, like a gene sequence of HIV in it. Like in Australia, they didn't roll out the vaccine any further because they had to stop it, like giving it out. One of them anyway. So it's definitely out there.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'll have to step out for a second. Kai's got a call. But yeah, like, dude, all I know is people need to figure out that they have AIDS. That's the first step.
That would be crazy though if I really did have AIDS. Oh my god.
I'm happy just with one partner.
I met a neo-Nazi on Discord. I met a neo-Nazi and he trained with the Azov battalion. And he was setting up a white supremacist commune in America. No, he lived in one that was set up. And they took him over to train with the Azov battalion. And then he showed me a picture of himself. Then he showed me a picture of himself in a skull bandana outside a mosque in Christchurch, Australia, like where he'd gone on a tourist trip.
No way.
Oh damn, that's fucked up.
Yeah, but I got him banned from a religious server.
That's what's up, doing God's work.
But it's weird that it comes back now, and Azov are in the fight for Ukraine. They're neo-Nazis.
I suppose everyone's got to have a hobby. Come on.
Yeah, but I mean, it's always been a thing, Ukrainian neo-Nazis. They've had them for a long time. It's not a recent thing.
Yeah, it's just weird that it's come back into my mind now.
What is neo-Nazi?
Means you're a Nazi, but you're not in the German army in World War II.
What's a Nazi?
A white supremacist that hates brown and black people.
No, it isn't.
Can you be a white supremacist? Could you be a white supremacist that isn't a Nazi?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh.
So you have to ask me what
Nazism has nothing to do with being a white supremacist. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I didn't think.
Isn't a Nazi just a member of the Nazi
I think
party?
they're quite similar.
No,
isn't that it? Though? The Nazi's a member of the Nazi party.
Well, the Nazi party doesn't exist anymore. So, okay, the German National Socialist Workers' Party was the actual name of that party. That doesn't exist anymore, right? So, like, no one can be a Nazi nowadays. Like, if you're a neo-Nazi, I guess you have similar politics. But it's not my definition. It's the definition, right?
Well,
so this is what people refer to.
Stop interrupting him so much.
One at a time.
Yeah, Don.
So anyway, the point is that no, that party doesn't exist anymore. You may have similar politics to them, but they were never ever had anything to do with racial politics. They were German supremacists.
Mm-hmm.
German white supremacists.
They didn't like Slavs. How are they white supremacists? They didn't like Slavs.
Yeah, they didn't like other white people, dude.
DNA to be supreme. That's what it means.
Yeah, but they're not white supremacists. Like I said, they were German supremacists. They didn't like Slavs.
And white supremacists.
No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
Oh, right. So are Slavs white?
What's that to do with it?
All right, mate.
What is it to do with it? Help me out.
So they're white supremacists that don't like white people?
Sometimes, yeah.
Right, okay, cool. I think we can tell that your definition has no meaning.
It doesn't stop them wanting white people to be supreme, does it? A few other white
some
people.
White people?
Yeah.
At that definition, everyone is a racial supremacist because they want themselves to do well.
No, I'm not saying themselves. I'm saying white
Yeah, because
people.
you said they wanted some white people to do well. Well, I'm a white person. I want myself to do well. Am I a white supremacist?
Some as in all white people except the Slavs, right?
They're not white supremacists, are they?
That's your definition. I call them.
It's not my definition. This is just basic logic.
Supremacist is a word that has a meaning. White is a word that has a meaning.
Yeah.
So I get to label people if I want to with those two words if I want.
Well, you could be incorrect, but they would describe themselves as German supremacists, and I would describe them as in that way as well.
People still
Yeah,
call
but the
themselves
dictionary
People
doesn't
having to label
matter.
themselves it.
Who cares?
Ku Klux Klan exists.
What's the KKK got to do with this?
It's an example of white supremacy by definition.
But they're not Nazis.
So?
It's got nothing to do with anything.
You're trying to deny that Nazis exist, neo-Nazis
No, I'm not.
exist, and white supremacy.
I'm saying that the National Socialist German Workers' Party no longer exists. Neo-Nazis obviously exist.
Okay. But what's the... I'm still allowed to call them Nazis. I don't have to add the word neo just because... Well,
You can do what you like. But you can be wrong about things, that's fine. But, like, even at the time, they weren't white supremacists. They hated Slavs. I don't know if you think Jews are white. They didn't like Jews very much. They didn't like gypsies. I don't know if you count gypsies as white.
I mentioned that.
They weren't white supremacists, dude. They just
You're
weren't.
saying Nazis were not white supremacists?
No, they weren't.
Oh,
Objectively.
no black people in the Third Reich then?
There weren't any black people in Europe at that point.
Oh, bollocks.
There weren't.
Bullshit.
What do you mean bullshit?
What do you think? Black people just weren't around at that point in Europe. What are you talking
In
about?
Europe? No, not really.
Bullshit.
This was like, dude, there weren't actually that many black people in England at that time, right? Most of our people came in the Windrush
Now you're making
and
up your
in
own
subsequent ways
history.
of immigration since then. Dude, you're talking about the 1930s.
Yeah, I think the point here is that you're just saying words that you've heard people say to characterize people generally, and the words are inaccurate and fundamentally contradictory.
I'm not going to give you a hard time if you call people Christian. I'm not going to say, no, but they're not really Christian. You can't use the word anymore. Christian was over 2,000 years ago.
Well, if you're describing a Muslim as a Christian,
say that, am I?
then it would be an issue, wouldn't it?
I'll let you use labels that are in the dictionary if you want.
No,
if they're correct.
Yeah, do you not hear his rebuttal? So if you're calling a Christian a Muslim, then that would be an issue, wouldn't it?
You're being semantical over nothing.
It's not semantical. You said that Nazism was synonymous with white supremacy, and then he pointed out that they had beef with other white people. That's not true. They were nationalists.
But Dawn is right.
I'm still talking. They were nationalists. So they were German supremacists, as in they wanted the German people to succeed. That's what they cared about. So
and white people.
No, they didn't like other white people, dude.
I mean, Dawn is kind of right, though. I mean, definitely, the actual definition is just someone that's a member of the German Socialist Party. But in
that's what I said.
Modern day language and in modern day society, it is synonymous with being a white supremacist.
Modern day language is dumb, not our problem. We're talking about reality.
I understand. Yeah, but that is the reality, though.
Okay, but you're talking about the common lexicon,
white
right?
supremacist.
What do
You're talking about the common. You're talking about the lexicon of America, basically, and most people
the whole world.
haven't. No, dude, no.
Most people
America thinks that Nazis are white supremacists.
Who in the world doesn't think that, Crypto?
Yeah, most of the world doesn't think that. I'm telling you that because I've been to lots of places in the world.
Lots of places. I have family all over, bro. I'm mixed, to the fucking bone, and I have family in all 5 corners of the world, and everyone thinks Nazis are white supremacists. It's a pretty.
Well, then they're all wrong because that's not
they're
true.
wrong. Definitely, they're all wrong.
Fantastic.
That's what they think.
That's my point. If words have meanings and we have to define things properly, then let's actually define things properly.
Oh, dude, I'm going to give you such a hard time about every word you use wrong.
Yeah, let's
what? Just out of spite because you're wrong?
Yes.
That you can't supremacist
No,
if you show
because
supremacy
you've
over
interrupted with his questions about Nazis with trying to deny that racism and Nazis exist.
No, that again, I never said any of that. What are you talking about? No, I didn't.
And let's carry
A
on.
lot of neo-Nazis who aren't part of the Nazi party, so they're not real Nazis. They tend to not like non-white people. And I think that's what gives off the common day misconception of Nazis being white supremacists.
Well, then it would be the misidentification of the word neo-Nazi originally.
Yeah. It's because of how Nazis today act that people think that's how Nazis in the past were like as well. I would.
Yeah, I mean, if we actually want to have like an intellectual discussion about this, I find it quite interesting how a lot of these neo-Nazi groups come from ex-communist states, and I actually think that the ways of thinking aren't too dissimilar.
Between
communists and Nazis.
Oh
no.
Interesting.
Well, am I wrong? I mean, you look at Eastern Europe. This is where
now you're using the word Nazi. I'm not going to give you a hard time about your use of the word communist. You've chosen to use the word that you.
I mean, these states were communist states, Dawn. Again, I'm factually correct.
I'll carry on talking about Nazis after just telling me they don't exist. Go on.
What?
Dawn,
I feel like you're not really part of this conversation. You're just here to just kind of derail and annoy people.
I feel like that's what you did to me.
No, you. Cool. Anyway, yeah, my point still stands. Wait, do you want to carry
on? He asked me a question, dude. You interrupted, denying Nazism. Now he's gone.
You have a fundamentally strange way of seeing the world, Dawn. I'm just going to say that.
Yeah, and you're a flat earther, so that's very hypocritical of you to say.
Not really. Again, you're just literally everything I say to you. You just go, "Oh no, actually, it's true of you." Like you don't come up with anything original. Anyway, Wits is back.
How are you accusing me of looking at the world strangely while you're a flat earther? Come on.
What's that got to do?
I think this is the best part of the evening.
Dawn has a fantastic talent for saying lots of words without saying anything at all.
Hey, can we move on to the next word that the dude said? What is anti-Semitic?
Shit!
It's when you're against Judaism.
Oh, so is Jewish an ethnicity or a religion?
It's mostly a religion. There's a tiny bit of ethnicity to it, and mostly just a family adoption thing going on.
So it's not ethnic.
So if a Jew said that they're ethnically Jewish, would they be lying?
Wait, no. Here's my point here.
Sometimes they are, mate, yeah, sometimes.
I want to say this point here, though, right? So whenever you made a point that they were coming to other white people, and then you brought up that they were going at the Jews, but like, are the Jews white?
Some Jews are quite white, yeah.
Okay, so the Nazis were such white supremacists that their main targeted population was white people.
Yes, some of the Jews that they targeted were white.
Right. Okay.
That doesn't stop them being white supremacists, I'm afraid.
Wouldn't you say most of the Jews, though? Because, I mean, the Jews in Germany and Eastern Europe are Ashkenazi Jews, and they're pretty different from the Mizrahic and Sephardic Jews, you know?
They're not seen as white in the same way, not especially by
really? Like, Dawn, if I
German.
showed you a picture of my baby mama, you would think she's white, but she's
not about the
Jewish.
skin tone or looking at it now. It's about what the Germans thought at the time.
What did
the Germans thought? Wow, this group of people randomly put in a newspaper in America. They were declaring war on us as people. That's probably what they thought.
They thought these very, very clever ancient magician race has controlled money, and we need to do something about it.
They declared war on the Germans first, though.
Did they?
Yes.
Yep.
Jews?
Yep.
Like literally said they wanted to eliminate
when they don't have a country.
Dude, they said they wanted to eliminate them from the face of the earth, and they wanted to make sure they targeted any woman beneath the age of 40.
Could you post a link to this? I've never heard of this.
Mate. Jews were super racist.
Sure, I can give you a 12-hour documentary.
No. I just want like the newspaper article because you said this was put in the newspaper, right?
Yeah, I have the screenshot saved somewhere. I'm driving. I can't.
Yeah, well,
but I will tell you, I was shocked that it was real as well, and it's basically been wiped from the internet. It's very
never heard of this. I mean, I've grown up around Jews my whole life. I have a kid with a Jewish girl, and I mean, Jews are pretty cool people. So
it's not.
But I'm sure
good.
they all a few rotten ones out there.
No, good. Just some of them back in the day, mate, were racist.
Hey, man.
Yeah,
Don just jumps in with virtue signaling talking points that he's remembered to regurgitate. Okay? I'm not saying that I dislike. I'm not saying anything about Jews being good or bad, man. Okay? For one, I had to ask, is it ethnic or religious? I asked if it was ethnic or religious because the way that you guys talk, you just use them as interchangeable, right? But that's just because the stupid propaganda and all the politically correct words they gave you just dumb you down. So if we have to get specific, and if it's about an ethnicity, really, they're the ethnic supremacists, right? If they think that they're literally superior based on genetics, that's ethnic supremacy by definition. And if I was to say, I don't like ethnic supremacy, you can't turn around and say that makes me an ethnic supremacist. That's literally as dumb as it could get.
Well, I don't think you understand my point of view just because I allowed the term anti-Semitism and explained to you my meaning. And just because I said the Germans are white supremacists doesn't mean I don't understand the rest of it and lies and stuff.
Well, you haven't understood any of it so far.
I think I have. Fine.
Which part?
Yeah, you can think what you like.
What's your 2 points? Is that we've been lied to? Jews are the bad guys, yeah, and Hitler's not.
No. First of all, there's no collective bad guy. I know Jews that are cool, man, and I know Jews that aren't cool, and I know people from Germany, like my ancestry, that are cool, and I know some that aren't cool. That's a straw man, okay, and that's also a diversion attempt because it's coming from a virtue signaling point of view. That's the only thing you're interested in this conversation.
What a load of horse shit.
Do you need me to come give you a gold star for being so virtuous? Can we move on with
your virtue signaling for the Germans right now and the last 10 minutes?
Well, no,
I think Germany messed up with a lot of stuff. I'm not mad that they said, hey, let's have German babies and not have a centralized banking system from foreign people that have no good interest of ours in mind at all. I'm not mad at them for that, no.
Hey, Don, is Trump a Nazi?
No, I don't think so. I think he's actually very close to the Jews.
Do you think that there's a lot of people that think he is?
Some people would.
I think a lot of people are pretty aware
that
Trump is cozy with Jewish people, especially us in New York, Easter.
Right,
like
but
we know Trump loves the
Have
Jews.
you heard it? Have you heard it said colloquially that like a lot of people are like Trump's the Nazi? You've heard that said though, right?
I've actually never heard that. I've never heard Trump.
Oh, come on.
What?
Well, if you live on,
I've heard people call him a racist, but not a Nazi. You know, like
they say Trump is literally Hitler. That's what they say.
Okay, so now my point to carry it on because it's just the idea that if these people were to write history about Trump, they would label him all the worst things in the world. And the point is just to be aware that we don't know who the fuck these people are, right? I don't know Trump. I know that, you know what's fucked up, if you want to get into it, is how come these bastards had Time Man of the Year 1933 was Hitler? And how come in 1933 everybody got an SS number? Right? Social Security? I'm just saying, it's like weird, right? But like, I look at it like, you know, you look at it like, and then also it's Social Security. So it is socialism, right? So you got an SS number. You know what I mean? So like, you know, and in that sense, it's kind of weird, but they would paint, you know, maybe paint like, you know, somebody that we don't know about in a certain way because they want you to think about them. I think is Witzett's point anyway. We don't know how, you know, these people are. We don't know the history of it, but It's interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, like it's kind of like the Earth.
The mirror did Witsit cut out.
Yeah, no, you cut out Witsit. Or you're cutting out. You're roboting Witsit.
Yeah, you're roboting pretty hard.
I mean, yeah, I'm with you guys on everything except the shit.
Losing service.
That's where we diverge. But yeah, fuck the government and yeah, fuck central
We don't
bankers.
say that. We don't say that. Right? Because we're like definition nerds. So like government just means mind control, and because we govern our own minds, we love our government. It's the
fuck whatever you guys call them, the institutions, the
Right on.
handlers, the
Fuck-
Illuminati,
how about
whatever.
this? How
Fuck them.
about this? Yeah, fuck these people that have taken over these good institutions and corrupted them and added onto it what they had no right to add onto it.
The Earth's still a sphere, though. But yeah.
Nazis and white supremacists don't exist. How did you get to this point, even?
Yeah, no one said that.
Yeah, the point is like, Nazis mean National Socialism, right? That's all that it means. But the point is that it colloquially, because people are retarded, Don, people have just accepted these implications towards these, ideologies, which we don't, you know what I mean? Like, but you're right. When people say colloquially a Nazi, they mean a racist. It's like somewhat
the same way, right? Skinheads are seen as white dudes that like wearing fucking Doc Martens and shaving their heads bald, and they're aggressive. But it turns out the origin of skinheads, it was black people from Jamaica, right? If I'm not
with the beardies.
mistaken.
They were called the beards.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the underculture in London picked it up, and that's where white folks got into the whole skinhead thing. It was never racist at all.
Just because liberals overuse the word Nazi doesn't mean I'm going to stop using it.
But people do.
Sorry.
Dickhead, Well, no, you're good. But people do.
But I mean, do you still use the word Nazi, Don, to define someone who is a white supremacist, or
I would use it. I would use it for any person that associates with Hitler, the German Party, anti-Semitism, and swastikas, or skinheads, or communism that aligns with Germany.
So much ignorance, man. So much. Swastikas are about the Big Dipper, man.
So much trigger, man.
No, I'm saying swastika
That's
is
how
about
I
the
use
Big
the
Dipper.
word, whether you like it or not.
Okay, but did you know?
You know,
that
you can go to like.
Good.
So go.
I'm just saying the swastika is about the Big Dipper, man. The 4 seasons throughout the year, the Big Dipper. It's an ancient symbol. It goes back thousands of years internationally.
Is that what the Nazi Party was it for? What did they mean?
Yeah. Well, the swastika is like famously the symbol of the Nazi Party, but the Soviets had a Soviet swastika at the same time, right? There was a Soviet swastika. In addition, like you can go on holiday to fucking Bali. If you go to Bali or like other Asian countries, you'll like for instance, I didn't go to Bali, but a family member went to Bali, and she got in a pool, and just the pool just had swastikas all around the top, just because that's kind of a cool symbol in Bali. They don't associate it with any of the shit we do.
Obviously, I was talking about a person that wears it as a badge and is really into it because of Germany, not just the symbol being a symbol.
Okay.
But the symbol's present like for thousands of years in many cultures. Like.
And it's associated with the Germans.
Only because our media never stops talking about it.
I think what Don is saying, if he saw someone from Bali using the swastika in a peaceful way, he wouldn't call them a Nazi, right, Don?
How do you use a swastika in a non-peaceful way today?
No, I don't know.
Like, do you have to turn it into a throwing star, and how does that work?
You draw really mean eyebrows on it or something. You draw a gun on it.
Right.
I don't know, Don. Explain yourself, man, because I'm actually speaking for you right now.
I don't know what you're asking.
If you saw someone in Bali and they had a tattoo of a swastika, but this was like some person native to Bali, and the swastika has been used over 1,000 years.
No, of course not. I explained where I used the word, and I know you all understood me, so I don't know why you're asking silly probing questions.
Okay, I got a follow-up question. If a black person uses the swastika as it pertains to Germany, is he a white supremacist?
I might check the things about him to see if he's a Nazi.
What?
Yeah, a black person can be a Nazi and a white supremacist. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Regardless of what the definition
guys,
is,
you guys have lost the plot, dude. You've lost the
regardless
plot.
of what the definition is, I think Dawn actually does have a point. I think the word Nazi is associated with a particular way.
It's an ideology. It's a religion. It's a worldview.
Exactly. So you can't really knock him for that, because it is a general kind of term that is that is thrown around fairly loosely these days, and it is associated with Nazi Germany. Now, whether that is right or wrong, that's how it is associated. And I would say that a majority of people, if you said to them, "What is the definition of Nazi?" Well, they would probably associate it back to Nazi Germany. Unfortunately, whether that, like I said, doesn't matter what the real definition of it is. This is how people. This is how people have been brought up with it. Through history, through education, and all this sort of stuff. This is how people have been brought up, and they don't necessarily do the research into things. They're told something and they just accept it. You'd have to agree with that.
Yeah, of course. But I'm saying, did you know that term was actually primarily popularized by Jewish people as a derogatory slang term?
No, I personally didn't know that, but I did know that the actual swastika itself came way before Nazi Germany. You see it everywhere. It's in lots of symbology all around the world. So I did know that, but the actual origins of it, I did not know.
Swastikas were on American military planes in the 30s.
Yeah, there
Coca-Cola was branding the swastika in America in the early 1900s.
So, I mean, Hugo Boss produced the suits for the Nazis. Volkswagen was invented by the Nazis. A lot of the early Volkswagen symbology had like a little swastika with the Volkswagen, logo or whatever. This is like
basically the Nazi Party hijacked the symbol.
You can't hijack a symbol, man. You're giving them more power. If you thought they were an enemy, you're giving them all the power in the world. I went and got Indian food, and the dude that owned the Indian restaurant had a swastika bracelet on.
Yeah, but now in the Western world, in modern day society, within the Western world, most people see that symbol as meaning Nazi Germany, supremacism.
Yeah,
that's what I mean by the symbol's been hijacked.
Okay, but most people see the rainbow as to be synonymous with sodomy, but no, it's just very pretty color alignment based on the spectrum of light.
What do you mean anonymous with sodomy? Like pedophiles?
They think rainbows mean gay. So the fact that
people
are dumb enough to think that doesn't mean that rainbows are gay. Are rainbows gay? Can rainbows be gay?
No.
Come on, right?
No.
Right.
Yeah,
so if we
but
play
it's
their
symbolism.
game, that's my point.
That's how symbolism works. Symbols change meaning with time and location, right?
Yeah, they are a happy kind of thing, an old rainbow, aren't they? When you look at them, makes you feel happy.
Yeah.
And gay, makes you feel happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. They even ruined the word "gay," bro.
Yeah. You're right, though.
I guess the bigger point is that the more you play their games, the dumber you get, dude. Straight up, because it limits.
Can I just ask the room? Did anyone hear me say that white supremacists don't exist? Did anyone hear me say that?
No, I never heard you say that.
No.
No. Okay, so Dawn, shut the fuck up.
You suggested it.
Okay. Did you?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay then.
You did.
No.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb and say
thinks that Nazis and white supremacists are exactly the same.
About how I was wrong for even using the term.
How dare you suggest a crypto?
but I didn't.
Crypto, do you want to agree Nazis and white supremacists exist?
By the way, to jump in and use
And
the
no,
word white
Nazis
supremacist,
don't exist. White supremacists do.
All right. So your only point earlier was that Nazis don't exist anymore. They're called neo-Nazis.
Yeah, because the Nazis belonged to a political party 90 years ago.
Well, that's great.
Neo-Nazis
I don't
exist.
care. I'm still going to call them Nazis.
Well, you can call anything whatever you want. I mean, you can say that men can get pregnant if you want. You don't have to be right about anything.
Yeah, you can compare it to anything. It doesn't make any difference.
Can men get pregnant, though?
So did you come up with that very creative term all on your own? It's like it's very profound. Where'd you come up with that?
What?
Where'd you come up with all these terms you like to say? They're very profound. Where'd you come up with them?
I don't know if you're trying to be funny, but I obviously didn't come up with them there.
No, I'm trying to make a point. I'm making a point.
What's the
You're
point?
just saying words that you heard the media say to say.
I'm just saying words that I've heard.
In the same way.
Like people do when they talk.
No, you're just
everyone does it, guys. Come on, like kind of get off of Don's back on this. Everyone does it. Like I don't need to watch the news to hear somebody say this. You know,
The thing
it's
is,
not just
though,
about
Nate,
the media.
Nate, you have to be Nate. You have to be fair to me here. Dawn came after me, right? So if he doesn't want to get held to a wall, then he needs to get up my back first. Otherwise, he's gonna be having it back, right? He can't come at me and then expect nothing back. That's not fair.
All right.
Yeah,
Let's just calm the farms. All right, big group hug, and let's move on.
All right, here's my other point I wanted to make, dude. So I think that words are important because if they can control how you speak, they can control how you think. They control the efficacy of thought because you can't even efficiently express yourself, much less understand what you're processing. So it's important. And so when you say words like anti-Semitic, that's a type of language. I'm not anti-Mediterranean language if I don't like people with centralized banks. I think Hebrew language is the best language in the world. It's just a stupid word. It's important to understand that it's stupid.
You can. That's cool. I don't totally agree.
Okay.
I think lots of words have been used for brainwashing, but that doesn't mean I'm going to stop using them because I'm not afraid of language. I'll just tell people what I mean if they seem confused.
Well, I mean, it's just such a nonsense word. Like, you're not going to be anti-language. It's not that I'm letting them not make me not say words. I'm just not going to say a word that makes no sense. I'm not. Who can be anti-language?
You don't have to say anti-Semitic, but I might use the term sometimes to describe someone that is against the Jewish people or the Judaism in general.
Okay, so here's my other question. When we talked about the Nazi thing, right, that was actually primarily a term pushed by Jewish people as a derogatory slang.
Sure,
so my question is this. If I came up with a derogatory slang term for Jewish people, would that be allowed culturally?
I don't care about culture. I don't get to control culture. But you can make up any term you like.
Do you understand the point I'm making? I'm making a point, man.
No, he doesn't.
I'm playing devil's advocate to your points because you seem to be like telling them to me as if I don't get them already.
No, I'm just making a point.
All right.
Yeah, so my point was that to be able to run around throwing a derogatory term on people while simultaneously not allowing anyone to critique you at all, much less come up with a derogatory term, but then still claiming victimhood status during all of that is ridiculous. It's insane.
Yeah, I know, but I guess the only bit I care about now is, do you want all people to stop saying the word anti-Semite and Nazi completely? Or do you think
I like when people say the words
because fine if we still use it a bit?
I like when people use the word because it exposes them.
Okay, no, but all right. So, you think anyone that uses those two words are stupid from now on?
No, just currently brainwashed at the time of use.
Well, I disagree on that.
That's how language works, you know. People use words out of context. They change the meaning of words. You know, me and my friends could use a word in a different way from the way everyone else uses it because we want to talk in code or have our own sort of slang, right? It's just language, man, you know?
Yeah, but if you use it to make some philosophical point pointing to a moral high ground, it's a little different than colloquial use.
No one's doing that.
Yeah,
It
no,
is
I
what
agree
you're
with
doing.
Witsit. 100% wholeheartedly agree with Witsit. I think the other thing I wanted to say to Nate is it would be very annoying if I chose to define words differently to you. Like every single word was defined differently, right? So let's just say that the last sentence that I said actually meant something completely different. You would answer it in the way that I'd asked, and then I'd be like, well, why isn't he telling me, I don't know, how long the fucking Golden Gate Bridge is? Right? Because we haven't agreed on the meaning, so we can't have a conversation.
I totally agree with.
So this is the
I
point.
totally agree with you. But,
so then we have
don't
to
do that with
like. So like my point is, and obviously I know that you know what I'm saying, but let me just finish. Like you have to have at least a similar idea of what the words mean. And what Witsit is saying and what I'm saying is that these words bear virtually no relation to the original meaning, and that's an issue.
Okay.
I totally agree with you that we shouldn't do that with words, but we don't. You know, it's not like every single word we have a different meaning for all of them. Most words, 90% of the people on Earth have the same meaning for them. It's just these, you know, one or two words where the meanings can change based on location and time, number one. Number two, the meaning of words change all the time. I doubt there's a single word we use today that had the same meaning 2,000 years ago, you know, and that isn't a problem. Words should change based on time and location. You know, that's how societies change and develop.
When words change based on time and location, they are generally agreed upon by those people at that time. What you're talking about is fundamentally different to what we're talking about, which is the same word having very different meanings at the same time.
They're all words that have different meanings. We have it right now today where one word could have 5 different meanings depending on the context in which that word is used upon. For example, the word Nazi, 90% of the people in the Western world today see that word as meaning a white supremacist. I know that isn't the original meaning of the word, but that's how a lot of people use that word today, crypto. That's just how it is. And you understand what someone means when they point at a skinhead and call him a Nazi. You know they're saying that guy's a white supremacist. You know, it's not like they talk in code or anything.
Exactly right.
No one said he doesn't understand it, though. That's not his comprehension is not the point, bro. It's the stupidity of it.
No, I get your point entirely. You guys are saying words should be used the way they were originally meant to be used. And I'm saying, no, that's not how life works. That's never how life has worked. For the last 2, 3, 4, 5,000 years, it's never been that way. Words change their meanings all the time. Language
He already
is
rebutted that, though. He already rebutted that, though. Like, I have to recap it.
He rebutted it by saying if we don't agree on words, it's a problem. And I'm telling him that I agree that would be an issue, but we do agree on words. When words change definitions and meanings, it's because the whole of society has agreed that this is what this word means to us now.
See, I would disagree with that. I don't think society has agreed on this. I think these very specific words, their meanings have been pushed by very specific vested interests in order to get you to use these words in a certain way. And that is what the issue is. It's not societal. It's not some necessity that's happened. This is actually a media top-down enforcement of culture.
Good. I agree with that.
So even before global media, words weren't changing their meanings, crypto?
Why every single time I say something, do you either miss the point or strawman the point? Why can't you just address the point?
I might stop working. Hello?
It's working.
Yeah.
Bob.
Sorry, go ahead, Don. I actually overspoke you.
Bob Dole, my spirit animal. You. I agree. These words have been pushed on us to have a certain meaning and people to use them in a certain way, but I'm not falling for that. I know my own meaning for the words. And because I can't be bothered to make up a new word for someone that is into National Socialism, aligned with the German Third Reich, yeah, who wears a swastika and shaves their head and collects Nazi uniforms and goes online and makes pro-German posts. Yeah, that's what I'm going to use the word Nazi for. And you can say, no, it's not a Nazi. That's the wrong definition. It's a neo-Nazi because the world war stopped. I don't care. I'm still calling it a Nazi, yeah, because there's no other word.
No one, neo-Nazi is a stupid word too, though.
Well, okay, wait. So I'm going to ask you now. What shall I call them instead? I'm not going to change to your idea, but I'd like to hear it anyway.
Well, we wouldn't holistically characterize people improperly, so we would individually assess each person's actual philosophical viewpoint before we gave them some terms.
But you don't do that in your everyday life. You literally don't do that.
A German uniform, and they wear a swastika, and they shave their head, and they make pro-German posts. Yeah, what do you call them?
I would say they're very pro-German.
Okay, so that's 2 words, pro-German. I just say Nazi.
Yeah, nationalists. They're nationalists.
Simple, more simpler. National socialist.
Nationalists.
Yeah, but I mean, everyone does it. We all just lump people together with sometimes without a proper understanding of what the category is we're lumping them in. We all do it. You guys have done it, you know.
Wait a sec. What do you call someone who goes online every day and says anti-Jewish stuff?
Well, are they talking about Jews as a collective being beneath
They're
them?
saying Jews are ugly, Jews are dirty, Jews stink, Jews control money, Jews control Facebook, Jews control porn. They say that on Facebook every day.
Well, don't conflate all those together because the Jews do control Facebook and all the media.
what
But
do you
if you're
call
going
that
to say
person?
that,
But they are people that
my new
conflate them
friend?
together. So what do you call those people?
right? If they degrade the entire group of people as quote unquote Jews, they would be an ethnic supremacist. They would think that they're superior to an entire race.
Ethnic supremacists.
So you call them ethnic supremacists. You
We
use
already,
that word.
it's not what I call them. We already have words for all these things. This is
Exactly.
What do you call them, Whitson?
Yeah, so if someone thinks that their ethnicity is intrinsically superior to someone else's, that's called ethnic supremacy. If someone is very
That's not
pro
what I
their own
described.
country and their people, that is called nationalism.
That's not what I described. I described someone being anti-Jewish online every day. What do you call that?
If someone doesn't like actions of certain powerful Jews, that's not synonymous with disliking Jews as a whole. Are you not understanding?
Dude,
No. Don was very particular.
You know there's no better term than anti-Semite. That's a perfectly
Yeah,
good
John was
term, and
very particular, you know.
You know there's no better term.
Okay, well, what's the word for anti-white?
Well,
You just said it, didn't you? Anti-white.
No. My point is that you're asking
just
the
said
question
the term.
underneath the
You just said
presumption. I'm answering it. You're asking the question underneath the presumption. There needs to be some type of category for each type of people that might be discriminated against. No, we have one word.
Semitism. That's the type of people.
No, you're missing the point.
Mediterranean.
Is there a term specifically for? Let's forget Jewish people and white people for a second. If you hated the Filipinos, is there a specific word that you could use?
There hasn't been a word colloquialized, no, that I know of.
Okay. If you dislike Hawaiian people, what word would you use?
There is a word for Hawaiian people. I just forgot what it is.
For anti-Hawaiianism, is there a word for that?
Oh.
Anti-Hawaiianism?
No.
So if you just didn't like Hawaiians?
I've never heard of that word.
Okay. What if you just didn't like Argentinians?
We haven't colloquialized words for those yet, no.
Okay, what about if you didn't like
You
people
make any of
from
these terms up
Antarctica?
yourself by putting the word anti in front of the thing
No, but
you
this
don't
is
like.
Witz's
That's how easy it is.
point. This is the point you're missing. None of these groups have a specific term for hatred of them other than one group. That's his point.
I wonder why.
Right, and we have a word for it. I thought we used it colloquially in everything, that if you think your race is superior to another race intrinsically, then you would be called racist. So if you're anti-all Hawaiian people, that's the same as being anti-Jewish people. And we have one word for it. Why does one group, wait, time out. Why does one group get a special little word just for them? That's our point.
I get that point, but that doesn't make any difference to my point that anti-Semitism still exists.
No, it's just a nonsense word. You can't be anti-language, and we don't need the word. I'm asking you to logically think about it. Why are they the only group? Why are they the only group that gets a special little? Dude, why are they
because you
considered
couldn't
so
think of any
special?
other word when I gave you the chance. That's why we need the word.
I did racist.
Yeah, we can use racist. If we're being specific about which race they're anti, we have to add that race at the end of the
Dawn.
term, don't we?
If you're anti-Hawaiian people, then what would the term be?
You just said it.
Anti-Hawaiian. Okay,
Yeah.
but then you'd have to use the word anti-Jew, wouldn't you? Not anti-Semitic.
What isn't that the same thing?
Semitic isn't
No.
exclusive to Jews, though. It's
Well,
the
what-
meta.
Yeah.
what's the
Also,
difference between Jew and
I
Semitic?
totally get their point though, because not all Semites are Jews. You know, Persians and Arabs are Semites as well, Don.
Yeah, but
I
these
think
people are
that's the
anti all
point
of those
they're
people. They're
getting at.
against all of them.
Not really, not really. You'll find people that have no problem. You'll find Muslims that are called anti-Semitic because they don't like Jewish people.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But they
You
are
don't
Semites.
get rid of the term, do you? You use the term to describe some people being.
No,
against
definitely
Jews.
we use the term, but the only question is, why do Jews have this special term and no one else has a term like that?
The answer is because they made it up in globalism.
Yeah, they made it up, and
created
what
language.
else?
That doesn't stop me wanting to use it sometimes to describe the action.
I've made up loads of terms, but no one fucking uses them. Do you know why?
Because there isn't such a thing as anti-Hawaiianism big enough to make a term for it.
Okay, I've made up loads of terms. Do you know why no one uses them?
Because you're not Jewish.
No, because I don't have
I
media
don't know.
influence.
Yeah,
That's really what it is.
answer.
That's what really it
Because
comes down
you
to.
don't have a
I don't
control
have
over the
media
world's
influence,
language, do you?
and so people
Or
don't use the terms that I invented.
I'm not going to give up using the term anti-Semitism because it exists.
He's
as
not
a
asking
thing
you
in
to.
reality.
Like, it's like you don't understand what he's saying. Which doesn't surprise me, given the last 20 minutes of
It's like you think I'm not thinking.
I think everyone else in the room understands what Witz is saying.
So do I. I get him. All I'm trying to argue back is that I'm not going to get rid of language because you're triggered by it in the new age.
Then that sentence proves you have no idea what Witz is talking about.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, no. I mean, Don gets Witz's point. He's just making his own separate point. You know, I don't know though who said you should stop using the word Don, but I get the point you're making.
They're trying to say it shouldn't be used. It's a stupid term that you've been brainwashed into
Oh,
using.
dude, you can use whatever stupid term you want to, but I was just pointing out that it was stupid.
Well, that's fair enough, but obviously I don't agree that we should stop using it.
Okay, but even then, what you're saying is we just have to accept the point that he pointed out, which is there are Semitic people that aren't Jewish. If they don't like the Jewish control, they would be called anti-Semitic, although they're Semitic themselves.
It's just all semantics. People know what I mean.
That's not the point.
Because
The point,
the Jews
though, I
are
think
this
that
protected class that get a special privilege where we know that, no, they have the right to the whole word Semitism
Dude,
and the whole Mediterranean area.
I'm not going to apologize for the Jews.
I don't think he's asking you to apologize or not use any words or make some kind of rule that you have to follow about words. And he knows you're going to probably still use it in the same context. But maybe the only hope here is that you would maybe look into what he's saying, check it out for yourself.
Fuck
But if
me,
you
I
thought, if
looked
you could
into this.
confirm that that's the
I looked
reason,
into this
then
a
it would
year
make you
ago,
more aware
fuck
of
me.
how you use the word in the future. That's the only thing.
Fuck me.
If you were
I'm
just
sure
doing it
Don's
and
aware
following
of
the rule, it wouldn't make any meaning. Wouldn't have any meaning unless you learned it for yourself and realized that he was right about it.
We're talking about.
But I'm sure Don's
this
aware of
started
that.
with Ukrainian neo-Nazis, actual people that are against Semitism. Yeah. This is
I'm
an
sure
existing
everyone
thing. There's
here
an
is
article
aware
about
of
it
the
in the
word
chat.
anti-Semitism comes from, right?
Right, but
Like, this shouldn't
wait,
be
I
new to
I
any
just
of them.
jumped on him to offer Don a point he might be able to relate to, and it comes full circle with what Witch has started out. I've been trying to get to sleep, but I can't stop listening to you guys, so I thought I might try to help. Just to, the fact
No, I
that
don't think there is any help. I don't think that's helping Dawn, to be honest.
I know that Don is big, is anti-vax, and he's big about that, at least of being
You're
an
a flat
awareness that
earther, dude.
other people don't have. And they started calling the mRNA a genetic modification from the very start. In fact, it was never actually called a vaccine, and that just because the media called it that, it became the most popular way to reference these things that they were putting into our bodies to genetically modify us. From the very start, if you looked up what it was, that's what the mRNA said. It never tried to call itself a vaccine, except for the way that it was sold to us. So that's where words have meaning and might actually save your life if you know what the actuality of the source and the reference and the media's influence.
if you're not anti-Semite and you make a big fuss when someone uses the term to describe actual neo-Nazis, maybe you're pro-Hitler.
Well, why was Time Magazine pro Hitler?
Yeah, I mean, maybe if you drink water, maybe if you drink water and eat a sandwich, you're pro-Hitler. Don't drink water or eat sandwiches, guys.
I like his mustache.
But you guys aren't pro-Hitler, right?
Of course not.
This is why Hitler's a perfect example of the way the media influenced us. I don't know what to believe about Hitler, to be honest. I'm actually leaning towards maybe he was a good guy because he's the number one enemy and the thing you can't talk about. So maybe he is the guy that was actually good, learning that everything that they tell us is bad is actually
not. Nate? Sorry, I just wanted to address what Nate said. Nate, don't you find it very irritating that Dawn is interjecting with all these stupid accusations when we're trying to have a conversation that actually has some substance?
He started animal
It is
liberation.
annoying. It is a bit annoying. But I mean, that's just Dawn being Dawn, you know.
Adolf
Yeah,
Hitler
but it's not Dawn being Dawn, actually. Sorry, man. Just one second. Then I'll shut up. It's not Dawn being Dawn. This is a common liberal tactic. It's like, oh, if I don't like what you're saying and what you're saying is true, I'll just say that you're a white supremacist or a neo-Nazi. Oh, maybe I'll call you pro-Hitler. Maybe I'll just throw all of these accusations at you. So now, instead of addressing the point, you're busy dodging my attacks. No, Dawn, I don't give a shit about dodging your attacks. I actually want to have a serious discussion, like an intellectual discussion about meaningful things. If you don't want to be involved, mute yourself.
I want to have a meaningful
What do you mean by the word liberal?
I'm happy to move on. I was only joking that you're anti-Semites and you're pro-Hitler and a new perspective.
But it's annoying. Like, why are you even saying this shit?
He was a good guy.
Well, he
So
did.
anyway.
Adolf started animal liberation. How can you knock that?
But obviously, my joke about pro-Hitler made someone come in and say maybe Hitler was the good guy. So my joke is telling.
Yeah, so because you don't know anything. So hey, I got a question for you. Were all the German people? Here's my question: were all the German people super racist and evil people? Yes or no?
No, that's ridiculous.
Okay. Did you know 98% of Germany voted for Hitler?
Right.
That high?
98%.
He gave good speeches.
Oh,
yeah, he did actually. He did. You're right, Bill. Yeah, you're spot on.
Yeah,
it's more pro-Hitler.
He was like Obama. You know? He could talk.
Yeah, he had a really nice cadence to his voice. I'll
listen to you.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, like he could rally you up. You know, he could get you ready for a fight. You know.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? People interpret statement of facts about World War II or Hitler as claims. That's how triggered their brainwashing gets. It's like, I get it. I'm not saying he's good or bad at all, but I will say we were lied to about a lot. It's just like the Germans had Winston Churchill's army completely surrounded, and then out of good faith, let them go. Removed the surrounding army, let them go. And then just asked them basically for a conditional surrender and said, we don't even want the territory you stole from Germany, although that would be preferable. We just require you leave Germany alone. And Winston Churchill ran his little troops away and then continued to attack after that. So that really doesn't fit the narrative we were taught, and this is all documented.
Yeah, and the thing is as well is that he said many times he didn't want to fight England at all. He didn't want to get in a war with us. And actually it was our government that was keen on getting into a war with him. This is all well documented as well.
Yeah, didn't he actually write letters, Crypto, trying to discourage any sort of combat to Churchill? Yeah.
And why would you? Like, why, if you were a reasonably powerful nation, why would you go looking for problems with other reasonably powerful nations? It doesn't make any sense.
No, not at all. Not at all.
And again, the context of all this is, the truth is the Germans had war declared on them because they wanted to have a nationalist system of banking.
I agree. This is very controversial. This is even more controversial than the shape of the earth. You can't even say anything because everybody's so ingrained. 6 million people, Hitler did this, Hitler did this. What about the 70 million that stop? You know, it's
if you
crazy.
listen carefully, it's actually people getting triggered the opposite way. People are not saying, "Oh my God, the Holocaust." People are saying, "Hitler was a good guy. He didn't even surround."
No one said that.
He did this. He did that.
No one
Lots of
said
people
that.
voted for him. If you listen properly, you're reacting to the wrong thing.
Yeah, no one said that. I think what's really irritating is, again, these accusations,
an
these
hour
straw
ago.
man. It's fucking stupid. Like, what I said specifically was that he didn't go looking for trouble with England, not because he's a good guy, but because he's not a dumbass, right? If I'm like a reasonably good kung fu fighter, I don't look for the best kung fu fighter to go and fuck him up because he might fuck me up, right? It's stupid. You don't go looking for that shit. If you're a reasonably powerful nation, you don't go looking for trouble with nations that could beat you. This is just self-interest. Nothing to do with good guys or bad guys.
Yeah, and he's on record stating that over and over because it's very simple and obvious. See, the people that just know that he's quote unquote a bad guy, they've never even read one thing he said or listened to anything that he said. And I'm not even pro-Hitler, quote unquote. I just know for a fact that they did not let you know what really happened in World War II or I.
Yeah.
Why are you pretending like you do then?
Just like, yeah. Just
Dude,
like Lenny from Motorhead.
Right, I think Vanessa wants to go talk about something also.
I mean, there's
So you know how they painted like they were like oppressed or whatever, but these are some of the policies Germany had. If you were to have children, like German children, they would give you a loan for a house, okay? And then if you had every child you had took 25% of the loan off, right? Actually, if you got married to a German, they would give you a house. And if you had a baby, they take 25% off the loan for the house and in very manageable payments. And if you had up to 4 children, the loan was completely wiped off. That isn't inherently evil to promote like the welfare of your nation.
What are you on about?
They were probably a bit
something else, man.
sketchy. They were probably a bit sketchy to start off with.
Based on what? Like this is the thing. It's like I agree with Witzy. Like I'm not pro Hitler at all. Like, but because I'm libertarian fundamentally.
Why not?
Like leaders, I think are mainly psycho. Well, because I'm not pro leaders. I don't like leaders. I think if you want to rule over millions of people, there's something wrong with you. But we're talking about the things that happened in the past, right? This is what we're talking about. Now, these things are documented. If you just ignore the mainstream's blabbering, like most journalists nowadays, this is the thing. So I've got a little bit of personal experience with journalists. Most journalists nowadays are 21-year-olds who have never done any of their own research. They don't know anything. And yet they're writing articles and then presenting it to you as fact. They don't even know they've got worldviews half the time. Right? So what you're hearing all the time from these idiot 21-year-olds who have never done any research and don't know anything is the same shit that Dawn's repeating, right? But what I'm saying and what Witzy's saying and what Blaze is saying and what other people are saying is based on research, logic, and years of understanding.
Shall we move on? If none of you are actually pro-Hitler, let's move on.
Yeah.
Why can't we have a discussion about something that we're not pro or anti something?
Hitler, we don't need to carry on doing this, do we?
Being pro, like you don't have to discuss something only if you're pro something. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
but if you're uncomfortable with the current conversation, Dawn, put yourself on mute so that everyone else can discuss it.
But what information do you believe, Crypto? All right. Now, I've seen all the information about Hitler that I was taught, and I've seen completely the opposite information as well. All right. So we've got two conflicting stories here straight away. I've seen apparently the letters he's written, but I've seen other stuff as well that completely conflict with the stories.
Okay, so when the stories conflict, you agree that they can't both be true, right?
Yeah, hold on. So generally, a good rule of thumb is when you get two conflicting stories, take the two stories, divide it by two, and that's probably somewhere where the truth lies, thereabouts.
So you're asking me a question, but telling me how to answer it, right?
No. I was kind of responding to Wits that I got sidetracked. Sorry.
Okay, fair enough. No worries.
Yeah.
I've got a contradiction. My girlfriend at the time in England, she had a boyfriend who was a friend who was Jewish, right? And his father was a professor at Oxford on German history, apparently. But the point of the story is he had a little TV set of Adolf, and he was Jewish, and it was just Adolf, like old black and white videos of him like giving speeches and just why would that's what I'm saying. Like that made me double take. And I asked some questions. He didn't hate Adolf. He did not at all. It's like some people see him as the father. That's how they see him.
True that, no.
So,
anyway,
Bansor, I'll answer your question. I'll answer the question that you asked me. Right? So you said to me, how do I filter the information that I'm told, right? So everything that I read or see, first of all, I consider what the source is. Is it some 21-year-old journalist that actually doesn't know anything? That's the first thing I ask myself. Is it some idiot who's just parroting a narrative? Obviously, everyone is parroting a narrative. Everyone has a worldview. I understand that. But certain people have an interest in virtue signaling, right? So if it's virtue signaling, discarded instantly. I then look at the likelihood of somebody with his worldview taking those actions. Now, a good example would be nationalism, right? He was a nationalist. I think everyone here agrees that he was a nationalist, right? Do nationalists build empires? The answer is no. Nationalists are nationalists. They don't care about empire. Imperialism and nationalism.
You're cutting it. You cut out there, Crypto.
Yeah, sorry, there's a train going past. So nationalists and imperialists are the direct opposites of each other. A nationalist wouldn't invade somewhere like Poland if what they're telling you is true, that he wanted to take over Europe. And I've heard other information which makes a lot more sense, and it's to do with the end of the First World War, which is what I think Witsit was alluding to earlier. During the First World War, a significant portion of East Germany was taken and given to Poland, right? But the problem with that is that there were still a lot of ethnic Germans living in that part of Poland, and the Polish leaders weren't treating them very well, right? And that's to put it lightly. Now, as a nationalist, he would have been looking at that as seeing his brothers and sisters in a land that was stolen from him being treated badly, and that he needs to go and help them, right? Now, this is what actually started World War II. The invasion of Poland was because the Polish were mistreating Germans in what was Germany before World War One. And that makes sense as a nationalist, because he, as a nationalist, would see his people and he would want to protect them. This is a narrative that makes sense.
I don't disagree with you, Crypto. Don't disagree with you at all, right? But your motives can evolve and they can change also too. Even if that's what you start off as, right? They can change and you can go down a different path. That's also
for sure. But I like to consider the person's worldview. What would make a nationalist make imperialist action?
Power. You know, he had power, and he's a man like all of us. And power.
He really had power, though. He really had the unconditional power of his people, and the Austrians across the board.
Did he cut out again?
Sorry, mate. The Austrians across the board. Hopefully, everyone knows that Hitler was Austrian, right? Hopefully, you all know. In Austria, he was very popular as well. Dawn's calling me pro-Hitler again. No, Dawn, you're full of shit. Now, when it comes to he was Austrian. The Austrians liked Hitler because he was one of their sons. That's how he saw them. And the Austrians and the I don't know why you're talking over me. The Germans and the Austrians see themselves as brothers. Okay, I'm not Austrian. But I have Austrian friends and I have German friends. They see each other as brothers. Okay, this is just how they see it. So, like, I don't buy the argument that, oh yeah, he was just a man and he was powerful and he wanted to go and take shit. I don't buy the argument. That wasn't his worldview.
No, I'm going to say there's plenty of evidence to back up at the very start that was not his worldview, right? But, you know, it also could have evolved as
So,
well.
but where's the evidence for that?
Look, I don't have actually any citations or anything to give
no.
you. Right?
He
I'm
wants
just saying
evidence from you now.
this is also to a possibility, right? And you can't rule it out as a possibility. Just because he started off as a nationalist doesn't mean that he didn't want to build an empire. Because there are reports.
Consider the context of the question, though, Bansor. So can I get in? Consider the context of the reason I'm answering this is you asked me, how do I filter this information? I'm not telling you that any of this is true. All I'm saying is that I consider logic, I consider research, and I consider narrative. I don't think it's very likely that a nationalist would suddenly just decide that he wants to take over Europe and create an empire. That doesn't make sense to me. What does make sense to me is if you understand World War I, that there were ethnic Germans being mistreated by a neighbouring state, that he would want to go and sort that out. That makes a lot more sense to me as a narrative.
Yeah. And I don't disagree with your rationale at all, Crypto. Don't disagree with it.
Right. And wait, if he was an imperialist when he had the enemy surrounded, then why would he say, we don't even want what you took from Germany, just leave current Germany alone, please, and then retreat and let them get away? So not retreat. He let them get away. Well, that's the opposite of what an imperialist would ever do.
Well, he ended up going into Russia, didn't he?
Yeah. He did.
He did. Why do you think he did that?
Actually, I'm not actually 100% sure. But he did go in there, which was a big faux pas at the end of the day for him. They kind of mucked up his plans.
Well, no, they were going to invade him, so it was a preemptive strike. That's why he went there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was just strategy. It was that, like the Russians were going to invade, and if something was going to get fucked up, he wanted it not to be on German land. Obviously, there's Poland in the way, but they'd both. What's funny is that they agreed to invade Poland together. It's one of the most sinister parts of the World War.
He kind of shot himself in the foot there, didn't he? Trying to do that.
Well, he definitely didn't shoot himself in the head. I'm guessing you know that.
Well, he didn't.
Yeah, that's interesting though, right? I mean, because the guy was saying, you got two different contradictory stories. Well, yeah, one of them can't be true at the least. And they told us this shot himself in the head whenever the American superpower came, and that's all a lie. And the CIA has documents saying, no, he was in Argentina, bro. All I know is when you're telling the truth, you don't got to lie a lot. And if you're a group of people that makes it basically or literally illegal to even critique you, you might be doing something you shouldn't do.
Facts.
Maybe 109 people didn't all accidentally make the same mistake.
History would be a wonderful thing if only it were true.
Well, this is why you have to filter it through logical thinking and critical thinking.
Well, I mean, apparently when he was young, he was an artist, sensitive, wrote poetry, and he was affected by World War One. And a lot of people they say he's the most evil man that ever lived, right? So what happened? He did. He did.
What's also funny about Hitler when he was younger is that when he moved to Vienna, I think he moved to Vienna, he was shocked at all the anti-Semitism. He was like, oh, these guys are really anti-Semitic. Like to use Dawn's phrase. Why? He couldn't believe it. He was like, these guys are really bad people. He didn't understand. Right? So I guess some people's worldviews do change, Bansor.
Yeah.
That was a mic drop, yo. All I know is I saw a picture of this guy feeding a deer a strawberry. So he gets a little leeway with me from the jump.
Strawberry. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. I've seen
Animals
him
are
with
smart, man.
children. Yeah, children smiling at him. He's driving down the street. Everyone's smiling and waving at him like in a euphoria.
There's some fantastic photos of him with crowds just rallying around him.
Some of that could be propaganda as well, though. Like, you have to be honest. Like,
I'm using my discernment there, Crypto.
It was like a phenomenon, right? Like the Beatles. He was like the Beatles of his day.
He was a rock star. It absolutely.
Yeah, I had to jump back on, and on that point, you know, a lot of it's propaganda on both sides, and all of it might be bullshit, including the fact that Hitler might not have been making his own decisions, or he was the Putin of his time, and there's always been a background controlling system that now has made America the Fourth Reich, and that was the most important part about it. It had nothing to do with what Hitler wanted necessarily, and he said all the good things and all the bad things because that's what he probably told to say.
Well, sure. I don't disagree with that, but I think it's important to know the truth, though, like what they lied about, because they're going to do it again, like you said, right now with Russia. And that's why they had to make sure no one knew what really happened about 10 years later. Like they just propagandized everyone because they had to repeat the cycle. I think you're over the mark. I think that's what they do. And that's why they don't want you to know what really went on with Hitler. Because the way they got everyone in the world to support Hitler, and I mean everyone in the world, including Americans, was because he was just standing up for basic freedoms, much like what Trump's talking points were.
Right. I don't disagree with that.
No,
but I don't think he was making the decision, even if it was a good decision. A lot of times, you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hitler,
I have no
Hitler
idea
was
who told it.
definitely funded by Wall Street, 100%. Rockefeller, J.P. Morgan, Monsanto, Thomas Henry Ford, or whatever.
Prescott
all
Bush.
their fucking companies were up in Germany. Germany couldn't fight a war without American funding.
He definitely
They
had
just
an
went through the
agreement with
Great
Rothschild.
Depression.
That's for sure. Like documented Rothschild agreement. But the point is that like you got to get to the bottom of I guess it's like JFK is a good example. Like, was JFK really assassinated? I don't know, but the story they told us was definitely not true. Right. So whether JFK was assassinated or not, it's still important to look at the fact that the government killed like everyone that knew anything about it.
All right, I got to jump off again, but Witch, check your DMs. I got some about JFK I'm about to send you.
Oh no!
All right, bro.
You have. He's not. I know what it is.
Is it that he's gay?
Yeah, I think so.
I know that he is gay. He was gay. So that's kind of weird. That's why they named the moon landing thing after him. His little gay boyfriend, Lim.
Mm.
The lunar module, yeah.
How could he be gay? He was with Marilyn Monroe.
No, that's a crime.
That's literally
That's an
why
absolute crime.
that's why they did that. That's why that was a story. This guy couldn't be gay. He cheats on his wife. One girl's not even enough.
Yeah, well, haven't we been having people live out scripted lives since like fucking the 1500s with these royal families? What precludes JFK from living a scripted life? What precludes someone from writing a script of what he's going to do with his life before he's born?
Right. I mean, especially considering he was a Jesuit.
Yep, Jesuits script out fuckers' lives. They fucking script out birth date and death date before they even fucking come to this earth.
That's what happens when you go to an all-boys school.
That's what they call it. That's what they call it. They're gonna pull your number because these motherfuckers already scripted your death date. They're gonna pull your number.
I know. He was Catholic, but was he specifically Jesuit? Did he go to like the schools or whatever, or was he like a friar? Or I'm sorry, not a friar, a Jesuit priest or whatever?
Yeah, he went to a Jesuit school.
Interesting.
Jesuit priests. Most Jesuits throughout history were not Jesuit priests. They're agent provocateurs.
Yeah, like all the famous people and all the really all the powerful people in Congress and stuff. They almost all went to like all the really powerful people went to a Jesuit university.
Yeah, 100%. Also, Hitler. What do I say? A lot of his Nazis and shit. They got out of Germany because the Catholic Church basically smuggled them out and bring them over to America. So, I mean, Hitler was definitely controlled opposition.
Yeah, the Jesuits and the Zionists are friends behind closed doors.
The Jesuits are Zionists.
Yeah, exactly. So, but like, well, they have an worldly perception as if they're different.
The Hydra. Many heads of the same creature.
Yeah. So, do you see what's really crazy about the conversation we were having earlier? There's actually really only one very, very vocal group that claims ethnic supremacy. Like by the literal definition that their ethnic makeup makes them superior to anyone without that ethnicity. There's only like one group of vocal people in the whole world that say that. So the idea that's the same one group of people that is the victim of ethnic supremacy all around is laughable. And then they've used it to say if you are to critique them for their ethnic supremacy, they can then say that makes you ethnic supremacists.
Yeah, with everything they come up with, it's all fucking twisted.
It's just crazy, bro, because like I will literally do a stream saying I think it's ridiculous that some of these people that claim to be Jewish think they're ethnically superior to everyone else in the world and that we're beneath them. I think that's not good. I think that's bad. And then people will say that I am racist.
Yeah, well, here's the thing is you don't have to take those people's opinions too seriously. The world is full of retards. That's one of the main problems is this particular group of people is smart in that they learned how to use the useful retards of the reality. It's like the Jesuits too, man. They're always using these fucking useful idiots. And that's what gives them a leg up, is they fucking use the population against us.
Yeah, of course.
Like, let's just be honest. If anyone did maybe fucking half an hour of research on 9/11, we wouldn't go to fucking war in Afghanistan and Kuwait and all this shit. Yet the fucking masses are too goddamn retarded to fucking do that. So, I mean, they literally treat the masses like baby drooling retards, to be honest with you.
And it works. It works. It's just like right now, everyone's going to agree to go to war with Russia whenever they pull off a false flag.
Yeah, well, how's this? Fucking, never mind.
Russian cyber attack, false flag.
Yeah, and how's this? There was that hack, maybe it was a year ago or 2 years ago when they had like a power outage in Texas. So what happened is the hackers didn't actually hack the power plant; they hacked the payment system. And the power plant didn't want to give people their power during the winter without getting paid, basically. So the residents of Texas, their power wasn't actually hacked. It was actually just shut down because the payment system was hacked, which is kind of fucked, but...
That's pretty crazy. Yeah, we've been predicted for that, though. Predictively programmed for the cyber attack from Russia. And if you look at the Economist covers, 2019, it shows Putin facing Trump. And then 2020, it's just a bunch of words. And if you look at the bottom right, it says war, Russia. And so maybe they're telling you that a couple years in, they say, oh, we proved that the election was stolen or whatever. Once they get like literally everyone to be like, damn, Joe Biden has got to go. And then he comes in exonerated, no first term on the book. Then he smooths things over with Putin and saves the day working with Elon Musk. That's all.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him. It's probably pretty close to the script. Yeah, especially with Elon Musk. That's the only. This whole fucking shit with Russia is about fucking electric cars. I'll tell you that right now. They just don't want you driving a fucking gasoline vehicle. Biden was literally giving a speech on it fucking like 2 days ago or so. Oh, we need to replace all of our cars with electricity since we're not getting gasoline. It's like, bro, who the fuck falls for this pre-scripted bullcrap? And then that fucking president in Ukraine, apparently the fucking CIA overthrew Ukraine in like fucking 2014. So it's all fuckery. Fucking Putin on that fucking World Economic Forum. It's all a shit show, bro. It's been a world government since like the 1700s.
So, just so I'm clear, you just said Putin invaded Ukraine because he wants everybody to be driving electric cars?
No, dumb fuck. They want you guys driving electric cars, so they're gonna have a war with fucking Russia.
So
Putin is not the head.
Ukraine.
Obviously, Putin is not the head honcho.
Okay, Russia invaded Ukraine because Russia wants everybody driving electric cars.
Okay,
No,
you strawmanned him again.
no,
Look,
hey,
I'm going to
well,
say it
let
for
me-
you, bro.
let
I'm
me
going to say it
address
for you.
this. Let me address this dumb fuck.
No, I don't know.
I got you. We don't have to say names. We don't have to say
All right,
names.
get it with
He's
it,
saying
get it
that
with
the whole thing is scripted, okay, and that their agenda is to create a fuel shortage crisis so they can incentivize everyone getting electric cars so they can shut them off when they want to.
Who is they? Is it Russia or the world order?
New World Order.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bro, and just like whenever the truckers came supposedly and that wasn't crafted or whatever, well then Tesla comes out and he says, Elon says, I have automated trucks that will fix that problem. And
Yeah,
he's gonna be here to
everything
fix
is
all the
about
problems.
him. Yeah, and then he's sending satellites to Ukraine. Everything is about this fucking fraud getting his fucking shit up because they want to fucking make him a hero for little kids.
Just to be clear, I'm going to recap again. Russia invaded Ukraine because the New World Order wanted everybody driving electric cars.
That's
They
one
want-
part of it. You sound
Listen,
really
buddy.
dumb strawmanning what we're saying, though.
I mean, I'm questioning. I'm making sure I understand what you're saying correctly. I'm not straw
Yeah.
manning.
Listen,
I want to make sure I have it right.
Extremists. They basically figured out that they can have self-driving cars, delivery drones, algorithms. They're basically going to be able to automate like fucking 90% of the fucking jobs. So yeah, they fucking scripted it so they can now fucking push you over to electric vehicles. Just like they scripted coronavirus so they could print out a bunch of money that later could take this money back out of the fucking corporations and start building this fourth industrial revolution. They literally fucking write about this shit. Like it's not like I'm fucking claiming to be some genius or shit. It's like nope, they just have it clearly documented.
Yeah, but these people are the kind of people that don't read it, and if you show it to them, they're not going to read. They're not going to go read Lockstep by the Rockefeller Foundation in 2012, predicting the entire last 2 years. They just don't want to read it. So it's like, what can you do? What we're saying in summary is this entire war is scripted to move us into an automated, digitalized, updated infrastructure.
So okay, if it's scripted,
And America's not going to have the world reserve currency.
Hold on.
There'll be a scripted.
Okay, well, I'll talk first. I don't understand why I'm being asked to hold on. Wait a second. You know what's really interesting about this is it used to be that the conspiracy theorists were the guys who were pointing out things that weren't written anywhere. And now the conspiracy theorists are the guys pointing out stuff that's written everywhere and that everyone else doesn't want to read. It's like this weird inversion. It's like, come on, guys.
So if it's scripted, what happens next? What's next in the script?
I just told you.
Yes.
The rise of
Terminator. You know, remember that movie?
the rise of China is next.
Well, yeah, Russia and China are going to spearhead the digitalization of currency.
Yeah, China's gonna actually export their fucking current digital currency system to all these other countries around it in fucking Asia. So all of the East and shit going all the way over to fucking UAE is all gonna be fucking connected with their Belt and Road system. And obviously Russia's gonna be on board with it because they ain't trading with the West.
So most of what I've seen is that China is discouraging the digital currency.
They just literally
They have their own
with
digital
Russia to
currency.
do that. What do you?
Wait a minute. No. This guy just fucking said a bald-faced lie. They have their own digital currency that they developed, the government CCP themselves, called the digital yuan. It's literally a thing. They've been testing it for like a couple years now, dude.
Okay.
What you just said is completely incorrect.
Yeah, and Russia just announced that they're going to be working in cooperation with that digital currency.
Yeah, so you saying that China's against digital currency is completely uninformed, actually.
Per usual, though.
Can I just say a quick one? The value of lithium, if there's only limited resources and stuff like that, they could have a gold mine of lithium at Ukraine, and that would basically be more expensive than gold, wouldn't it? If there's only a limited supply, and basically it's the fuel of our future. So whoever's holding the pot ain't gonna tell anybody else, are they? And then they just do things like the typical decoy, when everyone's just pointing in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Well, everyone's saying
I'll say this to Realm is these guys like to hit two birds with one stone. They're probably knocking out a couple fucking things on their wish list this invasion.
Oh, dude, a ton of things.
Yeah, more than a couple.
But don't you think it's very telling, though, that his recollection of our point was repeatedly strawmanned as if the only reason was to digitalize cars because he could make it sound stupid when he said it. But I'm just saying the psychology of that. If you're going to be in a position to create scripted world wars, you're obviously in a position to calculate exactly what you want to achieve with them in a multifaceted way. It's just not even being honest to look at what we're talking about.
Yeah, well, they printed a bunch of money. Now, when they turn up the interest rates, it's all gonna fucking go away, and a bunch of people are gonna lose their jobs. And they're gonna use that money they printed out now to pay these poor fucking losers to build these fucking robots to then replace more fuckers' jobs. So
Yeah, we're gonna have an automated. This is the fourth industrial revolution, man. They told you that it was gonna do that. There will be a digital ID around the entire world, dude. This is all publicly available information.
They said basically that every household object's gonna have a microchip in it that basically gives a status, and like when you want objects, you're gonna rent them, and a delivery robot's gonna bring it to you, so that you're not wasting resources and keeping objects in the meantime between uses and stuff.
So you think they're gonna stop building? So you think they're gonna stop building stuff with planned obsolescence built in?
No, I'm just saying what
they're not worried about waste then. They're not worried about if they're going to still use planned obsolescence. They don't give a fuck about waste.
Not at all.
So, dude, it's very simple. To crash the dollar, they had to do a bunch of things. And so they printed off all the fake money. Obviously, the economy will have to seek equilibrium. It's all fiat Ponzi scheme anyway. But the war helps with it because the dollar is the U.S. world currency. And that just took a major blow to the head when Russia and China are now opting out of it and operating together with a digital currency system. It will force America and other countries to update their system to a digital system to compete, just like SWIFT, the out-of-date, archaic international transaction system right now gets smoked by even the most primitive cryptocurrencies. So as a tactical maneuver, we have to upgrade. And that's just like what Elon Musk says. We have to embrace the automation because it's coming whether we like it or not. And that will be the sales pitch. Back people into a corner where they think they have no choice, and then get them to agree to it.
Oh,
Yeah.
once the automation comes, dude, forget about it. You're gonna see 50-60% unemployment rates. I mean, they're already automating shit that we thought wasn't gonna happen for a long time, like janitorial work, shit like that. So
That's another reason they need a fucking electric currency, is they need to be able to airdrop these fucking broke losers when they don't have a job. This UBI bullshit.
bro, people, dude, they might not be broke losers. Like, they might be hardworking truck drivers or janitors or something that got automated out, and now they don't have a job. It doesn't mean they're
Yeah,
broke
no,
losers.
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I'm just being hyperbolic.
Okay.
But
They've been
but like they're gonna
automating
need
the
that.
industry
They're
for the
gonna need
last
that
30, 35 years.
electric
It's been
currency.
done forever.
Hey, no, Adam, no, let Daddy get you more of those.
They're gonna need that electric currency to airdrop the fucking UBI to people. They literally have fuckers from the fucking Treasury and Fed talking about producing a fucking electric currency that expires. They can limit where you can buy and sell things. Literally, like this is they're literally talking about what they're planning in the future. Like, oh, you get the money, and if you don't spend it in 3 months, poof, it's gone.
When
And
you
it's
say
like
electric
no
currency,
savings in the future, programmable money. You can only buy it for food and shit. It's fucking ridiculous.
when you say electric
We're
currency,
just
you mean
in
digital
stupid
currency,
space.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, all the currency will be kept in taser guns, electrically.
All the money is gonna be kept on your chip in your hand.
But seriously though, when this automation hits, you better you better buckle up.
I mean, automation has been ongoing for 40 years.
Exactly.
But when has automation replaced human thinking? When has AI existed?
They're about to
When
bring it
was
home.
when was intellectual jobs taken by automation?
And
Never.
it's exponential. It's exponential growth. So
Yeah, they're about to hit this shit home once they have all the car vehicles automated, all the fast food joints automated, all the janitors automated. Like, what are you going to do when all the work, the manual labor is just automated?
Somebody has to
technology
maintain the
grows.
automation.
It's just such a simple rebuttal, dude. Automation's been going on for 40 years, but when technology evolves, right, it's exponential. So if you have a computer that you create that can do something that it takes 5 million computers to do, you've now changed everything, and everything will grow at a much faster rate at that point forward, right?
I'm saying
but human creativity is only available in certain jobs. Most jobs don't need or require human creativity in order to flip a burger.
Well, it's not about what's required. It's about life, bro. It's about people having life.
Oh, I know that. No, I'm just saying that when people say it's been happening all this time, or like, yeah, I mean, most jobs can be just you take the human part of it out. You don't need. That's what he was saying.
You don't need the
right?
guy flipping. Yeah, you don't need the guy flipping burgers. We got robots making cars now. I'm pretty sure we can get a robot to figure out how to flip a burger, and they're working on it hard right now.
No one is having their life fulfilled by working at McDonald's, and they're suddenly like just totally.
Well, yeah, no doubt.
Capable of living their life because they lost a job at McDonald's. Pretty sure that's not happening right now.
Yeah, but what's
gonna
happen? What's gonna happen when the same fucking cartel group of people that control our money supply, now they control fucking everything because they have direct fucking access to the robots that run everything in the economy. I mean, I don't know. These guys, this fucking cartel fucking goes around the world and murders little children for fun and like fucking
They're already
blows
running
people
shit.
up. Yeah,
They're already
but
running shit. They already control that stuff.
It's just a different level, dude. There's a difference level between ruling the money and monetary system of a country versus having a robot in everyone's house that you directly control. It's just a different level of control. We've already seen that these guys are psychopaths, and now we're gonna let them control a robot in our house. Come on, guys.
Yes, no.
Oh,
I don't think it would be. It wouldn't be so Orwellian.
So we should just let them put a robot in our house. That makes sense. No, it doesn't make sense to fucking continue.
You know, what they'll do is they'll turn, instead of, because most people won't allow a robot in their house that's controlled by the government. But what they will absolutely do is believe everything the government tells them, thus turning themselves into robots, thinking they're doing a good thing.
I think you're wrong about that. I
Tell
think
that to
all
every
they need,
person
all they
wearing a
need
mask.
is one more generation, and there's gonna be a robot in all your fucking houses.
Yeah, think about.
Yeah.
I mean, how many of your friends have got a Google Dot or an Alexa? Like
How many?
loads.
Well, how many people have a phone in your house? Everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone has that's the robot that's in your house. Technically, just kind of a pocket robot.
Yeah, they're not gonna say, oh, by the way, here's our government-controlled robot for everybody. No, they're gonna subterfuge. They're gonna make it think. Yeah, people are gonna willingly accept it. That's how they get things
Yeah.
done. They don't force it on people. They create situations in which people automatically or willingly accept it.
People will beg for them.
Right, like cell phones came out, all this fucking iPhone cell phone shit was like real big right before 9/11, and then after 9/11 they fucking enact Patriot Act where they can use the cell phone to spy on you. Just seems kind of fucking
Who
like
was it? Someone just said it. Like it's one of the best things. Like people aren't gonna, be enslaved. People will vote or demand for their own enslavement. I can't remember who said that or who.
Yeah, it was me.
Yeah, but who said that originally? I can't remember who it was.
Originally, yeah.
But he's absolutely right. Like we will vote and demand that we enslave ourselves.
Can't get enough.
Yeah,
Or,
so
well, I guess most people, the majority.
Whatever happens to the people that decided that deserve it.
Oh yeah, but the problem is that the majority then rules everybody else, so that we're sort of forced to have to coexist or whatever, or they're going to pass laws, even though they're wrong. Everyone's going to have to abide by them. You know, like 9/11, right?
Right, like if
It's all
you
bullshit,
know,
but we all still have to live under the Patriot Act.
I
right,
agree.
like if you know that most of our taxes don't need to be paid, it just fucking wasted money on bullshit. You still gonna have to pay it because everyone around you is a stupid fuck that fucking is gonna pay. They're gonna be mad if you don't pay it.
Actually, you don't have to pay your taxes at all, man.
Well, no, I think he's just being facetious.
I get your point. I just had to say that. I have to say that because that's a misnomer, and the reason that everyone pays their taxes is because everyone believes that, but you literally don't have to. The actual original setup was the government has to come to the people and convince them to partake in funding for a certain public service, and that does not happen now. They just take your money and then go, just throw money around. So you don't have any obligation to give them money. You have to choose to. And that's why they get you to sign your paper and send your money in. They don't come take it from you. And if they do take it out of your accounts because you've signed some contract with them previously.
Yeah, it's like them creating a situation in which people willingly accept it because they don't know. What is it that people, those who don't pay attention to history are doomed to repeat it? The problem is that the people who do pay attention to history are doomed to live amongst people who have no idea what they're talking about and are the majority.
Thus repeat it, yeah.
Yeah, which one of you motherfuckers don't pay taxes right now?
Me.
I stopped paying my taxes.
And what? And Witsa gets it. What fucking happened? Nothing?
No, nothing happens. You can send in an affidavit of status too. So and they literally will never contact you again about taxes. I can give you information from IRS employees telling you don't have to pay your taxes. One of the ladies didn't discover it until 10 years. Until 10 years of working there.
What's it? Do you got links for this shit?
Yeah, I'm driving right now. So if you want to DM me and remind me what we talked about or something, like I'm driving a Jeep on interstate.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna DM you right now.
Yeah, I got you, man. But it just works like
I think there's a system set up that you're going to need to navigate though, because they say that they have a set of rules. Like the IRS, basically, it's almost like their own court system. The way it's set up, they have their own specific rules, and they have a system set up so that if they show that you made what is considered a frivolous argument or whatever, they can basically deny your claim that you don't have to pay taxes or whatever. If they consider your position to be frivolous, there's like a system set up to keep you from getting out of paying your taxes. Pretty sure.
Right. So that's the problem, right? That's why you don't do their little protocol, because it's a corporation, which is why, like you said, it's like their own little court. Yeah, it's their own corporation, and they have their own rules. That's why you'll never actually go to court and lose if you know what you're talking about to pay taxes, because you have to enter an agreement. And that's why when they send you your notification to pay your taxes, they say, "Dear taxpayer, dear resident," because you have to sign at the bottom and agree that you are a taxpayer or a resident. Now you are in a contract with that corporation, okay? And now you have to follow their rules until you leave the contract.
Yeah, I feel as though like some sort of law should have been part of our fucking education, and they left that out on purpose.
Everyone just needs to reread the Constitution. Like, no one actually read it. No one actually understands it. No one understands any of it. Like, I just now started re-looking into it, and I know for a fact that most people do not understand everything that's in there. I was like, what have I been doing? So they don't do anything that's in the Constitution now. The whole trick is that no one knows what the Constitution is. It tells you specifically, like, laws. There's a certain judicial process. There are certain courts. There are certain jurisdictions. Nothing in our everyday life follows the rules, but no one knows what the rules are. That's why Issa comes in here and he's like, don't just say I hate the government or you hate law. He's like, no, like government means to control your mind, to govern your mind. So we govern our own minds, so we love our government, right? It's the corruption and ignorance that has resulted in us having a dude that incoherently babbles, leading us into a fake war.
That's what I've been saying for a while, man. It's like, there's no way the government could fucking get away with the shit they get away with pulling on us unless our fucking population deserved it.
Yeah, I agree. It's called natural law. That's why they put the truth in plain sight. They did deserve it by natural law.
But why would the government lie to us, though? That's what I don't understand.
Why would they lie?
Someone should do a song about it.
That'd be a good song, yeah.
Wait, does anyone remember how many people they want on planet Earth by 2030 in their 2030 agenda?
500 million. 500 million.
Right, yeah. So that's in what, 7 years? 6 years from now?
Once the automation hits, they ain't gonna.
Where they state, where they don't state the year.
Let's say you're all Barlow.
Where they state the number, they don't state the year. So the Georgia Guidestones say 500 million.
No, they have an agenda 2030.
It's really about a new world order.
They have an agenda 2030.
Yeah, they may want a one world order by Agenda 2030. That's sustainable development laws from the United Nations, where they control who owns property, how much water you use, how much air you use,
Yeah, I
how much
know.
land you can. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they cull the entire population prior to that. You know what I'm saying? They may get everyone in that system and then cull the population.
Yeah, once the automation hits, I mean, we're going to be pretty much worthless anyways. What's the point of even keeping us around now so we can get stuff done for them? They want fancy cars, they want maids to do, and servants and shit. If they get everything automated, you don't really need a lot of people to be doing shit.
Yeah, wait.
So
who
it's really
wants to
looking like 2050 to be realistic, though. 2050, like, if you're going to be honest, it still requires a major infrastructure update, and so that's why I think they're making everyone sterile. So that way you're going to stop the reproduction, and no one's going to even notice it for 15 years. So, or even longer. Or they'll come up with an excuse why people don't have babies anymore, and no one will ever know. But then...
Yeah, well, have you heard of
then
this?
you take
There's something they're calling stealth heart disease now, and doctors can't figure it out, but there's a stealth heart disease affecting all demographics. It's like, come on, dude.
Stealth like it can't be detected by what, what is that for when pregnant?
It's just termed stealth heart disease in the article. It's like, come on, man, this isn't real. This isn't fucking medical terminology. This is fucking bullshit. Just fucking spit it out.
It's probably
having heart attacks because something fucking happened that we all experienced.
Dude, they're trying to convince everyone that AIDS is randomly popping up everywhere.
It's always been fed.
That global climate change is what's causing all the infertility. That's what's happening.
All right, I gotta finish this.
I
And
don't
I
know.
got some
Whoever
things to say.
came up with that shit is retarded.
Yeah, that's actually probably what it is. The melting ice caps is why everyone has AIDS.
That's what they'll say, and then
Well, it unleashed it. No, it could have unleashed like an old pollen or something that was
Tony believes
captured
it.
in ice.
Tony already believes it.
No, I'm talking about. Listen to this. Like there could have been pollen from like our first go around here, like thousands of years ago, and it unleashed and has a strain of some kind of gonorrhea that makes your nipples fall off or something. And we don't know how to deal with it yet.
Or they made that story up, and in actual reality, they just put fucking toxins and heavy metals in a shot and forced the whole
Well, they do that
population
anyways.
to get it.
They do that anyways. Shit.
They're now trying to come out and say that it's just a coincidence. Everyone's genes did change, but it's not a big deal.
Yep, and it's a massive coincidence. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. Loads of sports stars, the healthiest people in the world, all having heart problems now. Not all, but lots of them. The Premier League has had something like the same amount of people collapsing on the pitch as in the previous 12 years combined. All coincidence, guys.
Oh, yeah. No one can have babies now, but it's because of a new Netflix series. I want to know what the normies have to say, though, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, the best thing you can do right now is definitely to walk it back and fix that you have AIDS, right? It's definitely not to keep taking them.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I'll
be in like 20 minutes when I finish this.
Honestly, I think if you keep taking them, once the mainstreams come out and said you might have AIDS, it can be argued that you deserve to have AIDS.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know about that, man. I feel like some people are naive. Like I met some chicks and stuff. I don't think they can even handle to think of that evil of a government, which is the problem.
Right, that's sad. Yeah.
Like if you think about it, like back in the day, these women would fucking have like a boyfriend or some shit, but now they think they're all independent and shit. But meanwhile, at the same time, they're super fucking dependent on the government. You didn't really fucking get rid of your man. All you did was become a slave to the government and think you're fucking empowering yourself. But
yeah, I have empathy for women more so. Yeah, just like if a woman wears a mask in public when this all started, I would understand it more because it's a woman in a public environment with public pressure. But like for men, yeah, like if men have AIDS right now, you get nothing from me.
that's kind of funny. Man, I mean, there's like fucking pieces of shit that come into these rooms like paid NASA shell and think we should force babies onto the ground and force inject them and shit. It's like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?
It's not slander him, though.
Excuse me?
Well, let's not call names. We all know. He's not here to defend himself.
I mean, I can tell him to his face, bro.
I know,
tell
I
him to
would.
his face
I
all
think
the
I
time,
just
but-
told him 5 minutes ago in Gems, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty. It's just crazy, man. It's a crazy time to be alive. I'm excited about going back out and doing activism now because the more it's breathed, just the funnier it gets.
We watch these movies and these TV shows, and we read books and stuff about these heroes. Like if you take like Batman or Iron Man or whatever, Superman, they're put up as heroes. And don't take this the wrong way. I like watching these shows and stuff. Like I like Batman movies and stuff, but they're put up as heroes, right? But then what happens is they are given the reign to basically stomp all over other people's rights and freedoms because they're the hero. Like, and we don't really question it because they're the hero of the movie. That's what the movie's about, is they're saving the day. And we don't necessarily give a whole lot of consideration to what exactly they're doing to the lives of the people that they're around and that they're doing these things around. But it really is actually kind of awful what they're doing on their way to the end of the movie in certain circumstances. And I think that there's probably something of that in like what you said about the person you mentioned a little while ago, is they probably think they're the hero. They've probably convinced that they're the hero in this part of, the story of the world. And so they
What movie is this again?
have the right to stomp over other people's freedoms because they're the hero and they're on their way to the victory.
What movie is this again? I'm sorry.
The best villains are the heroes of their own story.
Well, that reminds me, the oath of the is it the motto or something? The motto of the Jesuit order is Ad Medium Dei Gloriam, which means for the greater glory of God, or the greater good, which means like if you could commit a small evil to create a larger like good, then you should do it because it like outweighs. And it's the same thing as I think the 32nd degree in Scottish Rite Freemasonry shares that same motto. So it's just funny that you say that because that's kind of their motto.
Well, yeah, it depends on what part of the community or the civilization you're looking. If you're leaders, you're looking to bring along with you, because obviously someone's going to progress further in this life and do better. And the group that has control of that right now, we're going to want to get to the tier that, like, it'd be great if they weren't assholes and could take care of everyone, but I don't think they could do that, or I don't think they want to do that. So we got to get to the next tier.
But they're the opposite of leaders. Like, they're the people that would literally never, ever, ever lead or be followed.
What? Most of them are schizophrenics and like have mental disorders, like megalomania and stuff. Like my stepdad was a megalomaniac, and he made millions of dollars, but he was an asshole.
Yeah, well, I think they really convinced themselves that they're leaders. But what's really crazy for them, I guess, this must be a crazy realization that we dealt with this pandemic so long, and we could have just changed everyone's profile pictures to a yellow and blue flag, and COVID disappears.
Well, how long did it take for them to roll out influenza when it first came out? Someone should look that up. It probably was like same like a year and a half or some shit. This is what they do when they roll out a new fucking product like fucking COVID or whatever. You know, they got to have a period to see how it affects people and stuff.
Yeah, these leaders on TV are not even puppets. They are salespeople selling the narrative. That's essentially what it is.
Yeah, the puppet master is behind the scenes with that filament stuff. You know that string, that filament that you can't see? Yeah, a whole bunch of that.
They're on TV selling it. America is one of the only countries where you can actually advertise on television for pharmaceuticals. Like, I think it's like, I forget another country, but you can't do that because that's fucking dumb. I don't know what that means. My doctor's supposed, that's why we have the doctor, to know what the best medicine is for if I get sick, and he just gives me that.
And those commercials are no cheap ass commercials. They actually have like a cheap Francis Ford Coppola come on there for like a fucking week and do it. Like it's they want to sell the shit and they know how to do it. You know, they've done all the tests and they know if you flash green on the screen every 5 seconds and makes this endorphin want to fucking the pill they're selling or some shit. I don't know if that came out right, but okay. If it didn't, you don't get it. If you got what I said, then hey, what's up? Anyways, drugs are bad. Except for the good ones.
The fact that they have figured out a way to make a certain plant that grows up out of the ground to be illegal and can literally, despite what you have your feelings on any plant, the fact that someone feels that they have the right to be like, this thing that grows in the ground that's freely available to anybody and everybody, nah. You're going straight to jail.
Yeah. But see, if I let you pick that weed, then you can, learn how to make it better. And then it takes the drugs that I'm making to sell to the people it's not as good and effective. And my stuff
Big
I'm selling to
pharma-
them doesn't do shit for them.
Big
Well,
pharma
it's
mask
like
it.
top
the,
five.
if
Big
but the fact that somehow collectively everyone was like, okay, yeah, you know, you've got a point there. I know it grows freely in the ground everywhere, but you know what? No, you're right. You're right. I mean, I guess think of the children.
It had medical benefits because Big Pharma was in the top 5 when it came to spenders for lobbying to keep it illegal in America. So why the fuck would they do that if they didn't know it had any health benefits or medical benefits?
Or the using the hemp for hempcrete or hemp related products that can basically solve most all the world's problems or paper related problems.
Yeah, why can't Jergens or something just do that?
Yeah, if you're in a textile business and you provide a lot of the raw materials, the last thing you want is hemp coming out. For that too. So everyone was against them. Big alcohol was against them. You want people partying on your drug alcohol, you want them partying on weed. Money on it. You only sell alcohol, you don't sell weed. Like they lobbied, so many people lobbied to keep marijuana legal for all these years. And for obvious reasons, it's just good for us.
Well, but if everyone was high on weed, then there'd be not as much crime, and then the police. No, I know. Wait. There wouldn't be as much crime, and then the cops wouldn't be able to come out and like fuck us up and take more of our freedoms away. So that's bad for them, This is fucked up. And how do we get around that? Who knows? It's hard, because in the way we are right now, we'd have to do force. You can't do this shit without force, and we don't have the force.
Listen. Your cops are going to be robots in the future.
We're going to be robots in the future. What are you talking about? We're going to be robots.
They're going to say it's
alcohol is its own separate deal.
It's going to be like Demolition Man. It's going to be like Demolition Man, where some camera just spits you a ticket.
Same kind of deal. Well, no, it's not.
They're going to say that. Yeah, well, they're just going to say that robots aren't racist, and then everyone's going to cheer and make robots our new police officers, and then now we're going to be really fucked. And that's all they have to do.
Well, see, the problem you have is that actually they're already calling robots racist. I don't know if you know about this.
But all the programmers are going to be they're going to be people like us, I mean, shit. All we got to do is if some race of robots is coming up, then we have to build another race of robots that are smarter than them and that can dysfunction them and whatever. We're going to have to keep on our toes.
It doesn't matter. Like the narrative of racism was never based on anything legitimate anyway. So what will happen is that they will create robots and the robots will get called racist for narrative purposes. That's all that's going to happen. You guys don't know about the predictive policing, do you? Have you guys heard about predictive policing?
What's it called?
That's you.
Predictive policing.
Basically, they think.
I know they got a speaker that can make you throw up from 100 yards away. That's cool.
Look into predictive policing. It was trialed in a few cities in America, and predictive policing got called racist because they sent police to. They didn't send police equally to all areas. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, because I mean, that would be. It's fucked up. It's really nothing you say good there that's going to be able to. It's fucked up.
That's what they do. The AI is just looking at data and sending police based on data. It doesn't care about the race of anyone. And yet it got called racist anyway. So I was just saying someone's going to make this narrative that robots can't be racist or whatever. They're going to get called racist anyway. It's just going to happen. Don't even worry about it.
But
people think the same thing. They'll just repeat whatever they hear.
Yeah, right. Like it broke down the the punishments for different races, basically like the crime and the punishments and stuff. And they're like, "Oh man, it's singling out black people."
It's really singling out areas.
It's a computer, man. It's just an algorithm.
Yeah, it's going to be more crime, more 911 calls have been placed in the computer. It's going to go there and it's going to do a net from that point. and then it just dissipates as you get into more money neighborhoods. That's just the way it is, unfortunately. Do you know that the stop signs, some of the speed zones are faster in really bad neighborhoods? Just like 5 miles an hour faster. Like other places it's 20 and there's like 25 or something. I've noticed that on a couple streets.
Yeah, well, maybe the robots aren't racist. Maybe, just maybe, people with darker skin are correlated with behavior that leads to a criminal lifestyle.
No, it's just the area.
Well, poverty breeds crime. Poverty breeds crime, and so you have a lot of more melanated people in poverty-ridden areas crammed together. So yes, that is going to result in criminal activity. And if the computer was in any way efficient, it's going to just dissect all the factors and know that there is a certain group of people in America that commit more crimes. Is it to think the computer made some intrinsic racism?
They're not going to put racism in. I don't see how. Why do they put racism in? The algorithm would have to be based upon the number of 911 calls put in an area. Granted, there might be more black people there, or white, Chinese, whatever. Definitely not Chinese. Never mind. But still, it's going to be that area, and that's what it's going to focus on. I mean, what? I mean, I don't. And that's don't want to just be dickheads and just be racist. But we're going to be able to make like little guns you point at the robots, and it'll make them unracist because there'll be smart motherfuckers on the other side that are going to combat this shit. And you'll get it online. It'll be like $100, and it'll be like a little wristband you wear. And when one of those racist motherfuckers come around, you press it, and it makes them not racist.
No, it depends on who's programming what a crime is. It depends.
Right.
Dude, just
I
rape
just
my
want to
brain.
the guy who said earlier, like, it's not the people, it's the area. Okay, what makes an area bad or good?
The people there.
Exactly. So there's no point saying the area makes the people bad.
Yeah.
It's actually the opposite. It's the people that make the area bad.
Poverty does not breed crime.
But no, and also it depends on what we're defining crime as. Who is Ms. Because I have a lot of white collar crimes that's happening that sort of go undocumented. So a lot of white people could be committing a lot of white collar crime that never gets reported. So it depends on who's defining what a crime is.
Very good point. Very good point. But yeah, like even violent crimes alone, if you isolate it to that, you're still going to have the same issue. And it is because poverty breeds crime. And those of us who actually are familiar with this type of area, as opposed to just talking on the internet, know for a fact there's a lot more crime there. I was there. You know what I'm saying? And
there's more crime, but it's not because of the poverty. There's plenty of poor people who don't commit crimes. There must be some other factor that's making those people commit those crimes. And it comes down to them not understanding morality properly. They think that their situation justifies them doing things that would not normally be justified, and it doesn't.
Well,
it's not
well,
a matter of them being poor. It's a matter of them being improperly taught.
Okay, yeah, okay, fair enough. That's true, but you need to address why. It is, again, it doesn't come down to like any intrinsic ethnic aspects. For the most part, it is that they incentivized single motherhood a long time ago. And so then, of course, you get crime. You got no men telling the dude to stop committing the crime. So, of course, there are crimes. And that's like one of the biggest factors as well.
They also made a plant illegal to carry. So anyone.
Quick, Snar, can you give me a mic check real quick?
Yeah.
Snar, are you there?
Yeah.
Later. Never mind, guys. Go ahead.
What's going on?
Well, what's also funny is, like, you go to these really rich neighborhoods, they're also committing crime. They might be pedophiles, drug dealing, adrenochrome. Who knows what they're doing?
I don't know. Okay, this is getting a bit ridiculous.
Was Jeremy trying to talk to me?
Look at all the stuff she got.
I think he fixed my mic. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
I hear you. All right.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Messed up.
Jeremy, were you trying to talk to me?
Testing.
My Discord was messed up. We're all set. Continue on. Sorry,
so, no, yeah,
can I just say something about that topic? Because there's also another factor you guys aren't considering on the different areas of where, good neighborhoods and bad neighborhoods, where the people, the politicians and the top gangsters are all really the same people. It's that they have houses in gangster houses, basically what would you consider gangster houses in nice neighborhoods and in poor neighborhoods. And it's all there for a reason. They live in the nicer ones and then they sell drugs in the other ones. It's because it's like they don't want to, they call it, crapping in their own backyard.
Well,
Facts.
yeah, the CIA will bring the drugs into certain neighborhoods and then make sure that certain neighborhoods are policed and other neighborhoods are not. Cocaine goes to both places, upper scale, whatever, high rises, and also down on the streets in Skid Row. So, but if you're going to only police one area and say that these people are committing crimes and these people are undocumented crime, then their crimes go undocumented. Well, then you look at a statistic or a report and say, well, clearly this is what's going on. When clearly the CIA is they can manipulate the area and situation that's at hand,
but you can't conflate it into removing individual responsibility, though. The violent crime is off the charts.
No doubt.
Yeah,
No doubt.
like I was about to say, either way, there's crack in the fucking high rise, crack in the fucking bad neighborhood. Which one would you feel more safe fucking being in? You would obviously feel more safe in the rich place. No matter if they're doing crack,
because he doesn't have to rob you to get his crack, right? He can just fucking
penthouse, you'll still feel
cash a check.
safe.
He can afford his own
Oh
crack,
no,
so therefore,
those rich people are weirdos. You ever see that movie like Get Out or something? They might have
they
doing
are
some crazy shit.
But wait,
I might feel safer in the hood, honestly. If they're my peoples and
Violently-
shit.
No, dude, violent crime. The reason the hood doesn't feel safer, even though, if everyone's got your back, is because poverty breeds crime, dude. That's a very important part. So then you're much more likely to get robbed. If there's one person that's poor around 20 rich people, who do you think do you think the rich people are going to go rob the guy with nothing? So when people don't have anything, they turn to crime, criminal ways to get things. I mean, it's just a fact, bro.
Yeah, rich people rob other people all the time, dude. It literally doesn't have to do with how much money you have.
No, I
It
think
has to do with
the people creating the white collar crimes. No, but the people,
bro.
they're buying up city blocks.
Poor people all the time.
Exactly. The rich people are robbing everyone else of their
Dude,
ability
I'm not
to
disputing
thrive.
that. I'm not disputing that.
Right, no one said that. No one said poor people aren't also.
They're getting away with more egregious criminal activity because of the class protection. That is not my argument, though, right? Like, my argument is when you have people that don't have a lot of money, I know this for a fact, bro. If people are looking to bust a lick because no one really has anything, and that's when you get more spontaneous violent crime that happens. So the reason the violence comes is because, the people that are stealing money via the stock market, they're not going to go put a gun to someone's head and take their money. So they're not going to have a violent crime that they committed. But when you're talking about more petty poverty and theft, then you are going to have violence. And that's the primary reason that hoods have so much violence.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of agree with you, but I kind of don't, because I've seen a lot of situations where people rob someone else and they really didn't need to. Like, you weren't that hard out, bro. You just robbed them of their chain because you wanted the chain.
Yeah, fair enough. But because that's normal in when you grow up and it's just poverty's normal and you see theft is normal, it just becomes a thing. Then it becomes like me against them, and then retaliation. So I agree with that point.
I've had my boys rob other boys for chains, and it's like, dude, you're not fucking poor. They didn't need to fuck. They did that not for fucking because they needed food. They did it because they're greedy.
It's a learned behavior,
though. Artificial criminality.
Whether or not you're poor is entirely subjective to you. You could think that you're poor and be rich to somebody else. It literally cannot be the reason that you commit a crime. There has to be another reason that you do it.
Hey, if someone's starving to death and someone's completely full, and then there's a bunch of food that can be stolen, who's more likely to steal it?
More likely is not the same as it being the cause.
You know what I like to look to society as? You ever see that movie, The Platform? Never saw that? All right, never mind. Forget it.
Called The Platform?
Yeah, really good movie. It was a prison. It was a prison, and the food came
that
down.
movie's fucked up. That's a fucked up.
No, that's what our society's
Don't
like, though.
watch
There's
it.
people that's what our society's like, though. There's people that are on the first level, and they got all the food. You got your middle class people, and then you're poor. You know what I mean? And as it goes down,
like that train movie.
And they don't eat what they need. They fuck it all up instead. They instead of just eating what they need, they fuck up all the goddamn food and then send it down to the next level, all fucked up. And then it gets fucked up more, even though those people didn't need it all. Instead of just,
Yeah, these people are the ones creating the hood. They're the ones creating
what
the
I'm
strife and the
saying.
poverty and the war, thus keeping
Exactly.
people against each other, creating the situations in which poverty creates crime, in which crime creates poverty, which creates crime in a cycle, and therefore you're growing up and we're all just part of a vicious cycle of violence and crime and poverty that is all systemic of situations that are given to us by the people who are their crimes are going undocumented.
And anybody
Well,
who thinks
if
that
that were
being
true, they would
poor,
glorify crimes in rap music or something, and I don't see that.
anyone who thinks that
Well,
being poor is
who
what's
sells
causing
all
the
the
crime
guns and all the
is not
drugs?
going to help those
The
people.
government
They're
sells
not
way
going
more
to solve
guns
their
and drugs than
problems.
anybody.
I
So
think
they're
you're
and then the
like
That's art
valid.
imitating life or life imitating
Can I
art.
please get in? I've been trying to get in for a while. Can I please get in? Right. I think
Go
that
ahead.
there's this false dichotomy being put, or maybe a false trichotomy. You've got a number of valid reasons which are all contributors. Like, does poverty cause crime? No, doesn't help. Some of these people, though, they have criminal mindsets. There are some people who are literally born to be criminals, right? And there's vast information on this in terms of psychology, in terms of studies. I think it's a combination. Some people are just criminal. Other people, maybe they're like on the spectrum of criminality and then poverty brings it out of them. Who knows? But you can't just say that one of these issues is the only issue. It's too simplistic.
I think
Yeah,
that
but
poverty
Wait,
does
are you
cause
saying
crime because
criminality is
No,
a
of course.
genetic disposition?
But the point,
For some people,
no,
yeah.
but
Is
yeah,
there any
poverty does cause.
studies on that?
again, someone
And that's been well
growing up
studied.
in a poverty-ridden area, and that's all they know.
I'll tell you
yeah, the
right now, if I'm
stealing
so
and the
So that's what
poor,
they
gangs is all
learn.
taught.
if I'm
It's all
so
Well,
poor
taught
that
how
I
through the
do you
can't,
learn
gangs
something
and
from
the
that?
movies, but
The thing-
the actual
It,
criminality is not real. Like they should be able to sell what they want. It's your choice not to buy it. They should. Why does the government get to sell all the worst drugs and all the biggest guns, where regular people, businessmen, should be able to sell whatever they want to whoever they want?
Well,
But
most people
actually, it's
here,
made criminal, and then that's the reason they're put into poverty in the first place to even, and then they're taught how to be gangsters by movies and like
no,
songs.
it's not by movies. It's not by movies. It's by the culture that they're growing up in. If someone grew up in a gated community and learned whatever behavior that gated community is instilling is the same as someone growing up in the hood and learning and instilling the values that has been passed down to them. It's the same kind of thing. And if you can keep these walls up and divide people, then it's just going to perpetuate.
Yeah, exactly. But it's made through the laws of who's allowed to do what and who's not, and it's literally already a step society
Exactly.
where they're
That's
allowed to sell
right.
tons of worse drugs and things that'll kill you instantly and make you shrivel up and die from AIDS. But they somehow now you're too small, don't know enough, haven't done enough testing, haven't lied enough to the people to be able to sell anything to them. So it's like it's all a huge lie anyway. They should all be able to sell the guns and it would all get all sorted out through just supply and demand and who's good and who's bad and curses and blessings.
Yeah, you had it like right. The it's all a big lie. That's the thing. Everything name a subject matter that hasn't been influenced, taken over, or vastly spun or manipulated by the powers that be to their own ends, and to the demise of anyone else that it would help.
If you're doing an
Crazy.
experiment with water, and when you add heat, sometimes it boils, but when you add heat, sometimes it doesn't boil. And then sometimes in a completely separate situation, when there's no heat at all whatsoever, it still boils. Can you rightly conclude that it's the heat that's making the water boil?
Where is this
Well,
boiling?
what do you mean when you said? Hold on, you said you did an experiment. So you have to have control of all those variables as to what's like.
I'm just right. I'm just.
Are you observing it, or are you actually manipulating the boiling?
What you're doing is you're watching the water, okay? And sometimes you add heat and it boils, and sometimes you add heat and it doesn't boil. And sometimes over in a different room, you have some more water, and sometimes with no heat at all whatsoever, the water still boils over there. Would the proper conclusion in that scenario be that the heat is making the water boil?
Well, that's like a riddle, because it's not, we don't know the variables.
Yeah, exactly. That's just the step one of the scientific observation, or that's only step one, observing boiling water. Now you have to get down to the nitty gritty and figure out what's causing it.
So answer my question. Would it be right in that scenario, with just the details I gave you, would it be correct, proper, right, intelligent, logical to conclude right then and there that the heat is making the water boil?
Would it be fair to say heat can make water boil?
No, okay. Is the second room a vacuum?
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? Yes, it does matter.
That's the whole point, Bob Dole. Listen, that's the whole point. With only the details I gave you, can you rightly, logically, intelligently come to absolute conclusions about what is causing the water to boil?
No.
You absolutely cannot intelligently make that argument that you know the water is boiling based on that information alone.
Well, yeah, he just said no. Yeah.
Right, exactly. I'm agreeing with him. I'm saying yes.
Oh,
that's
okay.
That is the
you
right
had
answer.
so much fuel behind your agreement that it sounded like a disagreement. Go ahead.
No. I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying yes. Thank you. I don't know. To me, it seemed weird that it was so hard to just get that answer from somebody. It seemed very simple. Maybe I didn't explain it well enough the first time. Using just that information, you cannot conclude that it's just the heat that makes the water boil.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're basically
You can say that again.
Well, that would be most people
making the broad statement that heat makes the water boil would be a ridiculous statement, because there's so many more details, so many more variables you're not accounting for yet and haven't taken care of. So to come to the conclusion and start making the statement that it's the heat that makes the water boil, that would be kind of ridiculous, wouldn't it?
I can tell you right now, though, poverty causes crime, because let me get low on chips and I can't pay my bills or feed my family.
Yeah, it's not the
any
poverty
crimes right now.
It's not
right
the poverty.
Now, I wouldn't do.
It's your mindset.
Being able to feed my family. If I
Sure,
can feed my family,
your mindset is that you don't want your family to die, therefore you steal. So it's still the same thing, dude.
Right.
You're slicing hairs
if
here.
you're of the mindset
No,
that
not
the loss
really.
of your life
Think
is
about
not the worst thing that can happen to you in the world, then you won't resort to that.
Is
right,
that
because
really
you'll allow yourself to die? Because you'll allow yourself to die.
Because I go shoot a deer?
Yeah, is that really
technically I am.
Actually, it used to be a law that it wasn't a crime to steal a sandwich to survive, because you were trying to just survive. You weren't trying to benefit in any way. There used to be some sort of a law like that. It was almost like a squatter's right type of situation.
Yeah, to
where,
answer,
like, if you found somebody who wandered onto your property and they asked for for a night's stay and food, I think you're almost obligated to give that to them in the laws of some lands. You know what I mean?
To answer Merlin, like whether or not the mindset of being willing to die in that situation is good or better, or like, that's actually a different discussion. My point primarily is that to say that it is the poverty itself that causes it, you're doing the same thing with the heat to the water. You're taking some observations where in some cases with poverty there's crime, in some cases without poverty there's crime, and sometimes with poverty there's no crime at all. Like you're taking that observation, the same with the water and the boiling, and you're trying to say it's absolutely the heat, it's absolutely the poverty, when you haven't accounted for all the variables yet.
Well, what
if it's the rules? Like, because the rules could mess it up. Because
but
if
what
I go
about
shoot a
this
deer,
as a premise?
and it's illegal to shoot a deer, I'm technically doing what's right to go and get food. But now I'm a criminal because I went and shot a deer. Is that
right?
Well, that's still because of the rules.
Morality versus
some people are just born on, or everyone's born on Earth, right? And you're born into the system, and in a way, the system should protect you, in a way, but it's imposed upon us. You know, not everyone's good at life, and the basic premise of the world is you need money to fucking do your shit, right? That's it.
Some would claim that.
Just need money.
Yeah, no, see, I'm more to use your analogy of the boiling water. The people. The thing is that the powers that be are creating rooms in which there's as much or as little boiling water as they choose. They can use one of the rooms as a vacuum to create the boiling water. One they can use heat. In another one they can use it, some other technique. But the whole point is that they want boiling water wherever they want it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I disagree, and that's because that's where the analogy for me would break down, because in the analogy of the water is just a thing. It doesn't think, it doesn't have will, whereas I think human beings do. I think that if a human being decides to do something wrong or criminal, it's the human being's fault, always, 100%. They chose to take that action, no matter how justified they thought they were. It's their fault. Now, you could argue that morally they were right while breaking the law. I think that is an argument that can be made in circumstances, but it's still, whatever the consequences are, whatever the morality result of that is, it's still their fault because they chose to do it, and they either chose to take that responsibility on themselves or not.
Well, okay, but here you go. So what if that water was born into a situation where it's always been boiling and doesn't even know what resting water is like because its environment has always been boiling?
Then the reason it's committing a crime is because of what it's learned.
Not because exactly that's my point. That's my point.
So now it can be learned. Okay.
Oh, it can be learned always. Yeah, I never said it couldn't be learned. But that doesn't come from poverty. You don't learn things from poverty. You learn things from people.
You don't know that you don't learn things from poverty. You know, you do learn things from poverty.
You can't learn things from poverty because, again, poverty.
You absolutely do learn different things from your environment around you. You learn that you are hungry as fuck when. Yeah, there's just you're minimalizing it in a way where it's just oversimplifying the situation into like a dichotomy when there's so many variables.
Wait, so aren't there all kinds of fucking communities that are poor without crime though?
Yeah, no kidding.
Of course, there's all kinds of poor communities with no crime. So, like, by those communities' existence,
in the US,
that automatically discludes your explanation of the fact that they're criminals because they're poor. Because if other people are poor and they're not criminals, that automatically proves you don't have to be a criminal if you're poor.
It's possible to be poor and not commit crimes. That must mean there is another factor that contributes to being a criminal.
Yeah,
exactly.
No one's saying that's not possible, right?
That's true.
I'm saying it's not either one way or the other. Like
because I just thought about.
At first, he was arguing that it was a genetic disposition. And now it's learned.
I just thought about it.
And so I was saying it's probably both since the beginning.
I never said once that it was a genetic disposition.
No, he didn't say that. I said that it is for some people. That was my argument.
It's analogous.
Oh, I mixed you guys up, man. You're scrambled.
Always learned.
We're both Bob Dole. That's the problem.
Yeah, before I said, I would commit a crime.
It's criminal. Criminal is analogous, I think, to the word terrorist, where it's who's defining it, because that's kind of where it comes from. Because like someone in another country is doing something.
Here's what I'll say.
And then our what we consider government says that's bad and that's terrorist, and then someone would be a criminal doing it because that they're in this over this land where this.
Yeah, but say you're at Jack.
But over there, they don't have the power. So they're a terrorist.
Yeah, but say you're at fucking Jack in the Box trying to get a fucking burger, and someone comes up to your car with a gun and tells you to give all your shit. Would you say that's a criminal? Like, there's points where it could be defined by the government. That's a not. But like when it comes to one person, when it comes to one
that's
person,
the case in every case when you're saying criminal.
I mean, bro.
But let's just use that as the example, though, so we can avoid the other part.
Neighborhood, because this is the way you guys are talking about it. Because fucking shit is rough, dude. Like,
guys,
you're scared, bro. You're not. When you're in those crime-ridden areas that I've been. I don't live there, but I've been in there. You're fucking scared, bro. You know this fucker's trying to rob.
I've been down the worst places, and I wasn't scared.
Well, we'll ignore that bridge as we're crossing it. Oh, go ahead, Jeremy.
All right.
Well, hold up, but I was just gonna. But if I was walking around, sorry,
come on, man.
Directly to analogy what he just said. If you're walking around a certain neighborhood, you know you're gonna get robbed. if I was walking around the streets of DC, do I know that all these people? I know all these guys
You can't know that.
are.
You're not psychic. That's a stupid argument. You can't possibly know that. You can think
But
it's a good
someone
chance,
just
but you
said.
can't know it.
But someone just said, I know I'm going to get robbed if I'm going to go through this neighborhood.
Whoever the dumbass is who says you can't know that, I fucking implore you to go to a fucking bad neighborhood and walk around with fucking nice shit
Right,
on
but
you, dumbass.
okay, so but
Just
if I
count
walk
your
around the
$100
streets
bills.
of New York,
You're not
if I
prophetic.
walk around
Yeah,
Wall
like
Street,
if you
can
fuckers
I
think you
say?
can't fucking predict shit like that, you dumbasses better fucking go fucking do a little traveling and see for yourself.
Again, if I'm walking up Wall Street, I could just say I know that these guys are robbing people blind all over the place, all over the world,
Yeah, but they're not
creating
gonna
all this
rob
kind of
you.
craziness. Yeah,
They're
but
not gonna rob you.
how does it make it better per se? Is all I was trying to say. Sorry, Jeremy.
I mean,
No,
I don't know.
go. Jeremy,
I don't
go.
know. I wouldn't prefer if someone just came and shoved a gun in my face and robbed the shit out of me.
Okay.
I was gonna say, you know, I was
Have y'all ever
poverty.
been robbed before at gunpoint?
Oh, come on, guys.
Yes,
Shut up
I
for
have
2
been.
minutes.
I've been robbed at
Right,
gunpoint. Yeah.
was that a good?
No,
Was that a good experience?
Only by my dad. My dad's the only
no,
one
it
who's ever
wasn't.
robbed me at gunpoint.
What is wrong with you people?
The point is, I was adamant before that poverty would cause crime, but now I'm not so sure because, like, I probably wouldn't go to a crime because I need to be there for my family. So I would try to, if I couldn't feed my family, I would like go to a food bank or dumpster diving or something else. Like I wouldn't just start like robbing people at gunpoint. Probably.
Yeah, bro. Like I know people who commit
Wink, wink.
crimes.
Me neither.
I
Me
know
neither.
people
Wink,
who are
wink.
dickhead. Like I know some kids who are like thugs and shit, like real dickheads on the street and shit, and they're
Yeah,
not
that's what I
fucking
mean.
poor. They don't need to be out there committing crimes. They're just punks.
Yeah, they want to
Yeah, they
Like I know
emulate
grew up
them
in
that
a
music
personally. You
that they
can
society and
make
an
up
listen
all
to.
the
environment
fucking.
that
You can
they're
make the
allowed to do
fucking
that.
bullshit up you want, but I know them. I know fucking people who don't need to be robbing people that are fucking dickhead punks. And it's like,
I
fuck
mean,
these guys. Honestly, they deserve what's coming to them.
Oh, I know you felt that way, homie.
Yeah, robberies are used as
we are
excuses for
all
murder
born
too, though.
into this world screaming and crying for the needs that we want to be taken care of, and we are either taught out of thinking that we are the most important or that our needs are more important than others. We're either taught out of that or we're
You're
not.
talking about calic babies, bro. We not all of us were calic babies.
No, I'm talking about babies in general. Okay, that's how babies are born, and it's fine. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. That's exactly what they're supposed to be. They're supposed to cry and scream to have their needs met. That's how babies are supposed to be because they can't do it for themselves. But eventually, they're either taught out of that and taught how to care for themselves, and that they're not the most important, or that their needs don't come first, or they're not taught that.
I want to change the subject. Do you guys want to keep going with this?
Yeah, man, like, I don't know. Fucking Amish people don't even have electricity and they don't commit crimes. So I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about.
No, they don't report crimes. They commit crimes.
Poverty is subjective. That's what I said. Like, you could be the most impoverished person in the United States and still be almost a king compared to someone like in the Philippines or Africa or whatever. Like, it's entirely subjective whether or not
the Amish, right? They commit crimes all the time. Every time they sell raw milk, they're committing a crime.
Yeah.
Well, I think that they have exceptions as far as
Well,
like.
but you're missing the point. The point is that whoever's writing
crime is subjective.
Crimes, we're talking about one
crime
person
is
harming
exactly.
another. Not whatever fucking classification you want to, government classification. When I talk about a criminal, I'm talking about someone who's hurting another citizen. I don't care if you're breaking some milk signing fucking law. I care if you're shoving a gun in my face.
Right, but that's a learned behavior. No one, like, that's because you grew up, that person, seems to think that it's okay to be an asshole because society is accepting of that and doesn't like either some other parental figure or other members of society can show them, hey,
He's
All right, robot.
The Illuminati shut him down, dude.
in the face. You don't just.
Sometimes I feel like somebody's watching me.
Yeah, man, I don't know. Even there's people who've been way fucking poorer than the poorest people in America and still haven't resorted to crime. So I think you guys are dead wrong.
There's
I
a
think
story about a guy
relative, and I
who was,
think studies have actually shown that countries as a whole that are poorer than other countries have less crime than countries that could be richer, but their difference in relative wealth within the country. There's some study that's basically the relative wealth is actually more determinant of crime than the actual absolute wealth. So if you got really poor people next to rich people, there's more likely for crime than if you had all poor people in one area.
there's a story of a guy who he
That makes sense.
was poor basically his whole life and relied on other people to provide things for him, and never once did he do something immoral, and he was put to death anyway.
Isn't it proven that it's always less crime when there's less gun laws? Less gun restrictions, I mean.
Violent
You mean,
crimes,
like,
yeah. And robberies and rapes, yeah. Just
yeah,
those.
well, ain't no one gonna be raping if a girl has a gun. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It seems so simple, doesn't it? If everybody
Why is it always like what? Isn't it kind of funny how it's like a spiral? A girl get like with these liberal girls, it's like they get mad if they get raped, but then they want guns to be taken away. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, hey,
That's
speaking of
the
something
result
kind
of hypnotism.
they I thought this was kind of humorous that they've actually walked themselves backwards by becoming so progressive. Think about this, okay? The idea was going around like several years ago about having an app where you have this contract that pops up before you guys go home and sleep together after a date or whatever, contract, consenting, stuff like that, right? And it's like, oh my goodness. They got so progressive they actually went all the way back because there was already a contract that existed. It was in existence before, where a man and a woman would agree to something before they slept together, and it was called marriage. That was already there. And you didn't need a phone app for it. So they
but now they get it without all the
realized
responsibility of marriage, you see?
Or how's this, man? All these fucking guys in America, like fucking committing rapes. You think that's come from poverty, huh? Oh, I don't have enough money, so I need to stick my dick in a woman.
there's a lot of different reasons that, like, I mean, there's not really a lot.
I mean, you guys
There's
fucking saying crime is caused by poverty is kind of like ridiculous, considering like if you rape a chick, you what? Oh, I'm too poor, so I had to put my dick into her. You fucking kidding
Well,
me?
they do correlate. They do correlate, though. Violent crimes and poverty do seem to correlate. If they're not exactly a one-in-one relationship, they very much are connected. Through all the psychological issues and whatever else is involved in being poor, then the want of something you can't ever have, and then the community around you promoting certain types of glorifying certain types of actions constantly. Those all are contributing factors, but they're mostly environmental, though. Yeah.
Since the inception of like automobiles, there might be a correlation between the amount of automobiles on the road and the amount of people who end up paralyzed for their entire life. Okay, because
but this is completely different than that, though.
Vehicles
Because
are
this is
causing paralyzations, right? It's the people driving the vehicle.
It could be looked at, you're pulling it into vehicles and things that can't even, when you want to try and connect these things together, there's no way we can use that analogy. Right?
That's a bad analogy.
It's a bad analogy because your car doesn't learn anything and it doesn't absorb information.
Teslas do.
I think you have this thing that you need to be right all the time. You're doing this thing where you fundy mute people, where you keep talking as they're trying to make their points and everything. We're supposed to all be trying to get along a little bit.
I thought you were done. It sounded like you had made your point. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying what you're saying.
I wasn't even to my point yet. I was just, okay. When you find yourself being the most talkative person in the room, you might be by yourself after a while.
I don't mind being by myself, but I don't think I'm the most talkative person in the room either.
It wasn't you that I was talking about, was it?
Give me a spot, so.
So can we just agree that it's a series of things that cause crime and problematic things? Because the whole thing comes down from the top of we could be living in a much different society that has a much more free and abundant amount of everything. The whole
Well,
world could be different and
well,
better, and it's only not because of a bunch of assholes that are lying to us about literally everything.
It's individuals.
well, yeah. Well, the reason it's fucked is because people are committing immoral acts. That's the only fucking reason.
No, the
If
reason
every
it's
human
fucked is
being, if every human being stopped committing immoral acts, then yeah, obviously, fucking society would be better. People stop fucking
yeah, but
basing their whole financial system off of usury. Yeah, maybe our shit would be better.
but people have to understand that their own consequences or actions are their own. People have to learn better, and what the problem is that we have generation upon generation that have been taught by the same assholes that have been actually fucking it up for everybody, thinking that this is the way it is and this is the best we've got, and we got to just make a few sacrifices or be a little bit of an asshole here for the greater good. And the greater good is only an idea in their mind put there by someone who has an agenda, and that's problematic.
It always comes down to the individual. That's basically the point. Is that it's
Right.
not the gun that shoots people. It's not the car that kills, that like hits people on its own. It's not the poverty that causes people to commit crimes. It's the individual making a decision. Do they care about doing what is right, or do they not care? If they
But
don't
again,
care,
right
then they're
right
going to
is
make
relative.
wrong.
Right is what's right
No,
to
It doesn't
no,
matter to the
the fish
that's
and the
incorrect.
eagle are two different things.
I
Right?
disagree. I disagree.
Well, no, but I
What's
hear what you're saying
I
morally, but I'm
disagree.
saying
I disagree
the
fundamentally.
people are creating laws that determine what right or wrong are, and those are the assholes.
But they aren't.
Well, they're not determining what right and wrong is. They're just determining laws.
Right.
Well, right, but that creates a moral compass in young
No,
people
I
if
mean,
they.
no,
I
that
mean,
just creates fear. That doesn't create a moral compass.
well,
The
I
moral
mean,
compass
yeah,
is
in a
within you by birth.
yeah, but if you
You're
grew
already
up
gonna
in an
know what's
area
right and
where it's all
wrong
nice and you
naturally.
follow the law and the law says you do this and the law has a certain hunting season and all these kinds of things and you do that like a good person,
That's
and
not a
you
good
because you're
person.
doing the right thing, right?
That's not the right thing.
But that's what, according to the law, that's the right thing. That's all I'm
I
trying to
mean,
say is that this is a
but
complicated
according
issue.
to the fucking, but you can't cite something as proof for itself. And I don't think anywhere does it say that the law is morally right. I think it strives to be, but I don't think anyone thinks the law
No,
is just
no.
morally right because it's the
Well,
law.
I think some
I
people
think
do.
we all know the law is not morally right, but I guess it's hard growing up in a society where there are no morally. All the leaders are morally corrupt. So who do you follow for a moral guidance?
You're supposed to follow your father. Your father's supposed to be a moral man.
Well, yeah. I mean, but if your father was sucked into the deceptions of, the generation he grew up in, just like his
Well, then a nut doesn't
father
fall far
was,
from the tree. A nut doesn't fall far from the tree. If your father knew what was right and
right?
committed the wrong thing, it's more likely that if you know what's right and you know what you're doing is wrong, you're still going to commit the wrong thing. But everyone
But
knows what's right and
but you
wrong,
don't know a new version
regardless
of
of it,
right
regardless of if the law tells you to
until
or
you're
not.
confronted with it.
Everyone has that fucking instinct within them,
What instinct?
right and wrong.
No, they don't.
No, again, right and wrong
That's
are
the point.
totally subjective things depending on
I
where you're
agree
coming from.
fundamentally.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
if we
actually
had
just
I mean,
incorrect,
we
right?
wouldn't
I
perform the
can
way that
agree.
we are.
Yes,
Babies are selfish, and that's okay because they're supposed to be selfish. They aren't born caring about the needs of others or having compassion or anything like that. Babies are born wanting to be taken care of, period. They want what they want, end of story. They have to be taught to care about other people. They don't have that within them. They aren't born like that. And you can see it in children who aren't taught to care about other people. They don't care about other people. They throw
I don't
fits
know about
and they
that,
act like
man.
the world is revolving around them.
Do you have any children?
I have 5.
I don't know about that, man. I've seen children. They don't have only greed. They have other shit. They like to play and stuff.
Yeah,
They're not just there to only fucking. I mean, they mostly only care about themselves, but that's because, dependent on their mother.
But it's not to say that there's some little piece of shit, bro. Like
my parents. First of all, I didn't say that they were. I didn't use that language. I don't talk like that. Okay, my parents are foster parents, and they're of the level that they get children who have been in awful situations. Basically, children who don't have good parents, who don't have parents that love them and care about them. Okay, there is a difference between a child who receives teaching in love and one who doesn't. The one who doesn't is not concerned with other people the way the one who does get taught in love. It's obvious to anyone who's experienced or witnessed both sides. Children are not born inherently good or inherently.
So you're saying a kid without its fucking mom's love is gonna turn out evil? But like, what kind of fucking kid grows up without a fucking mom? Like, I understand growing up without a dad, that's already hard enough. But if you grow up without a mom, that's rough, bro.
What if you
from a little kid?
It happens all the time. Drugs happen to mom all the time.
Making the argument that it is there from birth, that it's inside you in nature from the time that you're born, would mean it doesn't matter if either parent's there. You could have no parents and still end up good without any teaching whatsoever because it's in you naturally. It very obviously isn't the case. It's not there naturally. It has to be taught by somebody.
So why is that whole thing in Satanism about doing shit that you know is bad so that you can kind of like desensitize yourself?
I don't know what you're referring to. I didn't mention Satanism.
Right, but what I'm saying is when you're going down into Satanism, basically, and like going up the ranks and stuff, you progressively do more and more heinous things, so you become desensitized to it, and you lose your consciousness.
Yeah, it would probably
like
be
you lose your they do it so you lose your sense of right and wrong, and so you have like first they'll make you like, okay, kill a fucking dog, you know what I mean, and then they'll like the next level, like, you know, they'll keep upping the ante.
Right, but how many children do you know that had literally no other human beings in their life while they were growing up? You don't know any, because the child would die. They had to have somebody there, so somebody taught them something. And if they are still in society, that means somebody taught them enough to get along in society. And in our current society, to continue to be in our current society, there's certain principles you have to stick to for us to let you stay in our society. So if they've stayed in our society long enough to get to the point to decide to go into Satanism, there's a few principles they followed. One, they haven't gone on a murdering spree. Otherwise, they'd be in jail or executed, right? They haven't been just stealing anything that they want, no matter who's around or who it belongs to. Otherwise, they would have been in jail or executed, right? I'm not saying that the laws make the morality, because they don't. Morality is morality, separate from the laws. Hopefully the laws follow morality. But there are a certain number of principles that are enshrined in our laws that we do generally agree on, at least most of the time. For someone to reach the age of deciding to go into Satanism, they must have learned and followed some of them. Somebody must have taught them. Somebody must have cared for them enough to have them stay alive instead of die in the woods.
But society is fully okay with sending people to war, and that is not morally okay by anybody's standard.
There are some times
when
we don't
do commercialized.
Yep. There are sometimes, but what do they do with that? They try to make it an exception, right? So we, in general, in society here at home, on the home front, we agree you're not allowed to just go shoot somebody because you don't like them or you want something they want. We agree in general on that principle. Some people don't, and that's why they commit crimes. But the people who are obeying the law agree on that principle. But then the exception is made by the politicians or whatever, saying, well, we need to go over to this other land and shoot them to either take what they have or because we don't like them. Okay. And they try to make it an exception to the rule. And some people go along with it. Some people don't. So it's not a matter of like it being a perfect system. No, but there's at least a standard set that you have to meet for you to remain in society. Otherwise you wouldn't.
What do you mean? Not a perfect system? It's backwards on every account.
Oh yeah, okay, maybe.
It's so far from perfect.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I could have said it maybe better. I wasn't saying that it's close to perfect or anything like that.
But I guess I hear. But the problem is that if all of us are born into this wickedly imperfect system, and until we seek it out or else, I mean, I used to think things way differently back in the day when I didn't experience new things and learn and grow and you know.
That's
my moral compasses can be skewed so easily in a situation like that we're in. It's like
exactly
part of the problem. So therefore, what dictates all of this? It's all problematic and all part of the problem.
That's why it's so important to have mom and dad in the home teaching you the actual truth about what's right and wrong, and ignoring what the government says about what's right and wrong.
Yeah, no, beyond that, no, you get rid of the assholes who are creating the problem in the first place, and mom and dad theoretically wouldn't even need to teach them anything because it would all be inherently, because it would be the world we live in.
We already talked about that, though. You have
but
to
I
teach
hear you.
something.
No, I hear you. But I'm saying, like, if we got rid of the actual the problem, the cause, the root, I feel like it would fix itself rather easily.
Absolutely. Yeah. If we were able to remove the stain or the cancerous growth of evil and immorality, absolutely everything would actually, like, it would automatically correct to basically perfection. I don't see that as a hope for our physical world. Now, other people might disagree.
Especially if people keep participating in the system thinking it's never going to change.
You guys think that like it's all fucking evil is started by some top down group, and I don't disagree generally that like a lot of the greater evils on this earth are controlled by like cartels and shit. They're outside our control, but like there's a lot of fucking evil that happens between human beings on a fucking daily basis. It has nothing to do with no fucking cartel. They're just shitty people fucking with their fellow human neighbor, fucking them over. Like,
two things though. I was just going to say, this isn't necessarily going to fix every single problem and every single situation that comes up. I get that 100%. But here's the other thing, is that if those assholes in charge, the cause of the problem is because people don't have the things they want, or the person that they want, or this other thing, or they have to live for just the energy just to pay the electrical bill, or just to have food.
Nah, man, I disagree.
No, but a lot of the problems of why people would cause crime or violent crime in the first place
because
would
there's
be
guys who
mitigated
beat
by the
their
fact that the
fucking
assholes
wives
in
and
charge would have taken a lot of that away. It wouldn't fix everything, but it would fix it 99% of the time, because most crime happens out of necessity or want of stuff.
I think you're exaggerating a bit.
But it would, most of the reason, like, why would you would have to then choose to be a complete just jerk in an otherwise nice society where everything is abundant and free and everyone lives prosperously. You would have to then choose to be negative.
Man, you ever seen a fucking prosperous man beat the shit out of his wife for no fucking good reason?
Well, I wouldn't call that.
He ain't got no cabal fucking forcing him to do that. He ain't hard up for cash, so he needs to beat his wife. He's just an evil fucking thing.
Well, how
people
do you
fucking commit evil acts. It is what it is.
I wouldn't call that person prosperous. How do you define prosperous?
Well, you're the one saying that, like, oh, like, this fucking prosperous fucking fucker, if they live in a prosperous society, they wouldn't do bad things. But what I'm saying is, motherfuckers with good 6-figure jobs, driving, top of their fucking shit, well-respected professionals are still pieces of shit at the end of the day. And it's not because some satanic cabal fucking told them to do it. It's just because they decided themselves personally.
Well, if they think they're better than other people because they have this 6-figure thing driving whatever and thinking they're above everyone because they're getting closer to the people in charge and living the way they live, I wouldn't call that prosperous, because prosperous does not involve those people going to war across the world and messing up everyone else's lives. for the profit of most problems and strife and terrorism and all these things. All of this stuff is manufactured. And as long as you stop manufacturing the bad things, a lot of it will go away almost instantly. That's not to say that there aren't going to be a few frays for naturally, but it's just...
You don't get to separate the responsibility of your actions like that, though. Even if
but
they
people think they do, that's the problem. People think they
can. Well, I'd actually contend that the reason we have such a corrupt government is because our people are so corrupt. We don't have corrupt people because the government's corrupt. I think it's the other way around.
Which is art imitating life or life imitating art. Like,
even if you're being convinced that money is that important, it's still your fault that you weren't working to make sure that you are upholding truth rather than the false idea that money is that important. It's still your responsibility to make yourself strong enough to resist the idea that money's that important. So even if you're being tricked by those people that are higher up, you are still making the choice to do the evil, and it's still your fault.
Well, yes and yeah, true. But again, like if the CIA is bringing cocaine into neighborhoods on purpose,
if you fucking sniff the cocaine, that's
they are clearly part of the actual problem. They're specifically a part of the deal.
Two to tango. Takes two to tango. It's that's like saying a guy has a girl, but he didn't have control if she got pregnant. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
The CIA could drop.
So what would they sell if the CIA didn't bring it in?
If the CIA, let's make an analogy. Let's make an analogy, guys. If the CIA is the dude and his dick is the coke, and the female is the fucking neighborhood, the female can tell him, no, I don't want that dick. No, I don't want that coke. But the neighborhood never said that. They let him in, and now they have STDs.
I don't know that analogy was necessary. But if the CIA dropped 7 truckloads of cocaine on my front yard, it wouldn't change my mind about cocaine. I wouldn't do it. So it can't be the cocaine's fault that you're in trouble. It has to be your fault because you chose to do it.
Right, but you would never have chosen to do it if the situation wasn't dropped on your doorstep.
If you were taught properly to say no to that, then you wouldn't do it. Like for me, I have no interest.
But again, why would you say no to that? Why can't we chew a coca leaf? Someone made a plant illegal. That's part of the problem in the first place, is that they made a plant illegal.
That's part of the trick. That's not part of the real problem. Okay? The real problem is a person deciding to engage in the evil because of their situation. Situations don't make a thing evil or not evil. The person has to still decide to do it.
Yeah, 100%.
So what if it was a medicine and you were stealing medicine to sell to people? Like I don't know. I'm trying to think of some other.
Then
I don't know.
The only reason cocaine is stigmatized in this analogy is because it's been made illegal by the people who are the problem.
So, coke is not good for you. Cocaine is not good for you. I don't know what you're fucking trying to tell us.
I'm just saying, people, you could chew coca, but regardless, I want to chew a coca leaf, but I can't because it's illegal.
But here's the problem with that.
Why can't I make the choice?
That's a non sequitur. That's a not this. That plant being illegal is a non sequitur to someone deciding to do coke. That's a non sequitur. That's a non.
But you're using
the separate issue.
The only reason you're saying you're using cocaine. Do whatever the cocaine on your front lawn is only good or bad because of the people.
No, it is bad. It is objectively bad for a human being to do fucking meth and coke.
I didn't say meth. I'm talking about a coca plant.
But we're talking about cocaine. We're talking about white powder. We're talking about crack.
Okay.
That's fine.
But you're kind of missing the point of, like, say if it was marijuana, right? And
you're mentioning a non sequitur. So my point is that your point is not related to this point.
So, but you're using an analogy of assholes in charge making a law that creates criminals. But you're in your analogy that I'm saying
regardless of the law. I'm saying regardless of the law, regardless of the government, regardless of what they do, you still have a choice to do what's moral or not moral. And people make immoral choices, and then they say it's the government's fault, which is not true.
Hey, let me use
people in South Central America who chew coca leaves. Are they immoral?
Hold on, Fuzzy.
But there's a difference between chewing coca leaves and smoking crack, bro.
Listen,
We all
if we
we
use
all
a
know
separate
crack
example,
is not
it
good. We all
actually
know crack is not chewing cocoa leaves. I'm not saying go to
Mic
South
check.
America.
I'm
I'm not
driving. Can
saying
you guys
people
hear
in
me?
South America are evil for chewing cocoa leaves. I'm saying if you decide to smoke crack, that's on you, not the government.
Okay. Listen.
Is the people who chew coca? I missed your response. If I was driving, like, are the people who chew coca leaves being immoral down in South America?
No.
So I guess so. But my point is,
but the people smoking crack,
I think you might have
immoral. Smoking crack is immoral, bro.
so is chewing a coca leaf. You can't
No,
even
it's
bring the
not.
coca leaf
I
into
didn't
the
say
country.
that. Now
Fuzzy.
you're fucking. I literally just said no
Hold on,
to your
Noah.
thing, and
Hold
now
on.
you're
I
saying the
told you
opposite
guys
of what
to
I
get calm
said.
here. I
You
think
literally
it's
asked me point blank if chewing cocoa leaves is wrong. I said no, and 2 seconds later, you just said that I said it was wrong. When I just said 5 seconds ago, no, clearly to you, bro.
But you're stretching it out to crack and all these other things that have. Why can't
That's
I,
what
as
we were
a
originally
free,
talking about. We're not talking about no cocoa plant. We're talking about guys in the hood smoking crack and thinking
use
it's the
weed?
government's fault.
Use weed instead as an example.
No, we're talking about crack, not weed. It's your choice to smoke crack. If you choose to
Yeah, it
smoke
doesn't
it,
matter
that's
how
on
bad
you,
it is.
dog.
It's always on your own fault.
Yeah,
You
no
know, you
one's forcing you to do crack, bro. Go fucking. You can get angry at the government, but it's not the government's fault. You did crack. Maybe they brought it to you, but it was your
Can I
choice
ask
fucking
Fuzzy a
to do it.
question?
No, but again, they're taking a free choice.
And no drugs
They're
should be
taking away
illegal.
the freedom of
'Cause,
choice.
the guys doing them are just going to
Okay,
be dead
Fuzzy.
soon anyway.
Listen, if
Morally or immoral, it's not a moral question. It's just a freedom of choice question. It's not. There's no morality per se attached to it per se, because in some neighborhoods it's perfectly morally okay to smoke meth, because it's just in that. You go to Skid Row, they have entire places where they've just made it a drug usable zone. You can use heroin over here with needles provided by the government for free over here. No moral judgment on you.
that's not
So,
how morality works, Fuzzy.
It's a
Okay,
freedom of
and I
choice,
think that might be
not
where
a
the problem
morality
is coming
issue.
in. Right. If the government made a law right now that said the real Bob Dole has to go shoot his wife right this second, I wouldn't do it, and I wouldn't be immoral for not following that law. The law does not decide morality. It can't.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
But if that law
That's what I'm
gives the right
fucking
to other people
saying.
to come and kidnap you and throw you in jail legally and everything's
They
fine.
can't. They can't
Yeah,
make it
but here's the
right.
thing. Here's
It
the
doesn't
thing.
matter
People
what
who
they write in
smoke
the law.
crack
They
were
still
not
don't have the
fucking
right
sent
to
to
do it.
jail. People who smoke crack were not sent to jail for not smoking crack. No one came into the hood and said, "Hey, boy, you better fucking smoke this crack or you're going to jail." It's actually quite the opposite.
It doesn't matter what they write in the law. They can't change fundamental rights. If they said in the law that people have a right to come to kidnap your children, those people still don't have the right, even if the government made that law into law that said that they have the right, they still don't have the right because the government doesn't have the right to give them that right. The government doesn't have that authority to begin with, so they can't give it to anybody else. That's the whole concept behind having rights as a human being. The government doesn't get taken away because the government didn't give them in the first place.
But I hear you. But tell that to everyone who said, "Hey, please wear a mask or mask up. You got to put a mask on."
But that's why there's a problem, right? Is because they don't understand that the government doesn't have the right to begin with, so they can't give it or take it away.
Because they've been conditioned and brought up in a society and an environment that makes that morally fine and okay.
It doesn't make it morally fine. It makes people think that it's morally fine.
Yeah, no, that's exactly my point. They're wrong, but it makes them think. And if the majority of the people think this way, then, well, guess what?
Yeah, well, what happens when the whole society is immoral is you get these fucking overarching structures that come and fuck us. And you're here saying that the societies are the reason that people are immoral. I'd fucking argue that people had to become immoral for these fucking, like, corrupt institutions to even get to the point that they're at. Because if we were all moral and on our shit, None of us were on our vices. We're all on our virtues. We'd point out their bullshit. We'd be like, this is a corrupt system. We're not going to live under it. But since we can't even fucking figure out our own shit and stop smoking crack for ourselves, we're going to fucking let these politicians run everything. And you keep making the excuse, well, it's the politician that did it to me. No, bro, it's you. If you fucking change, the politician would change. But since you decide to make the politician the one in charge and you the victim, you can't fucking change. You're stuck.
Well, no, that's exactly it's morally reprehensible for some people not to vote, but by voting for a system that is never going to change is lunacy, and we understand that. But most people who grew up in a nice, good society that votes to think that, oh yeah, no, that's how we change it to make it better, right?
You can't force somebody to be immoral, though. If they make the choice to do something bad, it's entirely their choice. So no matter how bad the government is, it's never the government's fault if you decide to do something bad. What happened was they pushed you. They broke you. They basically convinced you that they are so bad that you are now justifying in your mind doing something immoral. You still did something immoral. You're still wrong, even though they convinced you. You had the responsibility to not be convinced.
Yeah, like the people who are just following orders, right? If I'm not going to do it, they're just going to find someone else who will. But yeah, it's all wrong. I don't agree with it. Yeah, it's bad. I don't like this. They're wrong. I'm just trying to point it out. That
as long as you agree that it's not that the government is forcing people to be immoral, because they can't. Immorality is a choice.
I know this. No, I'm like, I guess I'm playing devil's advocate. I understand what you're saying, but my point is that the government is manipulating people into thinking it, and therefore they think they're right. That's the point. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's it. The government's influencing people. Yeah, we get it. We guys have been saying the same thing, like back and forth. I think, like.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying. I'm just trying. I was trying to like yes, we can all agree that the manipulating of the system is the problem, and that's what's happening. And if we got rid of that, yeah, there might be a few little things that crop up every once in a while here or there, but generally speaking, it's all going to fix itself because people are generally morally good people, and we're just brought up in society that's just completely backwards from any kind of moral center.
Somehow you're coming to one of the same conclusions, but without agreeing with how you got there. Because, like, you just said the thing that we agree on, that the government is manipulating people and making them think they're moral. But I disagree with the last part where people are just in generally mostly good. I don't think they are just in general mostly good. I think that people are what they have learned and decided to hold on to. And sometimes that's good and sometimes that's bad. And getting rid of the system would, I think, help, because then less manipulation, of course, that would help. But it would still require other people to stand up and teach the right things. It can't just be the absence of the government and their manipulation that would fix it. It would have to be other people standing up and saying, here's what is good.
In absence of pure evil, you're going to have, at least neutral, whether, it's going to be, I hear what you're saying, I get it.
Okay.
But I would say most people inherently, they want to be fed and clothed and have a roof over their head with some water. We all can agree with the basic necessities of life, and those should, in a prosperous society or civilization, those basic necessities should be easily met for every man, woman, and child in the world.
Sure. Yeah.
But because we have a whole bunch of assholes in charge, they've literally made just sustainability of just everyday basic necessities a livelihood. Like, we have to fight and struggle for just the very basics. But if everyone had those basic needs met, I believe good and having a mostly good time.
Eliminating,
and that's what I meant, I guess, by when I say most people are okay, by eliminating all the evil and all the shit and all the reasons why they create envy and jealousy and greed and create all of these problematic things that make you do immoral things. If most of those reasons are gotten rid of, the decisions become a lot easier to not choose evil.
Eliminating the manipulators, I think, would go a long way towards bringing people around to doing things that are true and real and important, rather than what they're doing now, which is wasting away on a false system that doesn't actually fulfill them. It would go a long, long way. I don't think it's the end all be all, but I think it would be a significant boon to society in general.
Start. It's the best possible start.
But the thing,
no, you're right, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's going to fix it 100%, but I absolutely feel that generally deep down, most people are good, and if they see someone, we just are so conditioned in a society that we walk over homeless people. Like we just don't care. Especially now with phones, everyone's so, I don't know. It just, getting rid of it would be the best case scenario, and we'll deal with it from there. Whatever crops up after that should, in theory, be relatively easy to fix, because the core of the root of the problem should be easy enough to root out.
do you guys think that if you notice, like the whole zombie apocalypse concept kind of, it blew up, right? And like this post-apocalypse thing, to me, it seems like it's still going, this idea of a post-apocalypse. And I wonder do you think there's like some sort of almost a mass desire that people aren't necessarily recognizing consciously for things to just, like, all the complications and all the crap and all the garbage to actually just go away and start fresh? Because I find myself, like, I like to play video games, and there's something about starting a new character or starting Minecraft over fresh, just like erasing everything and starting to build again. Like, there's something to that to me. Even in a game where I've gotten really far, like, and my character's very progressed and very strong or whatever, there's something about starting over fresh and trying again.
Yeah, but okay, all right. To use your Minecraft analogy, don't start a new game. Just walk 100 yards over in the other direction, where there's plenty of land and new resources, and start there. Don't fuck up everything else. Don't delete everything just because.
Don't burn everybody else's stuff to the ground because you want to start fresh.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have a way of being able to salvage what we currently have, the best of what we currently have, while at the same time getting rid of a whole bunch of assholes in the meantime. Until better solutions can be invented or are allowed to prosper, we don't need to go back to, quote unquote, the Stone Age, just to, right?
Numpty, we can agree smoking crack isn't very virtuous at all. I can agree with you, but I can't agree to that. That means it's immoral. So I don't know how you've made the leap from one to the other.
Yeah, if you want to do it, it's no problem with me. But if it hinders your ability to make money or, feed your family or, interact with your children or, steal or some shit, then that's a problem. For me. You do you.
It quickly becomes a problem. But I just don't think you can say, inhaling that certain smoke is immoral in itself. You could devote your life to just being a crack artist or something. Never hurt anybody. Totally functioning crack
Right,
poet, something like that.
If we lived in a society where those basic needs were easily met, and the price of building a house was so easy because it was very abundant and easy to do, you wouldn't have to worry about rent, or you wouldn't have to earn food. Food is freely available because we grow trees everywhere, and fruit and vegetables are just grown everywhere, and everyone has a more than abundant amount of food. That's another thing taken care of.
In a perfect world,
basically,
we would have time left for crack.
That's not even in a perfect world. That's just in a slightly much better world than what we currently have, where they pay farmers not to grow crops. Like we're in a lunacy world.
In a great balanced
literally
world, we'd have
clown
extra time spare to do crack as a virtue.
Yeah, but we apparently back in the time they had time to build all these cathedrals and all these amazing. They've had that kind of time, and we don't have the kind of time now. Like, we have robots and cars that can drive themselves, and somehow it's weird how we all are just so busy and everyone just doesn't have enough time to do anything except struggle to survive.
Yeah, that is one thing that is definitely true, is that you've become like fucking wage slave, out of time, fucking basically slaves to this financial system. Like, it has given us a lot of product, right? But at the same time, there's a trade. There's definitely some sort of Faustian bargain there, where we had to give something up.
Yeah, it's not basically slaves; it's just slaves. Just take out the basically part.
Well, it's more comfortable than slavery was before. That's for sure.
Well, that just because someone doesn't have a whip over you, actually, and they just have it one metaphorically, like where if you don't do this, that, or the other thing, or if you do this, that, or the other thing, we can jail you and fine you and even kill you in some cases. And if you mess up in any way,
also that,
well, we're going to ruin your credit, and you'll never be able to get a car, and then you're just going to be screwed. Like, it's so easy to keep people in line out of fear, whether it's the fear of a whip,
and it's also the
fear
fact that we have these governments and corporations that own like such large things and don't have any liability, and it's like these vehicles of like wealth building and stuff, and it seems like it's almost like the human beings are working for like almost like entities, you know what I mean? Like conglomerate forces of human and electric minds working together in these huge fucking, it's like ships almost. They're like ships on the ocean.
Yeah, it's like grids, power grids, or like computer chips, and we're just the electrons going around. They don't care about money at all. These are the people that literally print as much money as they seem fit to.
Right, and then they take that money, that printed money,
inflation, however they feel like. That money buys power. Us. It keeps us in line, and that's what they're interested in. Not the actual money, but what the money buys, which is our obedience, or our whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, man. Like now we have in America multinational fucking corporations buying houses, like buying up all the housing markets, so that in 2 generations they're gonna be able to have a only renting society. It's like, I don't know, like.
Yeah.
That's a great invention for profit for them, but like, is this really what we want in our society, where corporations just control every aspect of your life and you're just a direct slave to whatever they say goes?
Yeah, you're gonna rent everything and like it.
And what
Essentially, you're not gonna
what
own
really is
anything.
a corporation? It's not even a fucking thing. It's like an idea. Like, people are going with the banner of an idea, and with that banner of an idea, then they're then doing more actions and saying, "Oh, I'm doing this for the company," you know?
The word you're looking for is body. It's a body. It's a corpse. It's literally a body of lies, a body of, ideas, a body of buildings. It's a corpse.
Right, and it just seems like we didn't have this many fucking corporations before the turn of the 1900s, I guess. There was like a specific act, like America didn't even have corporations really before that. There was no limited liability. Like, if you wanted to start a business, it's on you. You can't just go start a business, take everyone's money, then go bankrupt, and then move to the next board like Elon Musk. You know what I mean? Like, you actually had to actually risk something. Where nowadays it's just like whoever owns all these shell corporations and shit, they risk nothing but get all the benefits. It's kind of ridiculous. The way it's set up, man, it's set up so corporations can basically do whatever they want, and humans have to do what corporations want. That's what America is. It's a perfect free market capitalism. Because
100%.
Yeah.
It's if they get caught or fined or jailed or whatever, they just change the name of the company and buy a new building and then just do whatever. This is like, yeah.
Right, and then people are going to argue like, oh, we get cheap products, that's a good thing. But then now all of a sudden, oh, wait, now that everything's built in China, it's a big problem for us. It's like, it's just like, if you've seen it from the beginning, you could tell that it wasn't going to be a good idea. And the people, I mean, just from the very beginning, the whole fucking way they structured it, it wasn't made for fucking to benefit society. It was made to benefit a few individuals from the beginning. Like the whole system of laws around corporations were made to benefit the few, not actually society as a whole.
Right. When people say the system is broken, no, it's not. It's working perfectly. It's designed to do this. It's a disposable society. So when you have cheap products, it's because you want to dispose of them quickly and move on to the next thing that keeps people buying. It's a disposable system. Everything is a commodity. Everything, including human life, is a disposable commodity. And that's what they've turned into.
Guess what? When they have everything has its own, everything is gonna have with all this fucking NFTs. Like, people think like, oh, I'm gonna get rich. It's like, first off, most of the people getting rich from NFTs are money laundering, and you ain't got those connections. So sit down, boy. Second off, this is only here to push adoption. They're only spiking it up so people look at it, and the dumb masses, monkey see, monkey do. Because soon they're going to have a fucking NFT for you, your water bottle, your cell phone, your laptop. And you're going to have like, oh, I'm going to purchase this thing. And then the physical thing comes in the mail. Oh, okay, now I don't need it anymore. Let me send it back.
Yeah, whatever they're doing with the monetary system of adopting crypto or not, or whatever they're doing, they're psyching people into whatever they're going to do next is what they're currently planning people for now. Yeah, they're hiking up all. I think basically what they're going to do is once they have the way to figure out and build the infrastructure so that they can continue to keep control of whatever currency or crypto that they choose, then they're going to implement it with everybody by, they're jacking up the inflation and all this stuff. They say, well, to fix the inflation rate, we'll just switch to crypto. And everybody's like, yay, look at all these guys are such geniuses, man. Wow, thanks for helping us. Thanks for saving us. What else you got? Whether or not people believe that, that's how they'll spin it in the media. That's what the narrative will then dictate.
What's up, guys? What's up? How we doing? So busy.
I'm
So
doing
busy.
great. Thanks for asking.
Tough to get a word out earlier. Tough to get a word out sometimes.
Hey, what's up, Hoimer?
I think we finally determined that poverty does in fact cause crime. So I think we nailed it down. Sorry, no, that was sarcasm in case it didn't come through over the. I'm driving.
No, I know. But seriously, we never agree on anything. Most of us. I mean, there's definitely a correlation, you know.
Well, sure. But again, it's sort of like this: get rid of the assholes in charge, let the dust settle, and then we'll pick it up from there and start figuring out what's going on. You know, that's. I mean, I don't know. Let's remove one of the biggest possible, if not greatest, cause / hindrance to any kind of actual change, and then assess. But I think that isn't that the point, right? Like that's what I always say about with this whole float debate, right? It's sort of all we can technically accurately say. Obviously, there's more, but like the most broadest thing you can say accurately is that it's not a sphere at this rate that NASA claims. That's the big.
Yeah, speaking of that, now they claim to have this spherical excess measurement, and I was talking to Larry the other day, and he says the biggest one they got, the biggest triangle they ever made for the spherical excess thing, right, was like 4,000 miles or some shit. Biggest one ever. It's over 100 miles, I think, was each peak to peak. You know, they were looking at something 100 miles away almost every time. It might have been anywhere from 80 to like 140 miles or something, I think. Those thousands of square feet of miles, this triangle. Now, they claim they got 60 arc seconds over the amount that you would get on a flat Earth. You know, a flat Earth, this would always add up to 180. The way they do it on a globe with they make like 3 different triangles, so it's not like they're getting one triangle. They're not measuring one triangle with over 180 degrees. They're doing 3 different triangles, first of all, before anyone, you know, we realize the triangle can only have 180 degrees, but if you draw it on a sphere, it does. I mean, it looks like it has more than 100. Anyway, it's not the point. They claim that they got this biggest triangle ever made. They claim they got 60 arc seconds over 180 on this spherical triangle thing. So I don't know if you know how small 60 arc seconds is, but when you're looking 100 miles away at some shit, I don't even know how close, if arc seconds even matter at that point.
I think you can find a document in which they use several of those triangles. And if you know, you can use the distances at the sides of those triangles and use the axis you're getting to estimate a radius from each one of those triangles. So, and there are documents that do exactly that. And all the ones I saw, they're all point to the same radius.
Yes, the biggest one you've gotten.
Variants.
The biggest triangle you've ever gotten is 60 arc seconds over the 180.
Yeah, and that actually matches the radius that is claimed. So I'm not sure if you have a pointer. Like if you're saying this is too small, but at the same time that points to the claimed radius. So it's not too small. It's small. It's exactly small. How small it should be.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It matches the globe fine. But my problem is with 60 arc seconds. Do you know how the errors and I mean, do you know how much distance an arc second takes up if you're looking 100 miles away?
I can calculate that. You just get the tangent of the tangent function of 60 arc seconds and multiply that by how many miles you said?
So you're 100 miles away, looking 100 miles away. How much does?
Let me see.
I don't know. Each measurement must have been at least 20 arc seconds or so. So how much? Well, how thick is the crosshair on the thing? I want to know how much distance the crosshair takes up at that fucking distance.
Yeah, that's where the error bar of the instrument comes from. So
what is the error bar?
Oh, any instrument you're using is going to give you one. I don't know what specific, what's the error bar of the instrument used, but on those tables that I looked, in which they try to calculate the radius from the value, the error bars are in there, and they're all smaller than the excess.
I know. I'm just wondering how they even line things up, because if you're looking at, if you have that crosshair in front of your face, right? I realize it's very thin line, but a very thin line is from 100 miles away is going to take up a lot of feet. I don't know how many feet. It could be, hundreds of feet.
How many arc seconds you said? So I think
I don't know how thick is the crosshair. How thick is the?
No, the question you asked before, like you said how.
I asked the wrong question.
Okay.
I meant to ask how much does the crosshair take up after 100 miles?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. And so now the question is, like, where do you place the crosshair? I feel like that could be, you could place it to the left a little bit, to the right a little bit. And plus, things are waving at 100 miles. I mean,
yeah, but when
I know
you
they say there's
in,
no.
Like when you zoom in, that crosshair becomes thinner compared to what you're looking at, right?
The crosshair gets thinner. No, it stays the same size.
Yeah, but the thing you're looking for expands. So compared to that, so for example, if you're not zooming and you're pointing to someone's head, and the crosshair is covering all of their head, if you zoom in, it's only gonna cover, let's say, their nose, or
Yeah, that's fine. You can use the max zoom. I don't know what the zoom was. I don't know anything about the tool they were using. So
yeah, that would be a nice thing to look up. But yeah, people. I think this was done by surveyors. So I mean, I'm safe to assume.
I'm just saying at 100 miles, shit's gonna be waving. They say there's no left to right refraction, but shit's gonna be waving. There's gonna be some waviness to it at that point, even left to right. We see it in this all kinds of shit, left to right waviness.
Sure, but there's a way to account for that, which is if they're using, like, they're not using like a single triangle. They're using many triangles, and they're using triangles that are adjacent to each other, so they share the same side. So
I'm just talking about looking at this wavy thing in the distance, not how many.
Yeah.
Just one time looking through the scope.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to. So each of those sides, I mean, if two triangles share a side, they're not doing twice that side. They're just doing that side once. And if they have an error that goes to the right of one or to the left of the other, it's going to add to one, but it's going to subtract from the other. So this kind of cancels out when you're using the axis from the triangles.
Yeah, so the thing is, you're looking at this thing, it's wavy, it's moving back and to the left and right a little bit. Like, how do you even know where to put the crosshairs? You put it all the way to the left, all the way to the right? You try to middle it out? I feel like the amount of arc seconds you could be off here would be a couple arc seconds. Just, you know how tiny an arc second is?
Sure, yeah, it's 1 over 3600 of a degree.
Yeah, so in a whole circle, there's 360 times 3,600 arc seconds. That's how many arc seconds are in a whole circle.
Yeah, but usually to see things like waving left to right, you have to be zooming in a lot to see that. So if
they're going to be zoomed in a lot, right? They're going to be zoomed in as much as they can be. Yeah,
I agree. Yeah. So if they zoom in and the amount they are waving to the left and the right is like small enough, they can still have a pretty accurate angle, right? I mean, I think that will depend on weather conditions. So this was probably not done in a way in a day with bad weather conditions, in which that would happen a lot.
I think no matter what the conditions are, at 100 miles, you're going to be getting waviness. No, even on the best conditions.
I'm not sure. Like usually when you look to very long distances observation, that's usually over water, and over water is of course very wavy because you have a lot of humidity. You have the flow of the air getting less dense and then going up, things like that. And but if you're doing that across like a terrain and you don't have a warm day, it's usually pretty stable. I think that would make the waviness that you're picturing much smaller.
Have you ever looked through one of these tools at 100 miles?
No, I'm just I'm doing the same as you. I'm just guessing here. So
Yeah, neither have I. So I don't know either, but I'd expect there to be like a lot of waviness. I mean, yeah, there might probably be less than over water, but still 100 miles, a lot of air you're looking through, a lot of waviness. I would think. So you've got the left to right waviness of the stuff. I mean, I don't know. I doubt that you're ever seeing it in one static position ever from 100 miles. That's just a guess. Should I ask Larry that?
oh yeah, sure. I was gonna try to make an argument, but it wouldn't address what you're saying, so never mind.
Bro, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this shit. Like, I don't know. This 60 arc seconds, because I went through the geometry of it earlier with them guys and the method they're using to measure these three triangles. You know, I feel like that would only happen on a sphere. That wouldn't happen on a flat Earth. So
That's 60 arc seconds would be an arc minute. That across how many miles you said? 10 miles?
no, the whole thing. Okay, here's the thing. The whole thing was at 60 arc seconds. All the triangles came up with 180 degrees the arc seconds. So it wasn't like one single measurement. That needs to be chopped into, you know, at least 3 different measurements because they're doing 3 triangles.
Sure, yeah, that makes sense.
So 20 arc seconds, so a third of an arc second.
A third?
Or sorry, 20 arc seconds. 20 arc seconds.
Yeah, a third of an arc minute, right? Okay, so across 10 miles, that would be 1.5 meter. Like if you tilt your
Yeah, but they're doing 100. They're doing 100 miles. I think the
100
lowest.
miles?
Yeah, bro.
That would be 15 meters. Like if you're looking to something 100 miles away and you tilt just 20 arc seconds, that adds up to 15 meters.
50 or 15?
15 meters. So
That's
that sounds like it's pretty noticeable if you have something zoomed in a lot.
But the thing is, now my next concern is they're looking at a light. So, like, how do you know? I don't know. I'd want to see this done. Like, everyone else is fine with just saying, well, the experts did it. We'll just trust them guys. That's not me, though. I'd like to see this actually being done.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah,
you know.
I think where they performed it, there was not this interest on using that to prove the Earth was a sphere and actually having video so people couldn't possibly deny it. But yeah, if they're doing it again, or if people want to do it and they record it, that would be great. That would make it more solid, or convincible at least. Oh, by the way, I figured out that my own uncle's girlfriend is a surveyor. Didn't know that. And I asked him, of course, if he has to take into account the shape of the Earth. And he said in one of his jobs he had, because he had to align some like some antennas, and they had to be he had to make this the signal to be as strong as possible. So they have to be perfectly aligned, and there were like hundreds of them. So after some distance, he would have to start to make them higher and higher to keep them into the same line.
What signal was he sending? Yeah, it's probably bending down because of refraction. So the thing can't see the signal, so it needs to get higher because the signal's bending down.
Yeah, that's a fair point. But I think radio waves don't bend down, don't bend as much as light.
Maybe not. I don't know. There's a lot of things. See, there's a lot of things that are happening in the atmosphere over a long distance that could have a small effect on things. Like you would think it's silly for us to go measure water in a fish tank, come back and say there's no water's not curving, right? But with light,
Oh wait,
what's up?
If it's bending down, why would they have to raise it up?
So
yeah, if they're bending down, wouldn't the strongest signal be captured in a lower position instead of a higher one?
I mean, it depends on how much, or maybe it's bending up. I don't know. The point is, we're presupposing how that's bending in between each tower or whatever he built, right?
Okay, yeah, but usually we have to. I mean, if you just pick any standard weather condition, you would expect light to bend down, not up. And
Sure,
he wasn't doing
that's-
that. He wasn't doing that based on the strength of the signal. He was doing that based on the shape of the Earth. So he wanted to make a straight line.
He was doing it based on how the radio waves are bending.
No, actually no. That's while like he told me what he was doing. He said he was making the antennas higher to account for the drop of the Earth.
The way the radio waves are bending. Well, I mean, he thinks it's the drop of Earth, and so do you, but it's really the way the radio waves were bending.
No, but he wasn't measuring the signal to do that. He was just like, oh, how much I have to make it higher here to keep them on a straight line. That was he was doing for. He wasn't measuring any radio wave. Like this was before the antennas were working.
He said, how much higher do I got to make it in order for the radio wave to hit this tower? So the radio waves are bending some way, right? There's magnetism. There's
this would
the
not
density.
But this would not affect what he was doing. He was only doing that based on how much the surface would have dropped from a straight line. So he was basically
how much the radio waves would have been.
No, because he wasn't using any math for radio waves. He was just using the curvature of the Earth and see how much lower the Earth would be from a horizontal plane at the first antenna, and then he would make.
Or how much are the radio waves bending on a flat Earth?
That was not what he was doing. You can say they're going to bend at the same amount on a flat Earth, and the math is compatible. You can say that, but that was not what he was doing. It can match what you're saying, but that was not what he was doing. He was specifically trying to account for curvature of the Earth. The antennas weren't even. But the antennas weren't even. No, the antennas weren't even turned on yet. So he was not doing anything based on radio waves. He was just based on the curvature of the Earth. He was based on the curvature of the Earth to put antennas in a position that would make a straight line if the Earth was spherical in a given radius, given the radius.
Yes, or if the Earth was flat and the radio waves were bending some certain kind of way. That's another option.
You can say that's compatible, but you can't say that's what he was doing. He wasn't trying to do that.
So he could have either done it the way for the globe to account for Earth dropping away from him, or he could have done it in the way. So I can go do that and do it in the way to account for the radio waves bending some certain type of way, and then
it has to bend up at the same rate that Earth would bend down for.
You don't know which way it's bending. You don't know which way the radio waves are bending or how they're being bent. You can't see the radio waves.
I'm not relying on that. Just this is what I said. I said that for that to be compatible with what he was doing, the radio waves would have to bend up at the same rate that the Earth would bend down if it was this year.
Okay, maybe
So-
that's what's happening. Who knows?
Oh, that's yeah, but that's one where that wasn't what he was trying to do. You can say that maybe that's the case, and
I
that would
understand what he was
match.
trying to do. I understand what he was trying to do.
Yeah. Yes, so yeah.
But he, in the end, he didn't know if the radio waves were bending some certain kind of way or the Earth was curving away from him.
Yeah, you can say he doesn't know what's happening. That I can accept that, but I won't accept
Yeah, that's
that.
all.
He's right. What I was objecting to is to saying that he was.
Yeah, I understand. No, I get what he was trying to do. Yes.
All
He
right.
went off the globe math, did the thing. I understand.
All right. So I
the
think
globe
we're
math
in
could have.
agreement.
Yes. However, the globe math could have just hijacked the way light bends, or they mistakenly took the light bending a certain way for Earth curve.
Sure.
Yeah. That's why there are a lot of us are against this optical shit, man. We don't want to be fooling around with this optical light bending shit. Shit's waving back and forth. We're looking 100 miles through a scope. Like, shit's too crazy, man. There's too much. There's too much at stake.
Yeah, I think optical observations are that good if you want to argue for the shape of the Earth, but I think this spherical axis one is the best one among all of them, because the only thing that could mess it up would be horizontal refraction, like left to right refraction, and that's like I never saw any observation of that is that looks like it's strong
But at
enough to make a
100
difference.
miles, the shit's going to be wavy as I don't know. I'd like to see through the scope. I don't think we can make anything until me or you look through the scope of this at 100.
All right.
One of them was 140 miles, I think Larry said.
140, right?
That was
Yeah,
like the
we
longest one from one mountain to the other one or something. It was like 140 miles or some shit.
We can try to find someone that has a telescope or maybe a very good camera that can point to something that far and see a target that is smaller than, well, how many miles you said?
They're looking at a light. They're looking at a light.
Sure, but I thought you were still talking about the left and right wavy, right?
Yeah, they're looking at a light. Yeah, it's a light. It's probably waving left to right.
Yeah, so you'd be able to see that, right? Going left to
The
right.
light, yeah, they do it at night, yeah.
Okay, so
I'd have to
what I'm
imagine
saying.
when you're looking through the scope. I'd have to imagine, what's up, kiddo? I'd have to imagine when you're looking through the scope, right? You can see the light. You gotta hit the burn, yep.
Okay, what exactly is the scope? Is that the thing you put your eye on?
The lens, yeah, the lens. When you're looking through the lens and you see the light, I'm guessing, and this is just a guess, but I'm guessing that it's flickering or shifting or whatever you want to call it from left to right, waving left to right, something. Like, it's not going to be just still not moving over 100 plus miles. I highly doubt that it's going to be just stationary.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, as long as it waves much less than your margin of error, that'll be fine, I guess.
Sorry, how do you know it's waving more or less than your margin of error?
That's not like your instrument is going to give you an error bar. Like you have this precision on degrees. So
well, there's three different error bars, right? One's for the instrument, one's for the operator, and there's another one that I forgot what it was for. There's definitely two error bars though for this. Possibly a third that I have for now forgotten, but there's definitely two. One for the operator error and one for the tool error.
Yeah, I'm referring to the precision of the instrument. So say you have
there's one error bar for that, but then there's another one for the guide, because it comes down to an eyeball lining to two things up.
Yeah, I mean, we have a name for the error, but
it comes down to an eyeball lining two things up, and the one thing is not even still; it's moving, shifting back and forth.
Sure.
I don't know. I don't know.
If you're not like, if you zoom out a little bit, you can make all the wobble thing inside of your crosshair. Is that how it's called? Crosshair, right?
Yeah, the crosshair.
Like
Yeah.
if it's all inside of the crosshair, then I think it would be precise enough.
Hey, where's your pants? Where'd your pants go?
Where's my what?
Not you, not you.
Oh,
hold on, I'm hot micing. What was I? I don't remember what I was saying. Put that iPad down. Put the iPad down. Ah. Hold on, Daddy will fix that in a second. We need some pants on, man. What are you doing? Listen. So you got two error bars, one on the machine, and they said they can narrow the one for the machine down a lot, which I would tend to believe there's still going to be a little bit, but they can get the machine down one probably a lot. Hold on. Hold on, bud. Daddy's got you. Cow. Moo. Moo. They moo. Okay. Yeah, the tool one. They could probably get that down a lot, but I mean, when it comes down to it, you're gonna have this thing waving back and forth that a guy's trying to put a crosshair on. You know what I'm saying?
sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
You can get the error bar down for the tool probably a lot, probably down to like an arc second or less. I'd have to imagine less because the least value on those tools is
about 20 arc seconds.
Probably. What's up?
About 20 arc seconds.
What? The least value? No, it's probably like an arc second or something. I don't know. I've never seen the disc they use, the circle they use. But you know, on a ruler, let's say you had a ruler when it was all millimeters, right? Your least value would be 1 millimeter, or you have a scale and the lowest thing it can measure is a gram, right? Your least value is a gram. What happened? Mouse. Tap the barn. Tap the barn door. Look, tap the barn door like this. Give me your finger. Where's the sound for this? Hold on. The fuck? Hold on, bro. Oh, Daddy messed it up. Hold on. Hold on. Like, oh, I don't know. Hold on. Here, come here. Come here. So, yeah, if you have your least values in arc seconds on this disc, I don't know. I've never seen the circle they use. So I don't know what the markings were on it or what. This all happened in the 1900s too, by the way. So it's not even like we're using modern day equipment.
Yeah, we probably can get more. Yeah, I'm not sure how much more precise we can get because, like what you're saying, that the wobble of the atmosphere, that's not gonna get more precise. Even with the better technology, we cannot get past that, right? That
I
the
don't know.
wobble
I don't know. I've
is
never
gonna
seen what it looks like. I've never seen what it looks like looking through the scope.
right.
Through the
What I mean
crosshairs or
is, even if you have a more precise tool, that you have that limiting factor of the atmosphere making things wobbly, right?
Yeah.
But if you don't mind, I would like to bring another subject to Lace that is here, or Nate.
Go ahead.
Nate, are you here?
Yeah, what's up, man?
So remember when we were discussing a video that I supposed to hear about people assuming flat Earth for navigation, and he posted like
Say
a clip.
what?
Well, Isa was saying that people assume a flat Earth
Mhm.
for navigation, right?
Yeah.
And whoever disagrees with that doesn't know what you're talking about. And then he
Yeah.
posted a video in which a guy says, "Well, let's imagine the Earth is flat." That's
Yeah, that.
basically it.
Yeah.
And I found the whole
Okay.
video, and I wasn't looking for it. I was just like, oh, I saw some YouTube recommendations. One of them was this an hour and 14 minutes about. He mentions line of position, and I haven't used lines of position that much, so I wanted to give it a go. And then at some point, I realized it was the same video that he sent. So I reached the part in which he says, "Well, let's imagine the Earth to be flat," and then he goes on, and just a couple of seconds later, well, I posted the video on Livestream 1. If you scroll up a little bit, you can
Okay.
you can check it.
A little bit. Do you want to post it again? I'm not seeing it.
My mouse is on my work computer. Oh, but okay, I can.
Oh, okay.
Can
I
you
think I
start?
found it. Yeah.
All right,
I
so you don't
found
have
it.
to.
Let me just check it. Hang on. Yeah, I mean, he's clearly saying the Earth is a flat. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the same video. Like it's
Yeah. No,
the
Ethan was being a rat. Just posting an 18-second clip. Yeah.
or if at least the video said what he said, the video says, like, because the video doesn't say we have to use it to navigate. It just says like, imagine if the Earth is flat, and we don't know what he's
Exactly.
gonna explain about that. That's just the premise of an explanation. We don't know what the end goal is.
Exactly. Like there's literally no context. We don't know what it is he's talking about. He just says, "Imagine the Earth is flat," and then Issa tried to say that that's him saying that all mariners and all pilots assume the Earth is flat. Like, how do you just decide that?
Yep.
Yeah, that was ridiculous of Issa.
Oh, yeah, but let's not get too much into it because I mean, this is not here. Just for you to know that I found the whole video, and yeah, that's not the claim.
So is that the whole video? 26 seconds? Like, don't you have the whole thing?
Yeah, I have the whole video. You can see. Well, actually, in Isa's video, you can see the title. The title is "Sextant to Line of Position: A Complete Side Reduction," so on and etc. If you should Google that, I'm pretty sure you'll be on top result on YouTube, because that's the YouTube title. But I wasn't actually looking for it. Like if I realized the title was on Isa's video, I would have checked at that time, but I didn't realize it.
Yeah, I didn't look on when he posted what the title was. I just saw it was 18 seconds and it had no context whatsoever. And he was trying to say this video says all pilots and mariners assume the Earth is flat. Like, what the fuck? Nah, man.
To be fair, they actually do at some point, but very locally. For example, when you have a position, I mean, even if you try to use the argument, they will still require, like what they're doing, that will require the Earth to be a sphere anyway. But when they're fixing their position locally, what they do is they write down a chart, and they use the x-axis as their latitude, and the y-axis are the longitude, right? And they made the fixing on that flat surface using Euclidean geometry. But that's done for like a small fixing. So for example, if you're not that far from where you think you are, that will be enough. That will be enough to correct your position. Because if you have a sphere with a grid of latitude and longitude and you zoom in enough, they become a grid, right? And that's the grid they're using. So because there's not much of a difference between a grid and a curve when you're zoomed in a lot, you can use a grid, of course. There's no reason for you to use spherical geometry at that scale. It's just gonna be like insanely complicated to do in the middle of the sea to get basically the same result.
Sorry, what spherical geometry were you doing?
Yeah, I'm referring to fixing a position. So, for example, you have in celestial navigation, you start with a guess position, which is position you think you are. So,
is this spherical geometry you're about to detail?
No, I'm about to detail the context of what we're talking about, which is position fixing in celestial navigation.
I heard I thought you were doing spherical geometry. Never mind.
Oh no, I said that's what we're not doing, because that would be more complicated and would not give you a much better accuracy.
Have you ever? Well, I ask a lot of people this question. Have you ever done spherical geometry to measure Earth?
Oh, not to measure Earth, no. But in the app I wrote, I don't use spherical geometry. I use Euclidean geometry, but I use identity functions. Like I use functions that are different, so they use different principles, but they give the exact same results. So they're mathematically identical. Whatever you input to one of them, if you input to the other, the result's going to be the same.
Right,
so for
but
example,
you've never actually used spherical geometry to measure Earth.
No, not to measure. No.
Yeah, no doubt. You only a handful of people have gotten that right. You're one of them.
What? Oh, why? Why no doubts? Like I only use Euclidean because
no doubt means right. That means okay, good. It's not. It's slang. Never mind. Just forget I said no doubt.
All right.
It means good.
Okay, so back to what I was explaining to Nate. You draw this chart with a x and y axis in which one is latitude and the other is longitude, right?
Yeah.
But we use so in the middle of that chart, the origin, the 0, 0, is your guess position, is the position you think you are, and then around that point, you're gonna plot the direction of the stars you sighted. So, for example, you're pointing your bow to, let's say, east, and there is a star you sighted north, so you're gonna put that on top of the chart, and you just apply the azimuths to around that point. Okay, now you have this chart, you have the direction of the stars you sighted. Now you're gonna calculate that's spherical geometry calculation. Actually, you're gonna calculate the distance between you and the GP that the almanac gave you. That's gonna give you a distance. Usually you would use the Haversine formula to do that, but because the Haversine formula requires like cosine and sine, and you're in the middle of the sea, you probably don't have a calculator. There are tables that allow you to do a very similar calculation, but without using trig functions. That gave you a very good approximation. So now you have the distances to each of those stars you measured, at least assuming your guess position. And now you just look at the sights. So as you probably heard of, every degree of drop from the zenith, we assume 60 nautical miles of distance, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I explained that to you, but I'm not sure if you're actually interested on the subject.
No, I'm listening to you, man. I mean, I've never done surveying before. It's not something I do necessarily have interest in, but I'm definitely listening to what you're saying. I'm following.
All right. So now you have three distances: the one you calculated based on your guess and on your almanac, and now you have three ones that you get from using the angles of the stars. So from there, you assume the angles to the stars are the better ones because you're measuring them, right? The other is you're just guessing your calculation. So now you want to know what position you have to be to measure those angles. Not because the one you are is not the same as the ones you measured. And so, for example, if the star A is actually higher in the sky than your calculations tell you would be, it means you're actually closer to that GP than your guess position would be. So you would fix your position towards that direction, right? And you can do that with 3 stars and get a pretty accurate fixing. So you get a next position that use some Euclidean geometry. Then you just assume that that's a plane, so you can use like Pythagorean theorem, or the math is just easier. Then you get a new position, and that new position is going now to match the angles you measured. So it's probably where you are. But that's usually like a couple of miles, or a couple, like some 100 miles at best, far from your guess.
I mean, it doesn't sound that accurate, but yeah,
No, I
you
mean,
could definitely.
you can get up to. I mean, usually if you just like do 2 star sites instead of 3, you can get to 25 miles. That's what I got from, like, I watched a bunch of videos from navigators explaining this stuff, and from what I understood, it's more or less 25 miles if you are just doing just 2 sites. So if you're doing sort of poorly, you can get 25 nautical miles, and that's that. According to them, that's usually enough, because when you're going to, let's say, you're trying to find land, right? You're at position on land. You're sailing to some country or something. If you're at less than 25 miles close to it, you can see it with your eyes. So like, if you're close enough, your position is close enough that you can see it when you approaches it. That's done. You successfully reached your position. So there's a certain inaccuracy that is allowed for this method. But the reason why I said even if you use that as a plane, that will still require the Earth to be flat. The Earth to be a sphere, is because the spacing between longitudes is fixed. Like on that chart, they use the same distance. Like regardless, a degree here is always going to be 60 nautical miles on the x-axis, but on the on the y-axis, but horizontally on the x-axis, that actually depends on your latitude. So you use your guessed position to see how big is the degree of longitude there, and that shrinks as you go away from the equator. So because the lines of latitude loop, means they have to, like, the latitude 180 east and 180 west are the same point, right? So they have to connect. So if you connect all of those lines, you create a cylinder, right? And if you make the ones closer to away from the equator smaller than the ones at the equator, that turns that into a sphere. So if you just use that assumption that they're using, they're using a flat surface, I'm gonna accept that that's an accurate representation.
So they all loop. It's a cylinder, but then you said if you make the lines at the equator, did you say close or small?
No, for example, if as further as you get from the equator, the bigger your latitude, the smaller they're going to assume a degree of longitude is, which means that those circles on the cylinder, they get smaller as you go up or lower from the equator, right?
Okay, yeah.
And in that uses the cosine function. So you use the cosine of your latitude. That would turn the cylinder into a sphere again. No. So even if you ignore the rest of celestial navigation and trying to use the the side reduction chart and saying, well, that's a plane. They're using flat geometry there. Sure, but the way they correct for longitude would still imply that the whole geometry is a sphere. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I definitely hear you. I mean, no flat earther is ever gonna buy this, but I totally get what you mean. Do you have a copy of these charts you talking about? Did you post
Well, I'm recalling from videos I watched from like
Okay.
navigators tutorials. So if you just like watch the 2, 3, I think I can find one for you that is very summarized. He does like just a sun sight, so he just sights to the sun, and so it's very less accurate. But I think he uses these charts. Yeah, I'll send you when I find them. But now I'm only my microphone and headset is connected to my computer. The rest of it is connected to my work computer. So I'll do that later if you're not in a hurry.
Okay. Yeah, no stress, man. Whenever, bro. I just wanted to play around with these charts and see what I could do with them, but whenever. Yeah. Yo, did you and Jeremy ever like sort it out with regards to I don't know, Jeremy, what were you saying the other day? Was it yesterday about how you can have up down refraction but not left to right refraction, and then I don't know. Jeremy was saying some shit.
Oh, I don't think we are disagreeing on that.
I mean, that's what the Globers say. There's no left to right refraction, but I guarantee if you look through that lens at 100 miles, it won't even be sitting still. So
I agree there is left and right, but compared to up and down, it's negligible compared to up and down. It can be non-negligible depending on what you're doing, but it's
how many
much
arc
less.
seconds does it shift from left to right?
Okay, all I'm saying it's much smaller than up and down, and you can see
that's
that.
fine, but that's fine that it's smaller than up and down, but we're getting a small measurement here, 60 arc seconds. So a little bit is all you would need.
Sure, yeah. In the context of spherical axis, I would have to look deeper into how much that would be. I agree with you, but the reason I'm saying it's much smaller is because if you try to use refraction, let's say, to make a celestial dome work on a flat surface, you would need a lot of left and right refraction. That I think is a very unfair ad hoc, because like we don't experience that. If you look to those videos in which you have a long distance observation for quite a while, you can see things going up and down. You hardly ever get them going left to right as much as they go up and down while the weather changes. But I don't think you would argue for that, right? For a dome that is around.
Jeremy's a domer, bro. Jeremy's a fucking domer. Right, Jeremy?
Oh, I've never claimed a dome. You definitely gonna need walls to the container, since we know Earth is flat. You're gonna need some kind of walls to contain the gas on the sides, unless it's an infinite flat plane, then I guess you wouldn't. But
wouldn't the weight of the Earth do it? Like, even if it's a flat Earth, and like you can weight something with a vacuum inside and without a vacuum, and you can see that with the vacuum it's lighter. So I mean, air definitely has weight, and so if you're stacking something that will have weight on top of more of that stuff, the thing is just gonna go down always. So you don't need to have to contain in the up direction infinitely. If you go high enough, the pressure is just going to be smaller and smaller, and you don't have to worry about the air leaking, right?
Yeah, but I mean, Jeremy believes that if you don't have a container, you're violating the second law of thermodynamics.
But you could use, I mean, if you're interpreting the second law of thermodynamics in that way, you should say also that, like inside of a building, the pressure should be the same in the last floor and in the first floor. And that's not the case. Like in the last floor of a high building, the pressure is smaller. And what happens with thermodynamics there? Why isn't the pressure the same? So that's a misinterpretation of thermodynamics, I think.
We know there's an increase in entropy, and gas wants to fill its volume.
Yes, but that's not the only thing gases want to do.
They always want to fill the volume.
Yeah,
unlike
but
a
that's
solid
not
or a
the
liquid.
But that's not the only thing they want to do. Like
What
there's
else
a
do they wanna
reason they also want to go down.
And they also want to go up.
Yeah, but they want to. the force that is going to make that is making them going to go up is what makes them expand. So that force is actually to all directions. But the one I'm referring to that says they want to go down, that's a separate one. So you have the one that makes them go to all directions. You have an additional one that points only down. So when you have those two combined, they're going, even though they're going to still fill the container. You still should expect the bottom of the container to have more gas than the top of the container, which is something that's observable.
You're telling me a gas? Have you ever observed a gas molecule changing
No.
direction without actually hitting something?
I can't see a gas molecule. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, I don't know. You guys are claiming that these gas molecules are turning around when they haven't actually hit anything.
Dude, are we? I'm not implying that at all.
There's no physical container up there, right? And the gas is going in all directions and not flying off, so it must be going up at a certain point and then be like, and then just
falling down.
whip a
Yeah,
U-turn.
so yeah, like throw an object up. What happens to that object? It goes up at some point and then it falls down again.
Yeah, I know other objects, solids and liquids do that, but have you ever seen a gas molecule turn around without actually hitting anything?
I don't
Do you
see a
think gas
molecule.
molecules just go on forever, Jeremy?
Yeah, I don't understand why gas molecules should be an exception to the rule. Like,
Well, they don't
seems to
behave
go-
like, I'm not saying it's an exception to the rule. They definitely don't behave like solids and liquids, right? There's definitely something different about the gas molecule.
Yeah, but in terms of weight, they also have weight, and weight is this downward force. So there you have it. It's all you need.
Right.
Like,
So in the meantime, though, we've never experienced gas just turning around without actually hitting something, right?
I'm not sure what that would even mean.
Well, that's what you have to have happening when you have this globe Earth not contained. When you have this
Jeremy,
globe Earth
you
not
mean like? Sorry, go ahead.
Actually, I think I can show that to you, Jeremy. If you get a heavy gas and you blow it up, it's gonna fall again. I think you can do that with carbon dioxide, but it's very transparent, so it'll be hard to see. But like if you fill something with carbon dioxide, you can like drop it in the floor as if it was a liquid. You can just like turn the container; it's gonna fall in the ground. You can see that, like even though it's hard to see, you can turn off a candle like that. You can not turn off. What's the extinguish? You can extinguish a candle.
Yep. Some of it goes sideways, right? Some of it goes down. Some of it goes up.
Yeah. No, we don't see it going up. Like if you try to do the same thing and put a candle up, it doesn't do anything with the candle.
So CO2 molecules, they just fall down to the ground, and I can sweep them up after.
Yeah, they're going to keep spreading in the ground. You're going to have a thinner and thinner layer. But yeah,
so you're saying they don't go up. Once they go down and fall, they just keep falling and getting lower and lower, and eventually I'll be able to sweep them up.
Yeah, if you don't have turbulence that is going to throw them up.
Be able to sweep up.
Well, what is sweep up exactly?
Molecules, gas molecules. I'll sweep them up. That's what you think.
What do you mean? What is sweep up exactly?
I don't know. You're saying they just go down. So I'm saying.
No, I mean I don't know that word. Like I don't actually know what that word means.
With a broom. Sweep them up with a broom and dustpan.
Oh, if you have if you try to blow them with a pipe, I think you can do it. Like if you try to suck them with a tube,
Okay,
you'll be
if
able to
they're
do
only
it.
going down, listen to me. If they're only going down,
Mhm.
that means after a while they would just go all the way
Sit on the floor.
down
Yeah,
and
they would
sit
be
on the
sitting
floor,
on
and
the
I could
floor.
sweep up gas molecules. That's what you think. Come on, bro.
Not sure
Use your
what
head.
sweep up would be. Let me just Google it so I can have a visual.
I don't know if you're going to be able to Google that. Have you ever swept the floor?
Swept, like cleaning the floor?
Sweep with a broom and dustpan. Sweep.
I don't know what's a broom also. Let me just Google things 1 second, then I'll be able to understand you, I think. Just
Like
give
you
me 1
put, like
second.
you have dirt on the floor. You have dirt on the floor. You know what a witch rides?
Which?
The broom.
Oh,
Okay,
right,
pretend you
that
have
like the
dirt on
Harry
your
Potter
floor.
thing.
Pretend you have dirt on your floor and you were
Right,
going to
yeah,
pick it up.
of course, it would be a bad idea to try to get the gas with that, right? Because that has a lot of holes, let's say.
I know, but what you're
And
saying is I should be able to let out enough CO2 in a room to where eventually they're just going to keep falling down and just go. They only go down, right?
yeah, they're gonna
What
sink to the
about like
floor.
dry ice, right? Is it carbon monoxide?
That's no, I think dry ice is. Oh no, yeah, I think it's carbon dioxide. Yeah.
No, carbon is it carbon monoxide or whatever? But when that's like
No, I think
released,
it's carbon dioxide. Carbon monoxide is toxic. I don't think they would use
carbon
it.
dioxide, well, or is it nitrogen? Whatever dry ice is, whenever that's released into the atmosphere and it reacts, it releases a mist that falls to the ground.
And that mist you see is not CO2. You know why?
Yeah,
You know how
I'm
I
trying
know
to
this?
remember what it is.
You know how I know that
It
mist you
is
see isn't
though.
CO2?
Isn't dry ice solid CO2, Jeremy?
No, dry. Yes, dry ice is
Yeah.
solid. Yes, and then it
Yeah,
turns into
it's
a
a
gas.
solid CO2. And then when it
Yeah.
turns into a gas, that gas stays on the floor. Like, we all see it happen. That's
So it just
CO2, yeah.
drops to the floor, and I'll be able to get a microscope out or something, or my broom. If I let enough CO2 out in a room, I'll be able to eventually come back and just sweep up these CO2 molecules.
Well, yeah, but if you try to do that,
Come
you
on,
have to
guys.
understand.
I mean,
Okay, but
that's
let's
pretty difficult, but theoretically, yeah.
yeah, let's
No, Nate,
think
that
about
doesn't,
that.
that doesn't happen.
Jeremy, let's actually think about it. Let's consider what you're saying. I wanna consider what you're saying. So, like, you have to understand that gases are pretty light, right? So,
No, you're
if you
saying the CO2 just goes down. That's what you're saying.
sure, yeah, I'm not saying
Yeah.
they're lighter than air. They're heavier than air, but gases are pretty light. That's all. Compared to any like gases are pretty lighter than liquid. I don't think
Okay,
you can
but it's
find
an
a gas.
inhomogeneous mixture of gases. Like they're not sorting out in the atmosphere by density.
Yeah, but the atmosphere
They're
is
not
very
going to just sit on
turbulent.
the floor because it's gas and
But the
it goes.
atmosphere, Jeremy.
But that's what you asked for, Jeremy. Gas is falling, and this gas falls. Maybe some of it rises, but we do see some of it fall.
So I mean,
No, I've asked for.
when you have to. Okay, let me try to. When you have liquids of different densities, it takes quite a while for them to set into layers, right? And yeah, when they don't mix, because if they mix, then the molecules just get attached to each other, and you don't ever get them separated. But with gases, they don't attach to each other, so you should be able to separate them if you wait enough. But because gases are much lighter than liquids and much less dense, it's much easier to mix them. Like they mix very easily. You just like put your hand inside of a, like if you have an aquarium with a lot of CO2, if you try to put your hand there, you already bring a lot of air. You already make a lot of CO2 leave the aquarium, because they're much less stable because they're lighter. So if you're trying to do that, I forgot the word you're using, but if you try to do that with a gas that is set on the floor, and I mean, if you just walk on the floor, you're already kicking a lot of gas from the floor. They just move too easily. So you wouldn't like maybe you'd not be able to do that, but that because any movement you make already throw them very far. Do you understand that,
Listen
right?
to me. Listen to me. You're telling me at the highest layer of the atmosphere, there's gases that are going up, and then they're just coming back down because gravity is pulling them.
Because they're
Right?
away. Yeah, just like everything that we throw up.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to show me a gas just turning around without hitting something. I don't believe that happens.
Well, if that's what it takes for you, okay. Not sure how to do that, but I think even without having that specific experience, there's, I mean, the reasoning is sound, and you
Sure,
have
it
good
sounds like
reason.
it might work. But we've had a lot of crazy ideas that sounded like they might work, though.
But
Yeah, I mean,
those
at
aren't
the
like
highest layers, maybe not, Jeremy. But if you have gas here on the floor of the Earth, you can see that gas fall because it will rise until it hits gas above it, and then it falls back down.
That's fine. It's an elastic collision. It's hitting another thing, and it's turning around. Yes, that's absolutely what we, according to what we know and what we can see.
no, the
Gas hits
carbon
another object.
dioxide.
It turns around, goes the
Yeah,
other
but
way.
the carbon dioxide doesn't have to hit the ceiling to comes down again. It just comes down at its own weight.
Right. Some of it comes down. Some of it goes up. Some of it goes sideways.
No, we don't see much of it going up, and even what goes up, it still falls at like just after. Like
How do you know that?
visible. That's visible when you have dry ice. It goes down. Like
You can
even
see. So
some
you
of
can see
bubbles.
the gas. You can see the
No,
gas
you're
going.
not seeing exactly the gas. You're seeing the
Right.
humidity that the gas is condensing in the atmosphere because the gas
Right,
is
and then you.
transparent.
Yes. However, the gas goes sideways, down, up, all directions.
Yeah, but and then it sets in
Okay.
the ground. Like you can
It
see
doesn't
that
just
it's
fall on the ground. It doesn't just sit there and fall on the ground. It
yeah, but
spreads
it's
out.
not doing. But it's not filling the container.
If it did that, the whole bottom of our atmosphere would be covered in CO2. It just doesn't work like the way
No,
you're saying it
because
works.
the atmosphere
Like,
is
I'm sorry.
The atmosphere is turbulent enough for that not to happen. Like, as I said before, gases move pretty easily because they're very light, and we have wind on the atmosphere. That's enough to keep gases from setting. But if you didn't have wind, if you would stop Earth, remove the sun so it don't have difference of densities and causing wind, you should expect them to set at some point. But that's not the case. We shouldn't expect them to set in the scenario we have. So don't think that's a good argument.
No, your argument is we have gases turning around without hitting another object, which
Yeah,
we
you can
don't
see
see.
that. Whoa,
No,
you
we
can see
never
that
see
with
that.
you can see that with carbon dioxide.
Okay, there's other gas molecules around it. You can't show me it turning around without hitting something else. You're in an environment of atmosphere. There's
But they're
gas
not
all
Yeah,
around that carbon dioxide.
yeah, but
like
but Jeremy, the idea is carbon dioxide would work the same way other gases. It's heavy enough, it'll just fall.
I'll be right back.
It's not a special gas. Oh,
This is not a good argument you guys have. When you let the CO2 go, it bounces off the floor, it bounces off other gas molecules, it bounces off the walls, sideways, up, down, every direction.
but
I never seen it turn
Jeremy,
around without. I never seen it turn around without hitting something.
what about dry ice in a vacuum? Don't you think that would also fall? Or what, do
Okay,
you think that would rise?
if it falls, that's cool. But you need to show me these gas molecules that are turning around for no reason without hitting anything physical.
All right, but I mean, like logically, dry ice in a vacuum. Do you think it would start rising? Or would it fall?
I think it would eventually fill the container. because that's what gas
But it would
does.
start
It fills its container.
Yeah, but it would start from the bottom up, right? Like
But it's
it would start at the
sure, but it's
floor,
definitely
and then the gas would stack on itself, right?
sure, but it's definitely there's gonna be a point where it goes up, right? And it's not gonna stop going up until it hits the walls or the top.
Definitely, yeah. But it will
Yeah,
start off at the bottom. It won't
that's
do
fine.
what very light gases like helium do, which is just rise. It start off at the bottom and stack up. So the start of it, when it starts off, and most of it is at the bottom, that's not hitting anything that deflects it towards the bottom. It's just most of it falls straight down.
Oh, sorry guys, I gotta go.
No problem. Latest, baby.
See ya.
Yo, you gotta get your boys straight over in Gems, homie. You should have seen it,
What
Nate,
happened?
earlier. Listen, you should have seen it earlier, bro. These guys were trying to say clouds were gas.
Ugh, who was saying
Curved had
that?
to jump. Curved had to jump in and correct them all. Like half the room was
But
going
who
with this.
exactly was saying that? The whole room?
Of some major figures. I don't want to call anybody out, but
No,
major.
call him out, bro. Who was it? Who done it? See, big heads.
And we've gone over the
Big
cloud thing.
personalities.
We've gone over the cloud thing so many times in Gems that I don't know how these motherfuckers. If you didn't already know that, you should have known. Like if you don't know now, you know.
Exactly. But why was they saying clouds of gases though? Like for what reason?
I don't know. They were trying to use it for some silly shit about atmosphere leaving the Earth or something. It's not the point. The point is all these bright, brilliant minds, major figureheads on the globe side, big time people,
Like
big
who
time.
though? Who?
I don't want to call anybody out. There was big people, bro. Trust me, big names.
Head honchos. Oh shit.
Seriously, big time guys that are big time, bro. And these guys are walking around thinking clouds are gas.
That's ridiculous. But it happens, bro. I mean, that's what I keep telling you. At the end of the day, these are just ordinary old dudes, you know? They just know the arguments so well. Like, it's crazy how these guys have the arguments memorized, you know?
These guys are supposed to be men of science and shit. Trust me, big figureheads were saying this, bro. These weren't just some average Joes earlier. These guys are big time in the game.
So when Curve corrected them, did they accept it or they fought back?
I don't know. They'll probably be saying the same shit next week. I don't know.
Yeah.
Absolutely ridiculous. You think you're in the middle? They were trying to be in the middle of like schooling me on something, and you don't know what a cloud's made of, and you brought up clouds and what they're made of. It's just obnoxious, dude. I point this shit out to you like every other day.
Yeah. Yo, hold up. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm just at the gas station. Hold up.
Take your time. Pump that $5 gallon gas. Big time Glovers saying clouds are gas. Come on, man. Especially after all the times we've been over this shit. It's not like that's the first time the composition of clouds ever came up. Comes up a lot. I can recall at least going over this shit like 3 times at least over the past year and a half, 2 years, whatever. Big time. Out here looking stupid. Just looking stupid out here, man. I don't know why they even do it. the things they back up with each other that they don't realize the guy was wrong on. You think because somebody got science in their name, they're right? You should have heard what they were trying to tell me the other day at Jose's. One of them was B-ball.
Say what, bro?
You should have heard what they were trying to tell me in Jose's 2-3 days ago whenever I was there. It's utter nonsense, dude. I can't handle it.
Yeah. But I mean, think you got like friends out that like, you know, study physics and stuff that you could do real world experiments with? Well, why not like take your kids out and like go and test shit?
Remember, there ain't nothing a test that's going to give me any answers that I can like personally do myself in my backyard or something.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's no way you're gonna do that one shot. You know, go to space and take a picture of Earth, or like you know, there's those proofs that if someone could do it, it would end the whole argument, and it's mainly a direct measurement of the whole entire Earth, or going into space and taking a picture of the whole entire Earth. Right? Those are the two proofs that would end this argument. Now, no one man can do that shit. right? But what you and I can do is like ordinary individuals is we can try and build a picture for ourselves, right? Like get little pieces of evidence, not proof, but evidence that when put together paints a logical picture, right? What do you think?
Yeah, no, sounds good.
I hope you can hear me. Just go ahead and call. I mean, that's what I try to do for myself, and I did that long before I was involved in flat Earth shit. You know, it was just me doing experiments at work with my daughter, and it's just when I started hearing the flat Earth arguments, you know, it made me question, what do I have that I've done for myself that makes me feel comfortable? Earth is a sphere. I mean, there's all these things I've done, you know, and they make me feel comfortable enough to believe the Earth is a sphere. I don't have absolute proof. I can't show you the curve. I can't take you to space, but I've done enough for myself. Little experiments, observations, things that had nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. But when you put them together, they only work on a sphere. Or let me say, I only know how to explain them on a sphere. I've asked around and no one's been able to explain how some of these things would operate on a flat Earth. But yes,
I mean,
that doesn't mean that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
as far as any observations you made, you know, you're going to have to know whether the object is higher or lower than you see it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I mean, there might have been some errors, you know. I'm an amateur astronomer. I'm not a professional one. I mean, I know how to handle myself with sights and scopes and, you know, telescopes and whatnot. But what are you watching, man? Fucking Daddy Daycare over
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Sounds like Paw Patrol or some shit.
Some goofy stuff.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, Jeremy, there's no way you're going to be able to do things to high precision with the equipment at home. But you could come to some reasonable conclusions, you know? I mean, I'm fortunate that where I work, I've had access to high precision machinery, but I've never used that for observations. You know, I just use that for whatever they want me to do at work. But at home, with basic shit, you can do something, man. Like if dudes 300 years ago was using like the fucking camera on your phone is better than the telescopes they was using 300 years ago.
I
You know,
know.
like, yeah, you can do something, you know. With the bare minimum we have around us, we can do something, and we can collaborate. You know, I can get my friends involved that also work in physics, and I mean we can make things happen. It's just about how interested are you really in ending the debate. Like, are you ready for coming to a conclusion on it and not debating it anymore?
Yeah, when we get something definitive, yeah. You know, if you're going to make an observation and see something lower than we see it, and then say we're on a sphere because of that, that's not gonna, you know. That
Yeah,
ain't gonna
but
do it for
Jeremy,
me.
I'm literally telling you, nobody on Discord is going to give you anything definitive. It's impossible.
That's what I'm
Nobody can
saying. So
take you to
this,
space.
I don't think it's impossible.
Okay, it's not impossible, but it's highly unlikely. Who on Discord is going to give you a direct measurement of the whole Earth? Who anyway?
I mean, flat earthers are trying to get that done. Obviously, the Globers aren't doing it because they feel like they got it all sewn up and it's a globe. So it's up to the rest of us to do it.
But do you think? I don't know, man. I don't know. That sounds like a very difficult thing to me. And if you're gonna just do nothing and wait for that, I don't know, because I feel there's so many other things you could do. You could get like, does the idea bug you of getting smaller pieces of evidence and putting that together in like a jigsaw puzzle to paint a reliable picture of what
Bro,
could
I've
be
seen the
going on?
puzzle you put together. I've seen the puzzle the Globers have put together. It's missing a lot of pieces.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think anyone's got the whole picture, you know? But I mean, you are so interested in long distance observations and surveying. Why not buy like a sextant or something and then go and look at shit? I don't know. I don't know, broski. I'm just trying to give you ideas because I just feel just sitting here on Discord, you're getting nowhere pretty fast, man.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, this isn't gonna do it unless we can brainstorm and come up with something to do. I mean, that's what I've been trying to do with these guys. Honestly, arguing about gas pressure without a container like really isn't that interesting to me. I mean, could there be a downward force on flat Earth that's making shit go down? Sure.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're going to argue every day with people that think clouds are made of gases, like, are you going to get anywhere on here?
Probably not.
Are you
Put it
going to
like
make any
that,
progress? No. Right?
Bro, you don't even want to know who that was. It would be embarrassing if I told you the
Tell me,
names.
bro. Come on.
Big time
Was it?
Glovers. They were
Well,
big time Glovers.
was it Jem himself?
A lot of motherfuckers that had science in their name. Let me just say that. People had science in their name. Not even just one guy had science. Two people had science in their name.
Jesus.
Official names as they're known. They might not have had that as their name in Gems just then, but they are known with science in their name. Two of them. Not just one. You know what happens is one of these goofballs says something.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's right and can't be wrong because he's got science in his name.
Exactly.
I'll just tell you right now, they're lucky QE stopped making numpty clips. That would have been one right there.
Say what? Say that again?
I said they're lucky QE stopped making numpty clips, or that would have been one right there.
You trust QE a lot, don't you? Like, is he the guy that got you into flat Earth or what?
No, I didn't even know about QE until way later. Way later.
But you seem to be on board with a lot of his arguments when a lot of flat earthers don't agree with him.
He's on point. I mean, most of his arguments are on point. There was one I didn't like. One of his arguments I didn't like. I heard before.
Which one? What argument?
Oh, that Bob and Alice thing.
Give it to me. What did he say? Bro, I don't know none of these flat Earth people, so.
Yeah, he said, I don't know. I saw it before. He said like Bob and Alice both they're two people apart from each other, and they're both have drop in between them. And he had it drawn on a screen like it was a flat Earth with drop in between them, and not like on a globe. I don't know. It was weird. He ended up changing it. I don't know. It's not important. I don't agree with what all these people. I've taken the best bits of everything and put it all together of what I thought made sense. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so that's step one. Then you've done what what I've done as well. Because you don't have that definitive proof, you've taken other pieces and put it together. Now the question is, you need to start verifying those pieces, right? To see which ones actually belong in your jigsaw puzzle and which ones you got to throw away, right? Boy.
Well, my pieces are rock solid. One of my pieces tells me that clouds are made out of fucking water and ice crystals and not gas. So these guys are walking around with some fucked up jigsaw pieces. Well, I'm saying I put my pieces together. My pieces are laid out. They're all correct. Right? Other people are walking around with pieces that are just not even true. They got some fucked up jigsaw pieces.
Damn, that's wild. But how do you know your pieces are true, Jeremy? What have you done for yourself to confirm that?
I mean, I haven't done much of anything really.
So
I did a
how
couple
do you?
little
I
optical
mean,
tests.
yeah, but like we could be wrong about clouds being ice crystals in water, right?
No, I think they can go up there and get a piece of a cloud.
You think what?
We could touch the clouds now.
Yeah, we could, but have you? Have you tried?
I mean, I've flown through a cloud. I've never like grabbed a piece of it and then went and sampled it in a lab and shit.
So how do you know when you Google it and it says it's, I mean, I'm just asking, bro. It just sounds
no
like...
doubt. They could be wrong. Maybe they're wrong. I don't know. I've never touched the cloud. I don't know. Maybe it's all, a hologram. I don't know.
So your pieces might not be that rock solid, right?
Yeah, I feel like my pieces are solid though. Well, I mean, you can't argue with me from coming from the mainstream narrative and tell me that a cloud's not made out of, ice and water particles. Like you can't be on your side of the fence and tell me a cloud's made of gas. You know what I'm saying? So as far as that goes, my pieces are correct. If it turns out they are made of gas and they're not water and ice crystals, I mean, I guess that's a possibility. I don't know.
But then the mainstream's wrong. That's what you mean.
That doesn't help you guys, yeah. It doesn't help you guys, trust me. Like if I'm wrong, if one of my jigsaw pieces is wrong, that doesn't help you guys at all.
I feel you.
Because if they got what a cloud's made out of wrong, how are they going to tell me other shit about what's even higher up?
Yeah. I feel you, man. I just feel you gotta progress and fight bigger fish, Like you're a bit too grown to be arguing with guys at Gem still.
I know.
Like in terms of
it
time
feels silly.
spent in the flat earth argument.
Bro, there's no bigger fish to fry. We got to do something, some tangible shit in reality. Like talking is not going to get it done. There's nothing more we could talk about. We've hashed everything out to its
Exactly.
peak, I feel like.
Exactly, yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying. So it's about time we started going outside and like doing real shit.
Yeah, but all that stuff's been done though. There's nothing definitive in it. You know what I'm saying? After what I've seen, my mind's not going to be easily swayed by some non-definitive shit. The spherical excess measurement that I've been on about for days and days.
All right, Jeremy. So if you go out yourself and you do a spherical excess measurement and it works, that's not going to sway your mind?
It might if I saw how they did it. Now, Larry said we can get up on top of these 3 mountains still, and the equipment to do it is relatively cheap. So, that could be something. I don't know. It depends on how much that thing's wiggling back and forth. What's the error bar? What's the error bar on the thing you're looking at? This one of these measurements was from like 140 miles away, right?
Yeah, but let's go find out, Jeremy. Like, if the shit's just cheap?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Yeah, let's go try it out, bro. Oh, you go try it out.
If they have down to the arc second, if if they can get down to the arc second, right, and you get 60 arc seconds,
Yeah.
over to 180, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
It depends on what the error bar is, though. It depends on what the error bar is, because each measurement's got to be 20 or less, or around 20 degrees, 20 arc seconds, sorry. So what's the error bar on that one measurement? Is it, I don't know. Some guy's lining something up with his eyeball that's 140 miles away. I feel like the error bar on that's going to be pretty big. I don't know.
So it is. Yeah, I'm sure the further away you look and the more you got to factor things you don't have control of. But there's only one way for us to find out, and that's, going out there and doing it ourselves and seeing what error bars we got to use. Because trust me, bro, doing the shit for yourself, it really changes how you view these things. But yeah, it's up to you. I just feel, yeah, dudes at gems are kind of old bums, and like it's a bit boring arguing with them.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like the whole flat Earth argument. It's a bit like everyone set their bases. We know where everybody stands. Now it's like to bring back some tangible proof. Otherwise, nothing's going to change for a while until the majority of us start doing experiments and start bringing our own results to the arguments, to the table, and not just getting stuff off of Google. That's what I think. Crazy how the Earth a globe, though. Yo, Jeremy, was it rocket science?
Nope.
No. Damn.
Like he's probably smarter than that. Bro, it was Blue, Babs, and Bob, the three Bs.
Bob the science guy?
And Blue Marble Science, yes.
Jesus.
Science.
Blue Marble? That's crazy. Bob, yeah, I kind of expect that from him because I've heard him say a lot of wrong shit. Blue Marble, damn. I thought he was on point.
He's not, bro. And this wasn't the first time.
Crazy. Yeah, it happens, man. It happens. Low blood abilities, yo. We all got them. You got Johnny B and Dallas Dave. We got Bob the science guy.
Yo, you guys there? Hello, hello.
I'm here. I'm here. It says on.
Yo. I popped into that Glowbusters 24-hour stream while I was eating my dinner or whatever, and saw this video on the water on the equator thing, and the guy basically pointed out the trick that they use to make it seem like the water is draining in the different directions. Basically, according to him, if you just pour the water in differently to create a current, then it'll make it like drain in that direction or whatever.
Oh yeah, they've debunked that water drain. Well, I don't know. Has there ever been a test where they like so hard not to influence it though? Like, you know how if you try to like drop a ball or swing a pendulum, you can tie it to a rope and then burn the rope. With this, I don't see any way to pull the plug on a drain and not influence the water. You know, you could have it plugged up and have it real still, none of the water moving, and then pull the plug. But the pulling of the plug could like be the influence on which way it spins. I don't know.
You'd have to you might be able to design something that you stick over the drain and it creates a seal.
And then what?
Like a tube that you stick over the drain that creates a seal, and the tube is tall enough to stick out of the water, right? So you stick it in there, it creates a seal,
and you let it sit for a while. So inside the tube dries out. So everything around the drain is dry and the tube is dry. Then you put, let's see here. You'd have to like put in another thing, basically. No, listen, another tube a little bit smaller than the first tube, except this tube has holes. Okay. And then whatever material that will dissolve under fire, right? So basically the second tube is dry when it goes in. Then you quickly lift the first tube off, and the seal is gone. But the second tube, nothing's going in because you have this material in there that's clogged up the waterways. So nothing has gotten inside and gotten like the drain wet yet. Then you light the fuse, it goes down the second tube that's still in there, and instantly like ignites the goo or whatever, getting rid of it, and then the water comes in and starts flowing.
Possibly. Maybe. There might be a few ways to do this.
I don't know if there's a good material for that or not, but that might be.
You know what I'm saying? Like if you were going to drop a ball to see if there was drift from plumb or swing a pendulum, you could always just light a rope.
Right.
And that way, like there's really no, you do that a few times, you're pretty sure that it's not being influenced,
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
This is like tough. I've seen them try to do something like that, but they pull the plug and it's like, well, like could the pulling of the plug, maybe if you just pull a plug and you pull it the same way.
If you have a machine that maybe it's not like a string plug, maybe it's like a rigid thing that's holding the plug in, that's attached to a machine. It just like quickly pulls straight upward.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. If you pull it horizontal, if you pull it the same way, both instances, I guess. They debunked that shit a long time ago with the toilet bowl water.
Yeah.
In the different hemispheres. Yeah, that's.
Well, it's.
They've already admitted it.
It's not like I was super convinced by that or anything. It just I thought it was interesting or whatever that like he pointed out like the way he shifts the bucket to cause it to spin the other way or whatever when he's pouring the water.
Yeah. No, they've debunked this a long time ago. Long time.
Now, why would they have to do tricks like that if they're right? Why would that happen?
How would you not know? How did you not know it was the shape of the bowl or the way the water was flowing into the bowl or something before? Yeah. How did you think Earth spin was the cause when it was really just the way the water entered the bowl or some shit? Yo, that's a dead giveaway right there. They're just seeing effects and making up causes for. Oh, that's from Earth rotation.
That's the thing.
Earth rotation right there.
That's
you sure? Because now we figured out it's not.
Before he even got to the explanation of how it was a trick, what I was thinking was, well, big deal. It spins one way above the equator, one way the other. All you're doing is showing me an effect that happens. Like you can tell me a story about how that's Earth spin, but you haven't connected the dots on that. You're just showing me an effect. What the heck?
Yeah, that's what these guys with full call and a gyroscope and shit, they got effects, right? They got effects and they got no causes. They got a cause, they say.
Right, they have an effect, an observation.
Cause, you don't know.
They have a story to tell about it.
Yeah, it's like, how I always bring up the clock with the invisible unicorn horn pushing the hands or whatever. Like, that's my story for the clock. That's not really what's happening, though, but you could say any story you want.
Yep. And they do.
So I'm not gonna laugh if you get this wrong, but what do you think a cloud's made of?
What do I think clouds are made of?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to me, that one makes sense that it would be water, because I mean that is where rain comes from, right? Storm clouds. So like,
yeah.
And then like we have fog, which to me seems just like essentially clouds that are closer to the ground from the look of it. So to me, that one makes sense. It's just moisture of some sort.
Yeah, it's water. It's water droplets and ice crystals and shit, dust particles, a lot of stuff. People, there's a lot of people. I think it's gas. You know what I'm saying? They try using that as like, well, if you can't have gas pressure without a container, explain a cloud. Well, the cloud's not gas. It's not like that white puffy thing you see. That's not gas.
Also, like that's kind of like the whole point is like, yeah, we couldn't have, like, even if you think it's a gas, we couldn't have that unless there was a container, because we know gas pressure requires it. Unless they mean like, I guess, why is there pockets of it? But then like,
Oh, they tried using gas pressure without a container. They tried using carbon dioxide falling on a scale as gas pressure without a container. I'm like, are you guys fucking high right now or what?
You would have to show some sort of a pressure difference between like cloud and not cloud.
And it's not like you just pour the gas. He would just pour the gas on the scale and it would stay like, 3.03 grams or something. It would like instantly go back down to 0.
Like, okay, so think about this, right? We agree that water needs a container to maintain its shape, right? Or that liquid needs a container to give it shape, right?
It'll take the shape of its container. Yeah. Well,
right.
It'll conform to the given its properties and shit. It's not going to fill the shape of the container. It's gonna fill the container as much as it can and then take that shape underneath it.
Yeah, but like if you put oil into water, it acts differently, doesn't it? So like the oil doesn't necessarily do what it would if it was just oil being poured into the container, because you're pouring it into water. So like the fact that oil acts differently when it's mixed with water in the container doesn't mean that the other properties of liquids are suddenly like we can just make up new ones or that it's suddenly different. It's just that, and the reason I'm saying this is because like with the clouds thing, like the clouds, they might not necessarily be doing anything different than what the oil does whenever it hits the water. The oil isn't necessarily trying to fill up the whole container like it normally would. The water's there, and so it's doing something with the water. It could be that the whatever it's doing interacting with the water is like overriding what it would normally do by itself. And it could be the same way with the clouds. Whatever they would normally do might be overridden by whatever's happening to form the clouds.
And I can't find a straight answer on this. Is the ozone layer? They say the ozone is heavier than air, but I can't find if it's more dense or not.
They say what?
Hold on, I'm trying not to hit my wife's car. Parked like a fucking nutcase. The fuck? Between the two of them, my daughter and my wife. All right, I'm out of there. Say the ozone is heavier than air, but I can't find if it's more dense or not. They said it. I googled it. It said ozone is 1 atmosphere, which implies to me that it's 14.7 psi.
I don't know what that means.
You know when they say that gas pressure is not the same thing as atmospheric pressure?
That's so silly, I know.
What the fuck do they even mean? I was like, that can't be true. Like, what you're saying can't be true.
It's literally the same exact thing. It's gas and there's pressure.
I don't even know what they're trying to say.
I don't know, because if you go to the definition of atmospheric pressure after that, it gives the whole globe spiel.
Okay, so it's gas pressure on a globe. Is that basically what they're saying?
Pretty much, yeah.
So then how is it not gas pressure?
It's word games. They're just playing word games.
Yeah, I mean that has to be the answer because it's fucking retarded, like what they're doing.
Listen, Crypto, what do you think a cloud's made of?
I mean, water.
Water, yeah.
Water gas.
Water drop. No gas. No gas.
No,
It's
it's
just
just
water
Alice
droplets.
Davis
Oh, yeah.
coming 7 all the time. You know, like, you're not
Water
talking
gas.
about the water gas. What was that shit earlier? Gio actually missed the whole thing, but Witsit came in and we were talking about for some reason the topic keeps on going to Nazis in this fucking server for some reason. And like Dawn was like, oh yeah, you know, Nazis, the same thing. And I was like I don't want to go back into that topic, but it's like definitions don't matter to them at all. As long as the narrative is what they already believe, they don't care about definitions at all.
They have a serious problem with conflating things. Like,
yeah,
you should have. You know, Ruhiv straight up told me the other day, a few weeks ago. He's like, definitions are meaningless. Like, where do you go from there? I've heard Brenda say dog bones are clocks. Psychology is pharmacology. Like, all kinds of just craziness. Constantly conflating stuff. I don't know if you heard me and Ruhiv the other day. I was trying to get him. I'm like, yo, let's just talk about this vertical thing or this horizontal thing, and he wouldn't stop talking about the other one. I'm like, dude, we're gonna get confused. Just talk about one thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like the Rumpus came in the other day, and obviously you triggered him, and by asking him simple questions, then he starts calling everyone arseholes and idiots. Without rehashing